I can't be a hero, so I work as a driver in American comics. Chapter 1, Richard's Nightlife. Ding-ling-ling. Richard opened his eyes, sat up, and turned off the alarm. Made the quilt, went to the toilet, and washed up. Took out a bag of sealed fruits and vegetables from the refrigerator and went to the garage. Morning, Mrs. Smith. In the driveway, Richard said hello to the beautiful girl next door. Mrs. Smith smiled politely, but she didn't seem to be in a very good mood. Without saying anything, she stepped on the accelerator and drove away in her silver-gray SUV. Richard couldn't help but smile as he watched the Mercedes C200 going farther and farther away. This Mrs. Smith seems to have a strong personality, otherwise why would she drive a recognized successful man's car, and step on the accelerator so hard? White smoke rose from the ground. After blessing Mr. Smith, Richard opened the Lyft taxi app, and the software had a prompt after starting it. Accept the order. A new day has begun. Richard took a cucumber out of the plastic bag and started to chew it, while following the navigation to the destination. The destination was an underground garage. A man in a suit was talking on the phone, making a lot of noise, and kicked the tire of the car next to him, and the alarm sounded. The man impatiently took out the remote control and pressed it, and the car became quiet with a beeping sound. Richard looked at the two shriveled front wheels of the car from a distance and understood. This grumpy old man's car broke down, so he called an online taxi. But, what do you mean by turning around and running away when you saw my car suddenly appear? Richard was wondering when there was a doon sound on the car window. Get out of the car. A wealthy blonde girl held a Walter P38 in her hand and pressed it against the car window. Richard was speechless as he looked at the guy who had already run away. This order was ruined again, and his credit seemed to be getting lower and lower. This is the bad thing about this country, there are too many guns, which hinders business. Richard glanced at the girl with an ugly face. He was not worried about safety issues. After all, the glass of his car was bulletproof. A small Walter would not break the glass even if it was close to the bullets. However, the business was ruined, and he could not swallow this breath. Richard opened the car door and got out of the car. Suddenly, 4 gangsters, some black and some white, rushed out from all around and looked around his car. Oh, BMW 750? Rich people. A black and strong man carrying a baseball bat looked at the leather seats and the spotless dashboard, whistled and got into the car. Baby, let's go for a ride. Hage-Wong touched the steering wheel excitedly. Richard glanced at the 4 people in the car, turned his head and looked at the girl, who looked underage. Do your parents know that you are hanging out with these losers? Shut up, old man, the girl said angrily, and the muzzle of the Walter gun pressed hard against Richard's clothes. Old man? Richard was dissatisfied. He was only 18 years and 84 months old, and he was still far from being an old man. This broken thing can't start. Hage-Wong turned the car key, but didn't hear the sound of the engine starting, and couldn't help but roar. Sorry, the car has been modified and encrypted. What's the password? I'm afraid I can't give it to you. Richard unbuttoned his collar and rolled up his sleeves. A group of people shouted and got out of the car, surrounding Richard. The one with the bare arms and rolled up his sleeves, are you Bruce Lee? The black guy sneered and swung the metal baseball bat to hit Richard's head. Bang! Richard kicked the black guy who looked to weigh no less than 200 pounds and flew backwards 3 meters to the ground. The sound of the baseball bat and his head hitting the ground sounded at the same time, and there was no movement. The other 3 hooligans were very stubborn. After a moment of hesitation, they ignored the difference in combat power and rushed up. The afro with the baton hit him coldly, and the angle was quite tricky. Richard kicked sideways, and the afro flew backwards, kneeling on the ground, holding his stomach and unable to speak, with cold sweat on his face. Richard caught the baton, twisted his body and swung it, knocking out 3 teeth of the white guy who looked 7 points, and got another one. The remaining guy playing with a knife looked at his 3 companions, a drop of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and turned and ran. Richard looked at the stunned girl. "No homework? Why don't you go back to do your homework?" The girl burst into tears, threw down her gun and ran away, not forgetting to say thank you. Richard looked at the handsome guy with missing teeth. "I love Sarui, Sarui." Then there was the sound of kowtow. Richard shook his head, put down his sleeves, buttoned up, and drove away. Save the fallen female high school student, punish the street thugs, karma plus 13. Looking at the karma in front of his sight, which was already 9,881, Richard was slightly excited. Another 119 karmas can unlock the armor. The last ray of twilight disappeared in the steel jungle, and New York was as usual. The past turned into a brightly lit city, and Richard also began his night life. At night, the evil hidden in every corner began to emerge, and this was the best time for Richard to accumulate karma. The armor system did not give any explanation for the so-called karma, nor did it explain in detail how to increase it, but Richard had already figured out a set of experience based on his experience over the years. Killing the bad guys and saving the good guys are the fastest ways to increase karma. So fighting crime is Richard's favorite thing. And the night is his home court. His real identity has never been a part-time LYFT driver, but the redresser, punisher, and crime nemesis on the streets of New York at night. After the navigation ended, the dark BMW 750 stopped in front of a building on time. A man in a suit and leather shoes came over with an unsteady woman. "Okay, we're here. Here's your bag." The man helped the woman to the back seat of the car, threw the bag in, and then walked to the front door. "Can you please take her to the apartment?" "Thank you." He handed a bunch of keys to Richard and turned away. Richard looked at his back and looked at the woman through the rear-view mirror. The white-collar beauty, in a professional suit, disheveled, seemed a little confused in her red and swollen eyes, and faintly revealed a hint of despair. Richard looked at the destination of the navigation and curled his lips coldly. Number 412. According to the house number provided by the white-collar woman, Richard finally found the place. Knock knock knock. A man in trousers, shirt, and tie who looked like a company employee opened the door. "Who are you looking for?" "I'm the LYFT driver you called. I just sent your girlfriend home." Richard smiled harmlessly. The man who opened the door smiled and shook his head. "Not a girlfriend, man, just an intern. Sorry, there's something wrong with my credit card. I can't swipe it." Richard smiled and raised the POS machine in his hand. "Idiot, we asked you to come with us because your father is a client, but you can't do this." The man who opened the door turned around and looked at the man in a suit on the sofa, who was the guy who sent the woman to the car before, and roared, "Come in." The man who opened the door walked into the room, grabbed his wallet and took out a black credit card. Richard took the card and played with it for a few times, but his eyes quickly scanned the room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Including the weak-looking odd jobs on the sofa, there were 6 people in total. On the glass table, there were wine bottles, unknown pills, a pile of white powder and pokers with powder on them, which made Richard's eyes cold. "I'm curious about one thing," Richard suddenly said, and everyone in the room looked over. "It's been more than half a minute since I entered the room, but none of you asked if the girl got home safely." The man who opened the door glanced at his companion and couldn't help but sneered. He understood that Richard was here to cause trouble. He smiled and glanced at Richard, and walked towards the door. Click! The door was locked. Richard looked at his watch. "You know, I didn't send her back to the apartment, but sent her to the municipal hospital. She should be having her stomach washed now. Do you know her name?" "It seems you don't know." Richard looked at the man who strode to open the door, shook his head, and then looked at his watch again. "I'll give you 1 minute to hand over your mobile phone, camera, and all the things that may cause harm to Sally. By the way, Sally is her name. Are you an idiot?" The man who opened the door walked to Richard's side and suddenly took action. A fierce straight punch came to his face. Puff! The man who opened the door fell down, holding his neck, blood gushing out from his fingers, his eyes wide open. Richard flipped his wrist, and the bloody credit card in his hand flew out. The guy at the table covered his ears and screamed. "Looking for death?" Another man in a suit tore off his tie, picked up a butterfly knife from the table, and danced with it. It was obvious that he had worked hard on the butterfly knife, but... Richard kicked out, and there was a puff. The guy stared blankly at the handle of the knife stuck on his shoulder, his eyes rolled up, and he fell straight to the ground, and he was actually scared and fainted. Richard had a blank expression on his face and turned his head to look at the other two. The suppressed excitement made the two of them feel their buttocks tighten. They had just played with a beautiful intern, and now they were going to be retribution by the man? The two looked at each other, then looked at the three companions who had been knocked down, turned around, knelt decisively, and stuck out their buttocks in humiliation. Richard's mouth twitched wildly. A kick flew up. Backed up, another kick flew up. The two covered their buttocks on the ground in pain, tears streaming down their faces. Richard walked over, and one of them kicked him again. The two changed their postures, one hand covering the front and the other covering the back, and continued to fight. Richard turned around and gave the guy whose ear was cut off a piece of the guy, then walked to the sofa, hugged the sixth man in a suit who was already crying and sat beside him. "As a man, you should do what you should do and what you shouldn't do. Smoking is wrong, it is harmful to your physical and mental health, and it harms society and others. Using power to force women is even more despicable. You say, what should you do?" The man in the suit didn't dare to move, didn't dare to speak, just cried. Richard patted his face, and it made a loud slap. "Don't just cry. Tell the police everything that happened before and just now, and give Sally a 5-star compensation. Otherwise, no matter how much money your dad has, he can't save you. Do you understand?" "Understand. Understand." The man in the suit cried with tears and snot all over his face. Richard glanced and grabbed a bottle opener next to the sofa, which was used to open corks, and stabbed and twisted it. The man in the suit screamed and rolled on the sofa, holding his thigh. "Remember what I said just now. I will come to check the results when I have time." The moment Richard pushed the door open, the system prompted. "Teach a lesson to the 5 habitual offenders, save the misguided rich second generation, karma plus 149. Karma reaches 10,000, the armor system is officially activated, and the armor is unlocked." Richard, his eyes lit up. "Armor, finally unlocked. Emperor Armor, I'm here to merge with you." Chapter 2, I'm the man who wants to be the king of armor. Richard came to this world 10 years ago, and his soul possessed Richard, the original owner of this body, with the armor system, and by the way, he cured Richard's blindness. However, this could not prevent the fact that Richard's rich father was shot and killed by robbers and his mother disappeared afterwards. Richard, whose parents divorced and supported himself, had no feelings about all this. He just wanted to accumulate enough karma as soon as possible to officially activate the armor system and unlock a set of armor. After all, there is a Stark enterprise in this world. After all, Richard inquired about one thing: this is the world where Iron Man Tony Stark is. Although he is not very interested in Marvel movies, he has only watched Iron Man on the movie channel and followed the trend to watch Avengers 3 in the theater. Although he only knew Iron Man in the fog, he understood the concept of the movie universe and naturally understood the degree of danger in this world. If you want to live a stable life here, you can't be an ordinary person. When disaster strikes, ordinary people die quickly and without any resistance. If one day you die in a snap of the fingers, it would be so frustrating. Richard, who likes to control his own destiny, began to plan for the future. Having inherited a large inheritance, he systematically trained his physical fitness, fighting, firearms and other abilities, which took him 4 years. In the next 6 years, he began to figure out how to accumulate karma, and he explored it bit by bit until he reached the current level. At first, he was a taxi driver in order to contact all kinds of people, obtain the information they accidentally revealed, and contact all kinds of events that could increase karma, but once he touched the steering wheel of the taxi, he couldn't control himself. The speed was so fast that the passengers vomited and had no chance to give him information. Fortunately, a year ago, the Lyft taxi app was born, and Richard immediately became an online taxi driver. He learned from his mistakes and controlled the speed and number of orders, which corrected his bad habit of racing, and continued his career. He finally saved 10,050 karma just now, which allowed him to unlock the armor. Even the usually calm Richard was quite excited at this moment. Armor. Although he is not very interested in Marvel movies and European and American blockbusters, he is not without any hobbies. He likes to watch anime, animated movies, and special effects. And a domestic classic special effects Armor Hero is one of his favorite TV series. Although this TV series imitates other people's nights, it doesn't prevent him from being passionate about it. The setting in Armor Hero is okay. In order to prevent the destruction of the earth by the forces of the Shadow World, 5 light and shadow stones descended on ancient China, combining with the 5 elements to form 5 sets of heaven-sent light and shadow armor, and the villagers on the earth where the 5 light and shadow stones fell were the summoners of the 5 sets of light and shadow armor. The light and shadow stone induces gene mutation, so the descendants of the 5 villages have special bloodlines. As long as the bloodline power is pure enough and has RT blood, they can summon armor through the power of the light and shadow stone. The 5 elements armor, including the fire dragon armor, the woodwind eagle armor, the water black rhino armor, the gold snow mastiff armor, and the earth tiger armor, each has a powerful 5-element power. Equipped with weapons, skills, and mounts, the wearer will instantly become a Superman, and can do anything in the sky and on the ground. In addition to the 5 elements armor, there is also a strongest armor in the first part, the Emperor armor. The Emperor armor is transformed by the power of heaven and appears with the power of light. As long as there is a place illuminated by a star, the armor can be summoned to descend, and its power is far above the 5 elements armor. On the earth, the nearest star is the sun. Even the small sun can bring unlimited power and potential to the armor. The Emperor armor summoned under the radiation of a larger star will only have a stronger basic ability. When the time comes, when we meet that Meba, we can probably kill him with a flick of the finger, right? Thinking of this, Richard became even more excited. He returned to the car as quickly as possible, drove to an empty and deserted place in the suburbs, and then excitedly chose armor. In his field of vision, one armor after another floated in front of him in the form of a holographic image. Richard was dazzled by a casual glance. Flame Dragon armor, Wind Eagle armor, Xing Tian armor, Fei Ying armor, Tisk Tisk, there are armors from the second part too? Nawa armor, Zanami armor, Capture General armor, where is my Emperor armor? I want to be the man of Armor Hero, Pa, Emperor Hero. How can there be no Emperor armor? Richard searched for several times, but he didn't find the Emperor armor. Similarly, the top armor in the second Armor Hero, Shura armor, was not there either. The strongest Thunder armor, Yadalis, in the Elemental armor and the strongest King Capture armor in the Capture General series are not available. The system will not give any answers. This has been eternal for 10 years, and Richard will naturally not waste his emotions to ask. The king-level armors such as the Emperor armor either require more karma to unlock, or use the corresponding armor to upgrade to obtain. Anyway, it will not be easy to get, but it is impossible to have none. A little disappointed, but acceptable. Since there is no emperor at this stage, then choose Flame Dragon. As the fire armor with the greatest potential, unlimited power and balance among the 5 elements armor, it consumes the least amount of summoners, and the summoner of the Flame Dragon armor, the Flame Dragon Warrior, is the pillar of the Ming realm. He has killed countless enemies in the confrontation with the Shadow Realm and is famous. He is the highest ranking and strongest Ming realm warrior under the Emperor Man wearing this set of armor, also dazzling and strong. The Flame Dragon armor is not bad, let's start with the Flame Dragon Warrior. Richard's mood improved again. After choosing the Flame Dragon armor, his karma instantly decreased by 10,000, leaving only 50. A light flashed in front of Richard's eyes, and a fiery red transparent stone appeared in his hand. Firelight and Shadow Stone. Firelight and Shadow Stone? Richard was stunned. Shouldn't it be a direct combination of armor? Well, although it can't be combined directly, it can only be transformed with the stone, but as long as it can be transformed, it's fine. The Firelight and Shadow Stone exudes a hazy light, which is extremely gorgeous in the night, like a red colorful gem. Touching the Light and Shadow Stone, Richard closed his eyes and felt the active power in his body like a flame. In the dark, the flame seemed to jump out of the body, just a little bit, opportunity. Richard opened his eyes and curled his lips, Flame Dragon armor, combine. As the voice fell, a red light enveloped Richard, and in a flash, a cool set of armor made its debut. It's called armor, but it's not full body armor. The whole set of armor includes a full cover helmet with an abstract dragon element design, a shoulder armor in the shape of a dragon claw, a dragon head chest armor, a ring-shaped arm armor covering the forearm, a Tai Chi Kyunkan belt, armor on the outside of the thigh, knee pads and ring-shaped combat boots covering the calf. The whole set of armor is silver and red, the goggles on the helmet are sapphire, and the rest of the parts are all black tights. The tights are of course not the leather clothes in the special effects drama, but a metal-like material covered with a metallic luster. In short, at first glance, this set of armor is still a little lacking in protection. But Richard touched it and could clearly feel the toughness hidden in the thin black material. Taking out a dagger from the interlayer in the car, Richard stabbed the tights hard. Bang! The sharp dagger made of the same material as the Damascus knife, which was sharp enough to cut through the steel pipe, broke directly, and half of the sharp blade flew away. Richard felt the touch of being hit by an inflatable hammer just now, and was very satisfied. The defense is quite good. Sure enough, the real Flame Dragon armor has no obvious weaknesses, and the whole body has strong defense, which fully guarantees the safety of the summoner. Next, try the weapon. Richard shook his hand, put it on the knob on the right side of the Kyunkan belt, and twisted it gently. It didn't move. Richard had a bad premonition, and then twisted it hard. Still didn't move. Richard turned the left side of the special move knob again, but it didn't move. Thirsty. Richard stomped his feet hard, and a large pit with a diameter of more than 3 meters suddenly exploded on the ground, and the whole person stumbled and fell into the pit. Lying in the pit, Richard sighed and was speechless about his own armor system. Originally, he thought that unlocking the armor would allow him to use all the abilities of the armor, but in the end, both weapons and skills were locked. Obviously, these two things also require enough karma to unlock. The current Flame Dragon armor is just a naked armor. However, even so, Richard quickly adjusted his mentality. Although his inner standards have been lowered again and again, and now he has only got a set of naked armor that cannot use skills, weapons, or mounts, the improvement in his survivability is still quite large. Not to mention the strong defense of this armor, just its addition to physical ability has made him a Superman. The destructive power of hand-to-hand combat, the ability to move at high speed, and the inhuman jumping ability can undoubtedly greatly improve the efficiency of his brushing karma. Originally, he was just a small-scale punishment of evil and promotion of good, and he almost never took action against those large evil forces, but now, he has the confidence to eradicate those tumors. And this is far from the limit, because the potential of the Flame Dragon armor is unlimited. With the same armor, maybe he can become stronger and do more things in the future. Of course, the most important thing is that Richard is sure, as long as he is given time, the disaster caused by Meba will not affect him. Even, he can find that guy in advance and end the hidden danger. Living in this special world and living well has always been his goal and the only goal. Jumping out of the pit, Richard began to test the various physical abilities after the armor was added. For a while, a fiery red shadow flashed between the mountains and forests in the night, and there were loud explosions from time to time. Chapter 3, Unusual Kidnapping, Watching the Show. After a night, Richard's excitement disappeared a lot. Getting up on time, Richard once again thought about the future. Becoming stronger is a must, and it must be strong enough to kill the purple potato spirit, otherwise he will not sleep well. After all, he has already appeared as a variable factor in this movie universe. Who knows if the damn plot will appear in advance? So accumulating enough karma as soon as possible to unlock more armor, skills, weapons, and other system functions is what Richard has to do next. With the armor protecting my body, I can finally take action on those weeds and human traffickers that were difficult to deal with before. Richard smiled and took today's food to the garage. The car still needs to be driven. After all, the number of gangs cannot be infinite, so contacting various events through the mouths of passengers is still the main means of brushing karma. Maybe I will encounter some big events? However, an hour after breakfast, Richard waited in the car, but no one ordered a taxi. It's like this again. In this case, I can only... Richard stretched his muscles and looked at a hidden button on the dashboard. Must control, control, control. Richard took a few deep breaths and then pressed button. The next moment, the color of the entire BMW car instantly changed from high-end black to taxi yellow, and the roof was flipped open, and a taxi plate with the word taxi popped out. Richard's mouth curled up. All of this was transformed by himself. Although the technological content was not too high, it was just a layer of paramagnetic paint and mechanical transformation, but the sense of accomplishment and pride was incomparable. When there were no orders, turning into a taxi was something he often did, but he didn't expect to drive a taxi again so soon. The soul of racing was already ready to move. Control, control. Richard calmed down, started the car and drove out of the alley. Soon, the first customer stopped the car. It was a very friendly face, a Chinese aunt, but her expression was anxious, as if she was in a hurry to go somewhere. Richard smiled and stopped the car, opened the window, and the aunt looked anxious. She gestured for a long time before speaking, and said a sentence in not very standard English. "Auntie, I know Chinese, get in the car first." The aunt was surprised. She didn't expect that this foreign guy could speak Chinese. And it was quite standard, speaking Mandarin more standard than her, who was born in Hong Kong. "Auntie." Auntie came back to her senses, opened the door and sat in the back seat. "Young man, can I charter a car to Los Angeles? I can pay more." Then she took out a stack of green US dollars. Richard was slightly stunned. Los Angeles is in Southern California, located on the West Coast, while New York City is on the East Coast, more than 4,000 kilometers away from there. This span is really a bit big. Why not take a plane? If you are in a hurry, it will be much faster to take a plane. And if you drive such a long distance, it will take 4 or 5 days to go back and forth. He won't be able to earn any karma in the past few days if he drives this person, and even his favorite braised pork will be temporarily cut off. But looking at the aunt's anxious face, it is obvious that there is a reason not to take a plane, so he has to be a warm-hearted person. It is really impossible to refuse a Chinese compatriot. Richard nodded, turned on the meter, and started the longest passenger journey in his driver career. Because the aunt was anxious, Richard drove a little faster, and the more than 40-hour drive was shortened by 10 hours. It took more than a day to get there. Don't ask why it was so fast, just ask Marvel. After sending the ant to the place, Richard charged $100 less in the midst of the ant's gratitude, and watched her leave with a smile. It was getting darker, and Richard was across the street, ready to watch the ant enter the Chinese restaurant on the street that was about to close. Suddenly, he saw a green Chevrolet moving. Richard frowned. The Chevrolet seemed to have been parked there for a long time. It started when it saw someone appear. It always felt a little weird. The most important thing was that the person in the driver's seat was wearing a mask. There was a problem. Richard stared carefully, watching the Chevrolet parked beside the ant, and a flash of lightning flashed in the night. It was a stun gun. The ant fell to the ground, and the masked man came out to look around, then dragged the ant into the back seat and drove away. Richard smiled. I thought that this day or so was wasted, but I didn't expect that my kindness would be rewarded. I met a kidnapper. And it seemed that he was a premeditated kidnapper. Judging from this guy's method, it must not be his first time to commit a crime. He is a habitual offender. A habitual offender represents more karma. Richard followed him quietly. The car turned around and came to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. Richard watched the masked man drag the ant out, drag her into the factory and close the door, then got out of the car and followed. The door was locked. Richard raised his eyebrows. In such a remote place, he is still so cautious. This guy might be a big fish. With a hint of excitement, Richard put his ear to the door and closed his eyes. Richard, who used to be blind, has much stronger hearing than ordinary people. As long as he closes his eyes, he can immediately enter the dark world, and his hearing will be extremely sharp in this situation. There is a faint sound of dragging friction, getting farther and farther, and more blurred. There was no sound of machines running, no cameras, and no surveillance. So, it doesn't matter if there is some movement. Richard moved the bag in front of him and put his hand on the Hokage stone. A faint red light came on, and Richard shouted softly, "Armor combined," and the flame dragon armor was immediately put on. Feeling the powerful force burning like a flame in his body, Richard stretched out his hand and pinched it. With a creaking sound, the locked door lock was deformed. Richard pulled it gently, opened the door, and walked in. In the dark warehouse, the simple layout was reflected on Richard's dark blue goggles. Richard made a simple identification, but did not find any traces of the ant being dragged. However, his hearing jumped to a higher level with the blessing of the armor. Richard could hear the heartbeats of 10 people, as well as the collision of metal and the humming sound that could not be said. 10 people were tied up? No, one of them was steady and the other was calm. It should be the kidnapper and the ant, so there were 9 kidnapped people in total? Richard became more and more excited. Killing the kidnapper, eliminating his past crimes and the harm he might cause to society in the future, is a karmic income. Saving the other 9 people is another income. If there are good people who are actively doing good among these 9 people, then it is another invisible karmic income. Of course, everything is figured out by Richard himself, and the specific situation still depends on how the high cold system judges. Richard walked towards the room where the 8 people's heartbeats gathered. Suddenly, the sound of electronic equipment running appeared, attracting Richard's attention. Pushing the door open, Richard saw a surveillance camera. There were a bunch of guns, stun guns, various tools, and the cut newspapers, magazines, and photos covering a wall. Richard couldn't help but go over. Anyway, his strong hearing was enough to hear the movement in the room not far away, and he was fast enough to rush over, so why not satisfy his curiosity? Richard looked at the newspapers one by one, and after a moment, his brows frowned. Things didn't seem as simple as he thought. Almost all the papers described the same case, an armed robbery a few years ago. In addition, there were a bunch of seemingly unrelated news, such as a company releasing a new drug to treat AIDS, a well-known lawyer winning another lawsuit, and photos of 9 people and a map. The map covers New York, Los Angeles, Boston, and Las Vegas. Richard had some ideas in his mind. This kidnapping seemed to have some inside story. Just thinking about it, the loud sound of the door opening suddenly came from the loudspeaker. Richard looked at the surveillance screen and found that the masked man dragged his aunt in and handcuffed her to the pillar, making a clicking sound. On the screen, 8 people, both men and women, were handcuffed to black metal pillars with black hoods on their heads. They were all struggling and making uneasy and fearful whimpers. Richard hugged his shoulders and decided to watch the show. Chapter 4: A Father's Revenge. The masked man pressed on the aunt and she woke up. Then the masked man took off the hoods one by one, tore off the tape on everyone's mouths, and turned away. "Who are you? Why did you kidnap me? Let me go. I want to go home," the aunt shouted stubbornly. The 9 people in the room all looked nervous, looking at each other, and no one spoke. The masked man left and came back. "You can't escape." A woman who seemed to be a white-collar worker glared at the masked man, but her voice was a little trembling. "Asshole, let me out, or you'll be dead." A black man roared, "I'll escape from here and blow your head off with the gun in your hand. Let me out! Let me out!" Auntie was still shouting, and Richard was watching quietly in front of the monitor. "I brought the 9 of you here for a reason." The masked man suddenly spoke in a low voice, "Your life and death depends on whether you can find it. I will leave, you can discuss freely, I will come back every 10 minutes and kill one of you until you find the reason, or I kill you all. If you find the answer, I will release the survivor, tell the detective where I am, and confess to all the crimes." The masked man turned around and left, closing the iron door. Under the mask, Richard's face was neither happy nor sad. The masked man pushed open the door, walked to the monitor, took off his gloves, took off his gun, and took off his hood. He was suddenly startled by the sound behind him. He quickly grabbed the gun and turned around, and then saw a cozer in strange armor. "Sir, can I ask why you want to kidnap someone?" The grey-haired middle-aged man looked at Richard and did not answer, but shook the gun in his hand. "Sir, please leave here. What's happening here has nothing to do with you," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Richard shook his head and walked towards the middle-aged man. "I saw what you posted on the wall. You look calm and don't look like a madman, so I think there is a reason why you planned this kidnapping, and this is why you can stand in front of me with a gun now. Don't come over." The middle-aged man frowned, and suddenly his eyes blurred, and then his hand loosened. Then he saw that his gun had fallen into Richard's hands. Richard played with the middle-aged man's gun, a silver Ruger P85, and the safety was not turned on. This is also one of the reasons why the middle-aged man can stand in front of him. Richard took out the magazine, which had several bullets in it. Pushing the magazine, turning on the safety, pulling the bolt, Richard pointed the gun at his head. Obviously, the middle-aged man on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, confused by Richard's actions. Richard smiled and suddenly fired. The gunshot scared the 9 people in the room not far away, and the middle-aged man was scared. But immediately, the middle-aged man was stunned. Richard blocked the side of his head with his other hand, slowly stretched out his palm, and clang! The deflated bullet fell to the ground, causing the middle-aged man's pupils to shrink. This time he reacted. The guy on the opposite side was not a cosplayer, but a scary guy. That armor was definitely not a decoration. But the middle-aged man did not lose his composure. For today, he planned for 2 years and made full preparations. Now he wanted to see what the guy who suddenly broke in was going to do. Not bad, quite calm. Richard crumpled the gun into a ball and threw it on the ground. "My name is Yan Longzia, and what I like most is to fight for justice. If you just kidnapped me, I will beat you to a pulp and throw you in front of the police station. If not, I can listen to your story and give you a chance to accomplish what you want. So, how do you choose, sir? Richard hugged his shoulders. The middle-aged man was silent. He understood what Richard meant, but how could he trust him? Trust that he would not ruin his revenge plan? Thinking over it again and again, the middle-aged man sighed. Such a Yan. Anyway, such a powerful person should not have the leisure to deceive him. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly lit up. Fight for justice? This guy likes to fight for justice? Maybe. The middle-aged man made a decision. Although he had been thinking and planning his plan for 2 years, it might not be foolproof. After all, the justice system in this country is so disappointing, and the backup plan he left behind may not be truly realized. What if his son's incident happened to him? Then he would not be able to take revenge, tell everyone the truth, and clear his son's name. My son, Wade Gray, was accused of armed robbery and assault and was sentenced to prison. He was spotted by a pedophile in prison and contracted AIDS. When he came out, I tried every way to treat him, but all failed. Wade left me not long after. The beginning of all Wade's misfortunes was just because he happened to appear 2 miles away from the store where the incident occurred. Just because he was involved in the lives of these 9 people. Old Wade said, but there was no anger in his eyes, but he was extremely calm. He began to talk about the relationship between the 9 kidnapped guys and his deceased son. After listening, Richard was silent. He guessed right. This was indeed a planned revenge, not a pure kidnapping. The death of old Wade's child was indeed inseparable from these 9 people. First, among the 9 people, a gangster, borrowed $5,000 from a young man named B. In order to pay back the money, B got a gun from his gangster friend C, and then robbed D, the aunt's store. The aunt went to see lawyer E, but he identified the wrong person. For the sake of his career, E used his relationship with Detective Mr. F to forge evidence to put Wade in jail, but Pastor G, who heard the truth in the confessional, did not call the police because of his oath as a pastor. Wade was imprisoned and was infected with AIDS by pedophile criminal H in prison. Originally, a company had a new drug developed for AIDS and was looking for test patients, but the company's reviewer I rejected Wade's application after screening, and Wade died in pain. Each of these 9 people has a direct or indirect relationship with Wade's death, and each of them has the ability to prevent all this from happening, but unfortunately none of them did. Some of them seem innocent, but old Wade has already investigated very clearly. For example, the borrower A, who dared to owe him money and did not pay it back, was often beaten to death by him, so B tried his best to pay back the money. Even if this did not happen, this guy deserved to die. And the reviewer I, he was indeed conscientious in his work. From the company's perspective, he crossed out those patients with weak financial ability, but it indirectly led to the death of more than one patient, Wade. Is he guilty? Not guilty? The law cannot punish them, at least most of them cannot be punished by the law, so old Wade planned for 2 years, thought about it repeatedly, and finally took revenge himself. This is the whole truth of today's kidnapping. Richard believed what old Wade said, because whether it was the evidence in the newspapers, or the ability to perceive everything around him given by the flame dragon armor, or the contact with various criminals, villains, and scum over the years, Richard could make this judgment. So the question now is, how to deal with old Wade and the 9 executioners? Richard felt that he should give old Wade a chance to complete his plan. After all, this is the only thing he can do now, isn't it? As for karma, Richard could give up his precious 2 days and charge less for the fare because he met his compatriots. Naturally, he could also not punish the executioners in person in order to fulfill the wish of an old father who wanted to avenge his son. Richard didn't have much sympathy for that aunt. To some extent, Wade was killed by her. After all, it was he who identified Wade from a group of suspects, which led to a series of subsequent events. Being old, being hit on the head by a gun butt, and misidentifying Western faces, all these were not reasons for her to be removed from the murderer. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Pity this ant, who will pity the innocent Wade, and the old Wade who lost his son in middle age? Richard knew that he had no qualifications to judge these things, let alone the right to decide a person's life, but let these people go and expect them to repent? Standing in the position of old Wade, he couldn't do it either. As for the right and wrong of what he and old Wade did next, there is no right or wrong in this world, it is just human selfishness and instinct that define all behaviors. If there is a punishment that really falls on him, he will accept it willingly. He didn't think he was a good person in the first place, he was just a guy who wanted to survive in this dangerous world. For this, he brushed more than 10,000 karmas, hurt countless people, and even committed murder. So no matter when death comes, he will not be surprised, let alone regret it. The only thing he will regret is that he still has no power to protect himself on the day when Thanos really comes. When thinking of Thanos' face, Richard couldn't help sighing. It will be 2 days after tonight. There is no karma income in 2 days, and this armor has no chance to exert its power. It is just pretending to be in front of old Wade. It's really unpleasant. But I promised old Wade not to interfere, so I must keep my promise. Richard sat cross-legged, comprehending the power of fire contained in this armor. Chapter 5, Sent to Prison, Meeting Compatriots Again, The Distress of the Egg Man. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Time passed. One life after another disappeared in the surveillance, and Richard remained unmoved. Until the ant named Chen Rong faced the execution of old Wade, Richard stood up. Chen Rong took a piece of paper from old Wade and looked at it. After that, her face changed greatly. "I beg you, please don't kill me." Chen Rong knelt down crying and kowtowed to old Wade, "It's not my fault that your son died. It was her, my lawyer, who lied and sent your son to prison." Chen Rong pointed at the female lawyer, "Oh no, now she is the prosecutor." Old Wade did not speak, and shot decisively. Richard heard Chen Rong's words, and the last trace of guilt in his heart disappeared. This woman who doesn't know English, it turns out that the female lawyer forged evidence to send Wade to prison. She is no longer worthy of the word compatriot. Richard has no such compatriots. In the surveillance, the remaining few people are still trying to restore the reason why they were arrested here. As the countdown continued, only 3 people were left. The female prosecutor, the qualification reviewer of the pharmaceutical company, and the lover detective. Richard looked at the female prosecutor and couldn't help but think of a sentence, "The most poisonous is the heart of a woman." It's not a map cannon, it's really that the 2 women present are too cruel. Chen Rong won't say anything, just say that this woman named Kelly not only put an innocent young man in jail for her career, but also killed a man who violated her with a baseball bat. Although the man deserved his death, but thinking of this woman's words of at all costs, and the gnashing of teeth when she spoke, Richard felt cold in his heart. This is an extremely selfish person who will never repent of his crimes. Richard suddenly had a bad premonition. In the surveillance, old Wade showed his cards. Ready to release the 3 survivors, and handed the handcuffs key to Kelly. Richard's face changed, judged the position, and then rushed to the wall. Boom! A big hole was knocked out of the concrete wall, and Richard went to the room in the fastest way, but he was still a step late. Old Wade was shot in the head by Kelly, who snatched the gun, and died with his eyes open. But there was a smile of relief on the corner of his mouth. Richard looked at Kelly. Kelly, the reviewer, and the detective were all stunned by Richard's shocking appearance. Kelly was the first to come to her senses and pointed her gun at Richard and shot him. There was only 1 bullet in the Ruger P85, which was used up, but Kelly still had a revolver she had robbed, which was full of 6 bullets. Kelly pointed the gun at Richard with both hands, I will never allow my story to be heard by anyone, never. Kelly suddenly pointed the gun at her lover and shot him, then turned around and shot the reviewer, then quickly turned around and aimed at Richard again. Richard did not move. He was deeply shocked by the cruelty and scheming of this woman. Because she didn't know his strength, she first killed the two powerless people who knew her story, and then left the last bullet for him. This woman really deserved to die. Go to hell, freak! Kelly fired bang bang bang. The remaining 4 bullets all hit Richard's armor, and then fell to the ground with a dent. Looking at Richard's armor again, it was completely unscathed. If the Flame Dragon armor, one of the strongest armors in the Ming realm, could be damaged by such a small caliber weapon, it would be a joke. Kelly was terrified. Looking at Richard in armor, it was like looking at a demon. Her hand instinctively pulled the trigger, but it only made the revolver cylinder spin in vain and make a clicking sound. Kelly, with a look of despair on her face, suddenly threw the gun at Richard and turned to run. Richard just dodged, and Kelly flew back and fell to the ground unconscious. Richard picked up the handcuffs and handcuffed Kelly to the metal pillar again. He then crushed the key and threw it away, and walked to Old Wade. Rest in peace. Richard closed Old Wade's eyes and turned to look at the hidden monitor above the iron gate. LAPD, you have seen the cause and effect of the incident. Don't let that woman go, or I will kill her myself. After Richard finished speaking, he disappeared from the monitor. At the Los Angeles Police Department, a fat and distinctive police officer who was obviously the leader looked at the content in the videotape and slammed the table in anger. Is this bastard threatening us? Thirsty. Thirsty. Why are there so many things in Los Angeles recently? The police officer was so angry that a group of detectives kept silent. A tall and handsome detective looked at the guy in armor in the monitor and frowned slightly. Luke. Last week's diamond robbery is handed over to Larry and Marcos. I want you to do your best to track down the whereabouts of this masked guy. I want to see him handcuffed in the interrogation room and tell me in person that all his previous words were bullshit. The police officer suddenly pointed at the handsome detective and said, in this police station, no, in the entire United States, if anyone can solve a case the fastest, it must be Luke, the super detective who can kill dozens of gangsters alone. Has the highest case-solving rate in the serious crime team, and can even refuse the FBI's invitation. Don't think about it. Yes, sir. Luke saluted, and a hint of excitement flashed in the depths of his eyes. He likes such challenging cases and goals. The diamond robbery is really not challenging for him. The mysterious kidnapping case in Greater Los Angeles has finally been solved, but the police refuse to disclose more information. Switching channels casually, this time it is finally what Richard wants to hear. It is reported that Kelly Sibes, the only prosecutor who escaped in the 9 deaths case, has been arrested for felonies such as intentional homicide and fabrication of evidence. Kelly's professional image and career have obviously been. After listening to the radio program silently, Richard's mouth curled up. Send the vicious female prosecutor to prison, ruin her reputation, fulfill Old Wade's wish. Karma plus 220. Richard was in a good mood. Old Wade seems to be able to rest in heaven. And the karma income is also quite good. 220 karma per time, which is a little higher than those tobacco dealers he punished before. Tobacco dealers have a lot of karma, naturally because they affect too many families, so there are more rewards after killing them. And this female prosecutor Kelly has more karma, which can only mean that the damage caused by the beast in human clothing to society is much more terrible than that of simple villains and gangsters. It turns out that the bad guys are more terrible if they are educated. The sky gradually brightened, and the fiery red sunlight penetrated the obstacles of the mountains. The car fell into the BMW on the highway. Richard felt the power of the morning sun, and his whole body was relaxed. A new day has begun. At Manhattan Airport, Richard was about to leave after sending an ordinary passenger. 2 Chinese men were automatically outlined in his sight, and they were red. Richard's mouth twitched. Chen Rong, who he had just met, brought him a large amount of karma income, but also made him feel bad for a while. It has only been a short time since he took over, and he actually met 2 Chinese compatriots again? Looking at the uncle who was struggling to stop the car, Richard sighed. Who told us that we are now white-skinned and yellow-hearted egg people? In a foreign country, if you meet compatriots, you should help them if you can. I just hope these 2 are not like Chen Rong. Richard drifted and stopped in front of the uncle and nephew. Do you want to take a taxi? Richard did not speak Chinese this time, even though it was the language he was most familiar with and loved the most. Yes. Must. Ah Chiang, get in the car quickly. The middle-aged man pushed his nephew onto the back seat and got in himself. Go to the rumble zone, the middle-aged man said, wiping the sweat from his head. I don't know what happened today, I can't get a taxi. Ah Chiang laughed on the side, his eyes lingering on the tall buildings outside. In the car, Richard listened to the conversation between the uncle and nephew, and his mouth twitched. The Cantonese they spoke happened to be his blind spot in knowledge. This is really M. When they were about to reach the destination, Ah Chiang, who was looking around, finally discovered a fact. Oh, are all the taikos in Manhattan so luxurious? Ah Chiang pointed to the exquisite and luxurious, spotless layout of the car and exclaimed. The middle-aged man was stunned. He just discovered this problem. This car seems to be a little different from the one he usually sits in. But he can't act like he hasn't seen the market in front of his nephew. Nephew, this is Manhattan, this is New York, don't make a fuss. Ah Chiang nodded in agreement. Richard. After sending the 2 away, Richard handed over a business card with "Old Driver of Akina Mountain" printed on it. He drove the car into an alley, and when he came out, the yellow taxi had turned into a black BMW. The Rumble Zone is one of the most chaotic places in Manhattan. Richard had taught many gangsters and dealers a lesson here. This place is quite well known. This is the territory of White Tagoer, the underground tycoon of Manhattan. Chapter 6, Tailing. Ugh, tailing. Ugh. Protect the pretty lady. White Tagoer, the underground boss of Manhattan. On the surface, he is a wealthy businessman, but in fact, he is. His hobby is high-eared women. Ugh, it is golf, and he plays it very well. The tigers are his subordinates. This is a gang that does all kinds of dirty work such as robbery, drug trafficking, smuggling, and murder. Sometimes the methods are very professional, and sometimes they are very rough. They are never afraid of making a big noise, and they have done things like throwing bombs into the crowd. Group under his management, the organization's influence spreads throughout Manhattan, making him the absolute underground emperor. Richard had confronted members of this organization before and witnessed its strength. Before, without armor, he could not fight hard and could only follow his heart. Now, since he has come here, it is just right to eliminate harm for the people. Richard's sense of justice is overflowing, and he decided to kill the whole tiger. But before that, he has to go somewhere. Although karma is urgently needed, physiological needs cannot be ranked second. Both hands must be grasped and strong. The familiar streets kept passing by the car window, and Richard finally arrived at the Beauty and the Beast ballroom. As soon as he entered the door, a warm and noisy atmosphere rushed towards him, mixed with various smells, including but not limited to body odor, sweat, and cheap perfume. Richard was very glad that his sense of smell was not as good as his hearing, otherwise he would have been choked to death at this moment. Squeezing through the crowd, Richard came to the center of the ballroom, a huge iron cage. The iron cage was lush with vegetation, and a tiger of unknown species was lying inside. Next to it was a small iron cage, and a beautiful woman in cool clothes was dancing enchantingly inside. Amid the explosive music, a tiger suddenly roared, combined with the beauty in the iron cage and the dazzling lights, it was a different style. Bruise. A surprised shout, followed by a fragrant breeze. Richard smiled bitterly and patted the Chinese beauty hanging on his body. I said, "I'm not Bruce. In my heart, you are my Bruce Lee, my hero." Nancy kissed Richard fiercely and hugged him tightly. "Lee, you haven't come here much recently, you won't forget me, right?" "I will never forget you, even if I forget to eat or sleep." The two of them left the dance hall, and just as they got into the car, Nancy pushed Richard down. Richard smiled and pressed a button. The reflective shield on the inside of the car window suddenly rose, and the front seat returned to the car. Shrink, the back seat is flat. 2 hours later, Nancy lay on Richard's chest, her watery eyes smiling at him, her eyes affectionate. "You are already a boss, but you still do things here yourself?" Richard asked while hugging Nancy. "Danny is in school, and I am bored at home every day." Nancy squinted her eyes and enjoyed Richard's embrace. "With the kung fu you taught me and your little brothers here, I am very safe, don't worry." When mentioning Danny, Richard's mouth curled up. Nancy, who has a first-class appearance and figure, used to be a dancer in this dance hall. After get-off work, she was harassed by a group of motorcycle hooligans. Richard happened to see her and saved her. A heroic rescue. Richard gained a stable gun, a cheap brother, a group of loyal henchmen, and the title of Bruce Lee. Nancy's brother has disabled legs, the kind that cannot be cured, so Richard spent a lot of money to customize a pair of mechanical-assisted prostheses for him, which is the kind of exoskeleton type, which can't be seen even if he wears baggy pants. Richard didn't have any utilitarianism, he just wanted to help, but his karma still increased, and he also captured Nancy's heart. The two maintained a solid relationship and lived without interfering with each other. Anyway, they were not far away, so Richard often visited Nancy and Danny. It was just that he came suddenly this time and didn't bring any gifts. But for Nancy, he himself was a gift. Lunch was eaten at Nancy's house. Richard personally cooked authentic braised pork and stewed rice, and then went to pick up Danny from school. They talked about school along the way, and when they got home, Nancy had already prepared other dishes. After a warm lunch, Richard sent Danny away and checked whether Nancy's kung fu had fallen behind, such as how to counter when someone locked her throat from behind, and what tricks to use to break when her arms were locked against the wall. After checking, Nancy's kung fu was not behind, so Richard left with satisfaction. Richard didn't know where the Tigers' base camp was, but there were many people on the street who knew it. Richard casually asked a few thugs in a friendly manner and learned the location of their small leaders. As long as these small leaders are found, the location of the Tigers' base camp will not be a problem. Forgate. Interesting name. Richard followed the address and went to the home of the leader in charge of drug business in the Tigers. It's better to call it a base than a home, because those subordinates said that this guy often lives in the Moby Dick Hotel and has booked a suite there. 100 meters away from the hotel, just around the corner, on the sidewalk, a woman who was soaking wet and panicking caught Richard's attention. The car turned from black to yellow in an instant. The driver on the side was stunned, ran through the red light and drifted to stop in front of the woman, and rolled down the window. "Madam, do you look like you need help?" The woman was startled, but turned around and looked behind her. The two men in suits also saw her and ran after her. Seeing this, the woman opened the car door and got in. "Police station." "No problem, hold on tight." Richard glanced at the rear-view mirror, and saw two men in suits running over with their hands in their arms, and then stopped with a look of rage on their faces. He couldn't help but smile and started the engine. In the rear-view mirror, the two men in suits had already left them far behind and disappeared. Richard turned on the heater and quietly looked at the beauty in the back seat. Why was such a beautiful person chased by two men in suits who were most likely to have guns? It's better for the beauty to have some stories, otherwise it would be a waste of time for him to go to Forgate. "Madam." Richard was about to say something when the woman roared, "Kill his grandma." Take me to the police station quickly, okay? After the woman shouted, she hugged her shoulders and leaned on the back seat, looking out the window. Seeing this, Richard shut up decisively. We've arrived at the police station. Madam, call if you need anything, I'll be there anytime you call me. Richard handed over a Dongfeng Express mission must be reached business card. The woman grabbed the business card, paid and got out of the car. She walked to the trash can and threw the business card into it, then walked up the steps in front of the police station. But after a few steps, the woman seemed to hesitate and turned around and left in another direction. Richard curled his lips. It's been a long time since I followed the beautiful lady. Bah, it's following, bah, it's protecting the beautiful lady. This lady obviously has something wrong with her, and she can definitely provide karma. It's not too late to solve her problem first and then find Forgate. Anyway, that guy can't run away. Richard followed quietly, and soon came to an apartment that looked very good. Chapter 7, Put on the flame dragon armor before pretending to be cool next time. After returning home, Julie locked the door, and her strength was exhausted. She knelt on the ground and cried loudly. Just now, she accompanied her roommate to the Moby Dick Hotel, and then witnessed the scene of a former police officer and roommate being shot. After escaping narrowly, she was now completely at a loss. Who can help her? Julie was so helpless at the moment. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled her. NYPD. Someone complained that your room is too noisy, please open the door. Julie was stunned. Complaint? Too noisy? Julie stood up and glanced outside the door quietly, but saw nothing. After all, police officers don't have to wear police uniforms to investigate cases. Show me your badge. Julie's voice still had a hint of tears, but her mind was calm at the moment, and she was alert. Just witnessed a murder case, as the only eyewitness, and was found by the police after escaping from the hotel. How could this matter reveal a strange feeling? What a coincidence! Thinking of the former police officer putting such a big bag of powder on the table, and the people talking to him about insiders and providing information, my goods, everyone's goods, etc., Julie became more and more vigilant, and the black policeman she saw in the movie suddenly appeared in her mind. It was because of such concerns that she did not go to the police station. And now there is a guy who claims to be a New York policeman standing at the door. He is most likely here to kill people and silence them. Anger rose in Julie's eyes. Fear and anger at the murder of her friend all turned into murderous intent. Since they are all in the same group, then kill this guy to avenge her friend. Julie glanced at the cat's eye and really saw a police badge, but this only made her more angry. Picking up the baseball bat that was always prepared at the door, Julie shook it. It was too light. Wait a minute, I'll change my clothes. Julie shouted, went to the kitchen to find a sharp knife, held it tightly in reverse, then opened the door and hid behind it. The man who claimed to be NYPD looked at the empty doorway, and the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up. He strode in, and just as he passed the door, the wind of the knife blew in his face. The man grabbed the knife, grabbed Julie with his backhand, and closed the door. Madam, assaulting a police officer is a crime. The man laughed. Shit. You are not a police officer at all, you are in cahoots with them. Julie shouted, followed by a high, oh. You guessed right, I'm not a policeman, but I'm not a bad guy either. My name is Yan Longxia, a hero, the embodiment of justice. Richard said seriously, I came here because you are in trouble, ma'am. Julie snorted coldly, still glaring at Richard, I don't trust you. Hey? How do you know I'm a big head? Richard glanced at his pants subconsciously. Richard handed the sharp knife to Julie with the tip of the knife in his hand. I'll give you the knife to make you feel more at ease and to show my sincerity, but don't stab me again. By the way, don't use any kitchen knives, boning knives, other knives, and various things that may hurt me, okay? Julie grabbed the sharp knife, clenched it tightly, and then stabbed again. Half a minute later, Julie was thrown on the sofa with her hands tied behind her back. She turned her head and stared at Richard with a pair of charming eyes, as well as the Duke and the Duke in his arms, a white Havanesa and a West Highland White Terrier. "Let's talk business. I want to know why you ran away and who is chasing you. Tell me and I will help you solve the problem," Richard said seriously, rubbing the two dogs' heads. The two pet dogs hummed and enjoyed it comfortably. Julie stared at Richard, and Richard looked at her without hesitation, with a sincere face. A minute later, Julie's eyes were sore, and she couldn't help blinking, and her whole body collapsed. When she opened her eyes again, the fierceness in her body disappeared, and she turned from a little wild cat with flying hair into a helpless, weak, and pitiful stray kitten, with tears pouring down. "Max invited me to a party at the Moby Dick Hotel, and I went to repay her favor. But I didn't expect." Julie choked and tears kept flowing. Richard untied the straps and handed her a tissue. Julie glanced at Richard and wiped her tears. "That guy named Eddie took drugs. I wanted to leave. Max said she would leave in 5 minutes, so I went to the bathroom. When I came out, I saw them kill Max and Eddie. Then they found me. I jumped into the swimming pool and escaped." Julie covered her face and cried. Richard learned about the incident and couldn't help but sigh at the coincidence of the facts. The murderer turned out to be the one he was looking for, Forgate. The guy named Eddie seemed to have stolen Forgate's goods, so Forgate came to clean up. Max was just killed along the way, and the beauty Julie Mott became the only eyewitness, so she was naturally hunted down by Forgate's men. "I haven't come to find you yet, and you're coming to find me. It's really, monkey shit." Richard sighed. With Forgate's means, it's not difficult to find the addresses of Max and Julie. Maybe he will come to clean up soon. So what he needs to do now is to wait. Wait for Forgate or his men to come, kill them, and then go and wipe out his lair. By the way, we still have to ask Mr. White's address. Julie calmed down, looked at Richard sitting quietly on the sofa with his eyes closed, snorted coldly, and then picked up the Duke and the Duchess. "You two little traitors." Julie put down the puppy, looked at the bulging bag on Richard's waist, and was a little curious. She reached out to grab it, but was suddenly stopped by Richard. "What are you doing?" Julie shouted angrily, and raised the sharp knife again. But thinking that she seemed to be the thief, she put the knife away embarrassedly. "I just want to see. Here it comes." Richard opened his eyes, and a smile of excitement appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although there were only 2 people on the stairs, they were both holding guns. I guess they had lives on their hands, right? One person. 50 karma is not too much, right? What coming? Julie was stunned, and then her pupil shrank. She was not stupid, and she came to her senses at this moment, and she was terrified. But seeing Richard's calm and composed look, her pounding heart slowly calmed down. "Get the mop and bucket ready," Richard said, and stood up and walked to the door. "What do you need the mop and bucket for?" "To wipe the blood." Julie's heart suddenly started beating wildly again. Boom! The shotgun blasted through the solid wood door, and a fat man in a vest rushed in with an Italian Spas 12 type shotgun. He was slightly stunned when he saw Richard, then he pulled the bolt and fired a shot. The 12-gauge shotgun burst out of the barrel and turned into dense steel balls, covering Richard's upper body. Julie screamed. Richard smiled. But the next moment he couldn't laugh anymore. Richard flew backwards and hit the load-bearing pillar with a bang. The fat man didn't even look at Richard, and turned the muzzle of the gun and aimed it at Julie, who was still covering her ears and closing her eyes. "Hey, did you forget about me?" The angry voice stunned the fat man. "He was shot by me, but he's not dead yet." The voice also stunned another fat man and a long-haired bearded man who had just entered the door. "Who is this?" Flame Dragon Armor Fusion. Richard recited the lines that he thought were handsome but were extremely embarrassing at the moment at the fastest speed. A flash of red light, and the Flame Dragon armor was added. The three intruders looked at the magical scene and raised their guns and shot. The gunshots continued, but the faces of the three people were desperate at the same time. The bullets are useless. Looking at the unscathed red armor and the shriveled bullets falling to the ground, the three people were terrified. Thirsty. The bearded man aimed at the black part of Richard that was not covered by the armor and fired 3 shots in succession. Seeing the bullets become shriveled and hit the floor like the previous ones, the bearded man's hands were shaking. Holy shit! The bearded man turned and ran. A figure was faster than him, blocking the door like lightning, pinching his neck and lifting him up. Who is Forget? Richard said coldly, and a cold light flashed on the blue mirror. No. It's not me. The bearded man said with difficulty. The 2 fat men also shook their heads, threw down their guns and knelt on the ground, looking at Richard's clothes, trembling all over. A smell of urine filled the air. Richard's eyes swept through the 3 people through the mask, and his palms suddenly clenched. The terrifying force directly broke the bearded man's neck, and the heavy body fell to the ground and hit the 2 fat men. Piagee! Piagee! Richard punched the 2 fat men with tonnage far exceeding that of ordinary people and flew them to the other side of the wall. Then the 2 men with collapsed chests slowly slid down, leaving 2 long blood marks on the wall. Killing the Tiger Organized Killer, Karma plus 62. Killed the LTTE Thugs, Karma plus 31. Killed the LTTE Killer, Karma plus 49. Protect the female witness, Karma plus 120. Richard's depressed mood because of the bullet he just got shot suddenly became better, and he reflected on the battle just now. Originally, he wanted to pretend to be cool, but he forgot that it takes time to put on armor, and even more so, it takes that shameful line. Fortunately, the fat guy's shooting skills are quite accurate, and all the bullets hit the bulletproof vest, otherwise he would still be dead or alive at this moment. Summary: reality is not special effects. Unless you have Hua Xiao's speaking speed, you must put on the Flame Dragon armor before pretending to be cool next time. Chapter 8: Send a few flavors of barbecue, Oriental food oily luo. Julie was shocked. Seeing Richard approaching, she retreated again and again. Don't come over. Richard had no choice but to stop and remove the armor. Is it more comfortable to look at this way? Julie held the knife in both hands and trembled. Who are you? I said, I am the Flame Dragon Warrior, the embodiment of justice, the hero of the Twister. Richard looked harmless. Look, I killed the 3 who came to kill you, doesn't this prove that I am a good person? Julie shook her head, thinking that you are much scarier than them. Richard was speechless. Imagine that I am a policeman, and I shot them to protect you, that would be much better, right? Julie, what a bullshit. Nazukai. Richard had no choice but to pack up Julie and her Duke mother and take them to a safe place, a property he owned in Manhattan. This was originally prepared for Nancy and Danny, but the 2 refused to accept it, especially Nancy, who insisted on being self-reliant. Richard did not force her, so the house remained there and he would find someone to clean it every time he came to Manhattan. Here are the keys, and this is $10,000 for you to use first. Richard handed the money and keys to Julie. You can call the police if you want, but be careful. Richard left Julie and headed for the Moby Dick Hotel. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot, force out White's lair, and then kill Froget. As for Julie, Richard had no intention of developing a further relationship with her. Saving people was just for karma, and had nothing to do with her appearance. Having Nancy here in Manhattan was enough, and he was not a greedy person, so people should be content. Moby Dick Hotel. Froget listened to the busy tone on the phone and looked grim. 3 idiots. Foget threw his phone, picked up his gun and car keys and was about to leave, but suddenly stopped. At the door, a guy in strange armor stood there, with blue armor goggles, seeming to be looking at him. Foggett was horrified. And then raised his gun and shot. However, the next scene made him shudder and gasp. The armored man appeared in front of him like teleportation, holding the muzzle of the gun with his palm, covering the burst of gun flames, and bullets. "Without this gun, you are nothing." Richard sneered, spread his palms, and a few shriveled bullets fell. Foggate's eyes widened, still staring at the bullets, and then he lost consciousness. Foggate was awakened by the pain. When Foggate woke up, he felt dizzy and everything was upside down in his sight. No, it should be said that he was upside down. Foggate struggled, and his eyes vaguely saw that he was tied up with chains and hung upside down on the ceiling. "Where am I? Who dares to kidnap me?" Foggate couldn't speak, there was a tape on his mouth, and he could only whimper. Suddenly, he remembered the guy in armor, and his whole body suddenly felt cold. "Awake!" The voice came from behind, and Foggate's pupils shrank. It was that voice. It was the devil in armor. Shit! Foggate twisted his body wildly, but the chains only made a futile and desperate collision sound, and he couldn't even see the devil behind him. After a while, Foggate gave up struggling, and only seemed to say something in his mouth. Snap! The sound of a lighter suddenly sounded, followed by a puff. Foggate face was distorted. The continuous blowing sound seemed to be the sound of a welding gun. "Devil! What the hell are you doing? Send Q." The flame sprayed by the high-temperature welding gun can reach a temperature of 2000 degrees, and cutting steel plates is as easy as cutting butter. Do you know what the consequences will be if it is sprayed on human skin? The devilish voice made Foggate tremble all over and kept shaking the chains, but his arms were tied to his neck, and he could do nothing now, and could only keep shaking desperately. "It won't hurt too much at first, because the temperature is too high, and the flame will instantly burn the nerves, becoming the best anesthetic, and you won't feel anything at all." Richard continued to speak, and Foggate shook his head wildly and whimpered wildly. "If you're lucky, you won't go into shock, and then wherever the flame passes, you'll feel cold." The welding gun continued to spray fire, and the sound fell into Foggate's ears, which made him feel so painful. Foggate cried, and snot and tears mixed with snot flowed from his forehead. "Brother! Can't you just ask what you want to do? I'll tell you everything. I'm going to start. Friendly reminder, you will smell the barbecue first, and then it will start to hurt, assuming your nerves are tougher and not burned." Richard pointed the welding gun at Foggate's back and leaned over. A smell of barbecue suddenly spread, and Foggate's weak abdominal muscles instantly burst out with terrible power, and his entire upper body suddenly bounced up, his head could see his crotch, and then fell hard. Foggate burst into tears in pain. "Woo woo woo! Woo woo woo! Are you going to say something?" Richard tore off the tape. Foggate burst into tears. You are lying. Bullshit anesthetic, not cold at all, it hurts so much, it hurts so much, woo woo woo." "That's right, I lied to you." Richard laughed, "I'm not a scientist, and it's my first time roasting human flesh, how can I know what it tastes like?" Richard patted Foggate's face, "But your fat is already roasted, just like a delicacy called yuzaluo in the East. Do you smell the refreshing fragrance?" Richard inhaled intoxicatedly. "Send QQ! Send QQ! You are the devil!" Foggate cried, "What the hell are you going to do? What are you doing?" "What am I going to do? Didn't I say at the beginning, I want to know the location of White Tiger's lair?" Richard looked innocent. Thirsty! Thirsty! You didn't even ask, woo woo woo!" Foggate cried like a 2,000 pound fat man. Richard asked for the address, and then gave Foggate a quick death. After all, barbecue is too cruel. He is a hero, and he should kill criminals with one punch. Looking at Foggate's headless body, Richard turned and left. Kill the leader of the Tiger organization, Karma plus 372. Max, you can rest in peace. In a private room of the Moby Dick Hotel. A tall man in a suit and glasses looked at the corpses on the ground, and the only survivor beside him who was crazy and muttering about the Red Devil, and dialed a number with an ugly face. Boss, Forget disappeared. His men were wiped out, and the goods were not found. Recover the goods at all costs, and don't fall behind the diamonds. I want the goods to be shipped as quickly as possible. Understand? Yes, boss. After hanging up the phone, Jordan took a deep breath. Trouble. At all costs, it can be seen that the boss is determined. But what can be asked from this crazy guy? It's all the fault of this idiot Forgate. If this guy hadn't betrayed the boss and wanted to sell goods on his own, why would he have been so busy running around? Jordan walked out of the private room and looked at the group of subordinates at the door, and asked with a headache, who knows a psychiatrist? I know a psychiatrist. A subordinate raised his hand weakly. Jordan looked back at the guy in the room. Damn, a psychiatrist seems to be okay. Chapter 9, The Repair Fee of a Bag of Diamonds, an Air Cushion Boat. Richard originally wanted to go to White's Manor overnight, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it during the day. After all, it's easier to get people together during the day. He slept well in the car and woke up at more than 9 in the morning. Richard solved his physiological problems, ate some breakfast, and set off for White's Manor. The car turned the corner and drove to another street. Richard looked at the road ahead and frowned slightly. In a series of car accidents, one of the cars crashed into a shop on the street. No one knew how the driver drove it. Richard slowly stopped the car and prepared to help. At this moment, a black man covered in blood climbed out of the car with a black box in his arms. Save me. The black man had a gold watch and gold jewelry, and he was dressed in a suit and seemed to be quite rich. Richard was about to walk over when he heard a sharp brake sound behind him. Instinctively looking back, 2 black, 1 long and 1 short Lincoln sedans stopped, and several men in suits rushed out with guns. Then, da-da-da-da. Submachine gun shooting. The black man's car was riddled with holes. Richard did not change his appearance at this moment, and did not dare to transform on the street. The most important thing is that he did not bring a gun at all. There was no way to fight back. Richard could only hide for a while, so he hid under the car. Ding 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 ding. The bullets came into close contact with the car shell and stopped after a long time. The men in suits ran over, dragged the black man out of the car and shot him again, then opened the box in his arms. The diamonds are all there. Retreat. A group of men in suits evacuated in an orderly manner, and one of them did not forget to throw a grenade into the black man's car. Boom! As the grenade exploded, the body was destroyed and the sound of the tires rubbing against the ground gradually faded away. Richard got out from under the car, looked at the scratches on the front of the car caused by the bullet, and smiled coldly. Get in the car, shift gears, and step on the accelerator. The tires rubbed against the ground wantonly, and the black BMW rode away with a large puff of white smoke. In the distance, 2 Lincolns were driving slowly, and Richard's eyes were on the side of the road. Just then, a small alley appeared, and Richard rushed in with the rear end of the car. When he appeared again, Richard had transformed into the Flame Dragon Knight and chased after him with a red shadow. In the extended Lincoln sedan, Jordan asked several of his men to count the number of diamonds. He couldn't help but look at the crazy guy who was shrinking beside him, and kicked him. He seemed to be still not satisfied after kicking him, so he punched him again. Thirsty. Jordan cursed angrily, thinking about the bad deal today, and punched the crazy guy again. Because of this guy, the diamond deal that was supposed to be a black-on-black deal failed, and the slippery black guy escaped. He could only lead people to chase the diamonds. Fortunately, he finally caught up, but he didn't know if the number was less. If it was less, he would have to eat this guy alive today. "Doctor, when can you arrive?" Jordan called the doctor. "I know, I'll go there right away." Jordan hung up the phone, and his men also counted the diamonds. "Not one less." Jordan nodded with satisfaction. "Let's go back to the hotel, the damn doctor is coming soon. I hope he can make this guy pour out everything he knows, otherwise he won't live." Jordan glanced at the crazy guy and sneered. Bang! The roof of the car suddenly shook, scaring everyone. The next moment, an even more terrifying scene appeared. A hand wearing armor dug a hole in the roof of the car. Then, with a sharp creaking sound, a large hole was torn in the roof, and a red figure fell into the car. The strange beast had shoulder armor, beast face chest armor, red and silver, black base, was Richard wearing the flame dragon armor. Jordan's pupil shrank, and he pulled out his gun as quickly as possible. "Kaba!" Jordan screamed in pain, grinning at his twisted arm. "You, who are you?" Before Richard could answer, the car stopped suddenly, and then the guy huddled in the corner of the car shouted like crazy, "Devil! Devil! You are a red devil! Red devil! What the hell?" Richard threw the guy out of the car, then crushed the guns of several minions into scrap metal and threw them out together, and finally his eyes fell on the bag of diamonds. "As compensation for damaging my car, I'll take this bag of diamonds," Richard said, and looked at Jordan deeply. Even though his eyes were blocked by goggles, Jordan still felt creepy. Jordan felt a desire. This guy seemed to want to get something from him. Life? And this guy should be the red devil that the unlucky lunatic mentioned, right? The armor with red as the main color and devilish power, this guy must be him. Thinking of the bloody scene where this guy beat more than a dozen of Forgate's men into a mess, Jordan felt a chill. However, the red figure in front of him suddenly jumped and disappeared. Jordan was as if he had been pardoned, his tense nerves relaxed instantly, sweat broke out all over his body, and the cool breeze blew, and he felt cold. In his eyes, a fierce flash flashed, as if it was real. Richard returned to the car with the diamonds and counted them. Damn, there were more than 200 diamonds as big as a little finger. Although he inherited a large fortune and had also gained a lot of ill-gotten gains over the years, so many diamonds still made him excited. Fortunately, he was not a greedy person and soon calmed down the instinctive excitement when he saw the huge fortune. "With so many diamonds, I can give Nancy a diamond necklace, and the car repair fee is also settled. As for the rest, I'll see if there is any robbery." The BMW started, and the rear of the car drew a chic arc and drove away. Not long after driving, Richard felt a little thirsty. When he saw that there was no water in the car, he stopped in front of a convenience store. After paying the bill, Richard twisted open the water bottle and drank it. Ton 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 ton. After finishing the bottle of water, Richard burped. A big guy suddenly jumped out from the corner of the street, running rampant all the way, knocking away several cars, and then directly ran over a sports car, just like a hurricane passing through. It was a hovercraft. The hovercraft passed by, and then looked at the sports car. The paint was scraped off and the glass was broken. It looked miserable. Richard spit out a mouthful of water. "Damn, I'm thirsty. Why is there such a big hovercraft running rampant on the street? And it's rushing towards him? My car. Run it over, or you'll be shot." In the cab of the hovercraft, Jordan was hanging with one hand and pointing a gun at the crying driver with the other hand. The goods were robbed and his arm was broken. Because the mess in Forgate was already enough to be overwhelmed, Jordan, who was at the critical point, naturally exploded in silence. Jordan kidnapped the driver and decided to crush the guy to death with an airboat. After driving in the direction that the demon left for a while, he didn't see anyone. Crazy Jordan didn't care about that. With red eyes, he vowed to crush the red demon to pieces. As for the recovery of the goods from Foregate and the robbery of the diamonds, he had forgotten all about it. Even if the boss white to-goer stood in front of him, he wouldn't look at him. Now, he just wanted to kill that guy. Suddenly, a black BMW car came into view, with bullet marks faintly visible on it. Jordan was slightly stunned, and his mind became clear. The red demon's words and the black car that blocked the front when robbing the diamonds before were all connected together. So that's it. This black car must be that guy's car. Because he was involved in a gunfight and the car was scratched, he came to take revenge and robbed the diamonds. The car is there, but where is that guy? Jordan's eyes were red, and he stared at the car, and Richard's figure appeared. Is it you? Seeing Richard enter the car, Jordan showed a hideous smile. It seems that it is you, die. Run him over, crush him to death. Jordan's gun was pressed hard against the driver's head, and the driver cried and accelerated. The huge fan of the hovercraft suddenly burst out with stronger wind, blowing the pedestrians behind him to the ground, and rushed towards Richard's car in a huge noise. Richard cursed inwardly, just sat firmly in the driver's seat, his eyes swept, and his pupils shrank slightly. He saw Jordan. Richard's face sank. I got a hint when I crippled this guy's arm before. This is the leader of the Tiger organization. The reason why I didn't kill him directly was to catch the Tiger organization in one fell swoop in White's manner. After all, this is the leader. What if White can't contact him and runs away? Who can say for sure about this? In the end, I didn't mess with you, but you drove the hovercraft to mess with me. The key is that you went crazy in the street in broad daylight and hurt countless people. You said I should transform or not, save him or not. I'm hot and thirsty. Chapter 10, Mowing the Grass, the hotel will not let you go. The hovercraft was getting faster and faster. A big boy with headphones on a mountain bike was walking to the rhythm, completely unaware that a big guy was coming towards him. The shouting of passers-by did not affect the boy's sense of rhythm at all. Seeing that the hovercraft was about to hit him, Richard threw the water bottle in his hand and accurately smashed the boy's headphones. The boy tilted his head and finally found the existence of the hovercraft, and ran away. Bicycle. What bicycle do you want? Richard's eyes fell on Jordan, and then looked at the car and the pedestrians on the road, and his hand was on the bag. Suddenly, a roar of a sports car came, and Richard couldn't help turning his head to see a sports car without doors rushing over. A saw sword at the door flashed coldly, as if it was going to have an intimate contact with the hovercraft. Richard's mouth curled up, and he looked around. Sure enough, everyone's attention was on the hovercraft and the sports car. The surveillance was also far away, so he started to transform. Flame Dragon Armor, Combine. The red, black, and silver Flame Dragon armor covered his whole body. Richard leaped and landed in front of the hovercraft glass. He smashed the glass with a punch and pulled Jordan out like a chicken. Hey, man, you can step on the brakes, if you have one. Richard said to the confused driver and disappeared. The driver blinked and slammed on the brakes the next moment. A piercing sound suddenly appeared, and then the hovercraft tilted, and the driver showed a puzzled look. On the top of a building. Richard threw Jordan, who was covered with glass shards, down, and glanced at the distance, and fell on the sports car. The driver was Akyong. This was something he had never expected. It seemed that even if he didn't take action today, Akyong could solve the problem. Recalling the scene of the two uncles and nephews in the car before, Richard smiled. This Akyong is good. But this Jordan deserves to die. Jordan's eyes were red, and he glared at Richard with a look that was almost murderous. I wanted you to live a little longer, but you were in a hurry to reincarnate, which really gave me a headache. I'll fulfill your wish. Richard stepped down, and the watermelon juice splashed all over the ground. Remember to be a good person next time. In a huge golf course, White to-goer, who was wearing a golf suit, concentrated his mind and suddenly swung with both hands. With a snap, the golf ball drew an elegant parabola and landed far away next to the hole, slowly rolling into the hole. Applause broke out. White smiled and enjoyed the praise from the people around him. The phone rang suddenly. White frowned. This private number is not often used. People beat him. Seeing that it was Jordan's number, White's face darkened. It better be good news. White handed the club to the caddy and walked to the open space on the side. White to goer, if you want your powder and diamonds, hurry back to your manor, gather all your men and fully arm them. I'll give you 1 hour. Richard hung up the phone after he finished speaking, crossed his legs on White to goer's sofa, and read a book. The towel has flavor with relish. White looked at the guy in armor on his sofa with a blank expression. Did you kill George? Richard didn't say anything, just looked up at the time. There's still half an hour. Give you 1 minute, return my goods, and I won't hold you responsible for anything you did. White sat opposite the sofa and poured himself a glass of vodka. Richard didn't move. White didn't get angry when he saw this, but took a sip of the liquor, letting the spicy taste explode between the taste buds and savoring it for a moment. 1 minute later. Tell me where my goods are, and be careful not to dirty my sofa. White waved his hand, stood up and went upstairs. A dozen bodyguards in white suits pointed their guns at Richard, and 2 strong guys walked over with a grin. Wearing a strange costume, you luckily entered the manor, and you really think you are invincible? Is there something wrong with your brain? Boy, I advise you to speak out quickly, the anger of the tiger is not something you can bear. Why waste your words with him? Another guy slapped the book in Richard's hand away, grabbed his shoulder and tried to lift it up, but failed. Why don't you believe it? Richard's voice came from the flame dragon armor, and he stood up suddenly and slapped the guy in front of him. The horrible scene made a group of bodyguards completely stunned. But these bodyguards, or White's loyal men, are all of the best quality, and they just froze for a moment before shooting at Richard. There was no need to consider the sofa at this time. Facing such a guy, only the sound of gunfire could make them feel confident. A series of gunshots rang out, mixed with the sound of bullets falling to the ground. The guys who had emptied their magazines looked at Richard's armor without even a scratch, and were horrified. What is this? The latest bulletproof vest? It's impolite not to return the favor. Richard moved. His figure turned into a red light. After a dull sound, the bodyguards scattered in various corners of the living room. One by one, their chests were sunken or their heads were shriveled. They were deader than dead. Richard looked at White, who was stunned on the stairs. You have less than half an hour to gather your men. After that, he picked up the book and continued reading. 20 minutes later, the living room was full of people again, and it was crowded. This time, everyone had heavy weapons in their hands. Rifles and shotguns accounted for the majority, and there was even a Barrett sniper rifle and even a rocket launcher. A group of people looked at each other, their eyes lingering on the big guy carrying the rocket launcher, and then looked at the corpses in the corner, and the white boss and the armored man sitting opposite each other on the sofa. Each of them was very nervous. What's going on? No one dared to ask. This is White Tiger's living room. The last time the fool who yelled and moved around had been fed to the tiger, the huge white tiger lying next to the sofa at this moment. Everyone dared not breathe, waiting for White to say something. White seemed to have noticed the weird atmosphere. Your bulletproof vest is very good, and your skills are also very good, but can you resist these behind me? I am looking forward to it. Richard still didn't speak. This time, White's face was a little ugly. It's really asking for death to not hang him in front of his men. Where is my stuff? White stroked the fur of the white tiger beside him, and the white tiger opened its mouth and roared comfortably, which was probably the sound of yawning, but it made the people in the room feel cold all over. Richard finished reading the last page and closed the book. You have so few people? Less than 100. Richard glanced behind White and roughly counted the heads. One is 30, 100 is only 3,000. It's still not much, at least 10,000 to unlock it. Richard's muttering completely angered White. Johnson, let's go. White Tiger patted the back of the white tiger's neck. Kill him for me. White stood out from the crowd with a gloomy face. White Tiger Johnson slowly stood up and followed him. A group of men immediately retreated a few points and made a wider road. When one man and one tiger left, everyone relaxed immediately. Is this guy really that strong? You'll know after you try it. A man held an AK, pointed the gun at Richard and started firing. The gun flames flashed, the sound was deafening, and a magazine of bullets was quickly emptied. There were 7 or 8 smoking bullet holes scattered on the sofa. Richard sat on the sofa unscathed, and the blue goggles seemed to reflect a mocking light. The sound of swallowing saliva came one after another. Evil, devil! Someone exclaimed, but was beaten immediately. Bullsh *T. I am the devil. The big guy pushed everyone away, and the rocket was aimed at Richard, and then he was stopped by the beaten people and unloaded the rocket launcher. Idiot, do you want to kill us? Let me do it. Bartlett pointed the gun at Richard, pulled the bolt, but the target in the sight suddenly disappeared. Bang! The guy holding Bartlett flew out of the room directly, and the blood sprayed wildly in the air was pulled into a line. Obviously, he couldn't survive. Richard grabbed Bartlett and shot him casually. Bang! A bloody pass again the crowd, through the circular hole of flesh and blood, you can see a hole in the wall. The screams were deafening, and Richard started mowing the grass. This was originally his intention, but it was brought forward because of the AK just now. No one noticed that the sofa where Richard was sitting moved a little, which was caused by the impact of the AK bullet. The Flame Dragon armor is still not strong enough now. Although the AK bullet cannot break the defense, the powerful impact is all on Richard, making him grimace in pain. If he is hit by another sniper, it will be painful to death. I have to continue to exercise. A strong body can make the armor more effective. Mowing the grass. The rapid increase of karma makes him work harder. Punching, kicking, head hammering, knee bumping, the powerful power given by the armor makes Richard's every move have terrible destructive power. Every blow is like a sledgehammer, which can be said to be fatal. The living room suddenly turned into a meat grinder, with screams and broken limbs flying up, and Richard was the sharp reamer. In less than 2 minutes, there was no complete figure in the room except Richard. Richard's body shook, and all the stains flew away. Picking up the rocket launcher, Richard walked out of the living room and fired a round back. Boom! The flames broke through the roof, and the heat wave rushed to drown everything, including Richard's figure, followed by crackling burning sounds. A red figure walked out of the burning orange flames, and a kind of explosive handsomeness that a real man would never look back at the explosion came to his face. White stared blankly at the villa that had turned into ruins, and the figure walking towards him, his legs weak. What kind of monster is this? White turned around and ran, but got stuck. White Tiger Johnson crouched down, grinning, and roared at Richard. Little cat, go play somewhere else. Richard glanced at Johnson, and Johnson's roar stopped abruptly, and he turned and ran. White, who was eager to survive, rolled and crawled towards the door of the manor. For the first time, he felt that his place was too big. If he could survive, he would change his house. There would be a car parked at the door. No, it should be next to the police station. White ran desperately, but Richard followed behind like a ghost. What do you want? White was about to collapse, and shouted at Richard, I don't want the goods, I'll give them all to you, let me go. Goods. Richard stood in front of White and smiled coldly. I flushed those powder faces into the sewer a long time ago, and it almost blocked it. Richard recalled that the karma increased by 200 when flushing a pack, and he laughed like a pig under the mask, and kicked off White's Bollinger. Tell me the addresses and contact information of all your business partners, I can let you go quickly." White roared in pain, and heard Richard's words, and roared in pain, "Asshole, you ruined my billion-dollar business. Fu Xier will be here soon, and the hotel will never let you go. It's too late to escape, ha 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 ha." White laughed wildly, and didn't care about the snot and tears in his mouth. It seemed that he knew he was going to die, and he laughed even more happily. Killed Tiger Leader White to Goer, completely destroyed Tiger, Karma plus 788. Richard smiled, "Fu Xier. Hotel. Haha, although I don't know what it is, I welcome it very much." Chapter 11, I picked up a ginger cat, fortunately I have a big treasure to protect me. By destroying those poisonous asterisk, Richard gained 4,000 karma, White's subordinates have more than 50, each contributing an average of 45 karma, a total of 2,331 karma. Killing White, the bad guy leader who has harmed countless families, will gain 788 karma. Counting other sporadic gains, he now has exactly 7,700 karma. 10,000 is definitely a critical point. It is definitely possible to unlock armor at this number, but he does not need armor of the same level as the Flame Dragon armor now. What he needs more is weapons and skills. I just hope that I can unlock weapons and skills by then. After harvesting so much karma at once, it's time to take a break and treat myself to a braised pork meal. I haven't had a meal for several days. I must eat today and continue to earn karma tomorrow. With full energy, Richard slightly increased his speed. Suddenly a cat came into view. It was an orange cat, stupidly standing in the middle of the road, not moving at all when the car lights flashed past. Helplessly, Richard stopped the car and prepared to carry this guy to the side of the road. When he walked to the orange cat, Richard suddenly had a strange feeling. And the orange cat raised its head almost at the same time. A pair of eyes looked at Richard, and there seemed to be a twinkle in his eyes. Richard blinked his eyes. Illusion? Looking at this orange cat again, it's just an ordinary orange cat. Sure enough, I saw it wrong. Little cat, don't stand here, it's dangerous. Richard picked up the orange cat, and the orange cat didn't resist, and didn't even move, just staring at it with those cute eyes. Richard put the orange cat next to the flowers on the roadside, looked at his house not far away, and got in the car. Just as he was about to start, an SUV suddenly rushed out from the side of the road. Is it Mrs. Smith? This time she drove more aggressively than the one I saw that day. The SUV drove past the car with a bang, and Richard put down his hand that he had just raised to greet. Hey? Richard saw another figure chasing the SUV, it was Mr. Smith. He was about to say hello, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. It was obvious that the couple next door had a quarrel, and Mrs. Smith ran away in anger. It would be inappropriate for him to say hello at this time. Just pretend that he didn't see it. Richard took a detour after returning and parking the car, he could not help but sigh. Marriage is indeed the grave of love. He was right to choose to be a single noble. After all, if there is a need for that, there are many types of cannons. Whether it is a fixed cannon or a mobile cannon, there are all kinds of them. What is the point of getting married? Like the Smiths, one drives and the other chases? Richard felt a chill. In the kitchen, Richard took out the meat from the refrigerator and started to melt it, while preparing the seasoning for cooking and washing the rice. If you can master the power of fire, melting meat will be easy. Richard sighed and clenched his fist. Although the Flame Dragon armor is good, for him, it is only a super bulletproof vest and super exoskeleton mecha. It seems that Stark's Iron Man suit can do these, and he not only has a full set of weapons but can also fly. In comparison, he is much lower. Skills, weapons, mounts. When can they be unlocked? Richard muttered, turned around, and saw a cat squatting on the ground. It was the orange cat. Hey, How did you get in? Richard looked at the orange cat curiously. There was no badge on its neck, but its smooth fur didn't look like a stray. How did the little guy survive? Will you live in my house from now on? Richard squatted down and touched the orange cat's head. The orange cat still looked at him straight. Silly cat, why are you so stupid? Richard picked up the orange cat and rubbed its head. I'll call you Adi from now on. Meow. The orange cat cried out, not knowing whether it agreed or was dissatisfied. Morning, Mrs. Smith, do you need my help? Richard rolled down the car window and said to Mrs. Smith, who was throwing away the garbage. Thank you, but no. Mrs. Smith nodded politely, and a mysterious smile bloomed on her lips that were slightly larger than those of ordinary people. Richard nodded, drove away, and couldn't help but glance at the Smith family. They had a quarrel yesterday and moved today. Is this a divorce? Richard couldn't help but think. There is no malice, it's just a single dog. The instinctive thought of the nobles when they see such things. In sight, a group of women carrying things came out of Smith's door. Tisk tisk, this Mrs. Smith has many girlfriends, and they are all beautiful, so awesome. After driving for a day, Richard didn't get any valuable information, but this is normal, after all, you don't run into things every day. Even in a messy place like Twisted Waste, there are times of peace and tranquility. Finally, I got another order, which was to take passengers to the Grand Hyatt Hotel. The passengers were playing with their phones all the way, without saying a word, and they paid and got off the car when they arrived at the place, which was very neat. Richard was about to leave when he suddenly found a familiar face in the crowd. My neighbor next door, Mr. John Smith. Is it such a coincidence? Then just say hello. Richard reversed the car and suddenly saw someone next to John saying something, and then John took off his suit in a panic and stuffed it into the trash can. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Bang. The lid of the trash can flew up to the sky, flames burst out, and the crowd was in chaos. John took advantage of the chaos to leave, his face was very sour. Hello. Richard said to John, Mr. Smith, do you want a ride? John was stunned for a moment when he saw Richard. Is this the neighbor? The weird neighbor Richard who is often not seen during the day and never shows up at the damn neighbor party? John never thought that he would meet Richard in this situation. Faced with the neighbor's kind invitation, John resisted the urge to pull him out of the car, nodded and opened the car door. The car is nice. John said and didn't say anything, and there was no joy or anger in his eyes. But there was a depressing atmosphere in the car. Couple quarrel? Richard asked, and the car drove steadily towards the way home. By the way, it's not a good habit to bring fireworks when going out. It's dangerous. John's mouth twitched. That's not fireworks, it's a bomb that my dear wife put in my pocket. Bomb. John had 10,000 complaints to spit, but he didn't know where to start. Who would have thought that his wife was a killer like himself? And she wanted to kill him? And the means were very cruel? Blow up the elevator, place bombs, do whatever it takes. After 5 years of marriage, even if there is no love, there is no need to be so fierce, right? Is it really like what Eddie, his best friend, said, he is just a mission target, Jenny approached him to get information, and then killed him? John's heart was in a mess, his head hurt, and he felt uncomfortable all over. There is an old saying in China, 1 day of marriage is 100 days of grace, quarrel at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. It's no big deal for husband and wife to quarrel, just give in. Richard smiled and advised. John thought about Richard's words, savored them carefully, and suddenly raised his eyebrows. How did this guy know we quarreled? Could it be? John lowered his head, pulled out a short knife from his shoe, and suddenly put it on Richard's neck. Stop. Understood. Richard suddenly braked, and the harsh friction sound was clearly audible throughout the street. and white smoke enveloped the car body. In the car, John's knife flew onto the dashboard, and his chest hit the back of the seat due to inertia. He was still stuffy and uncomfortable. But he didn't dare to move at this moment. A golden weapon was pressed against his forehead. That was a hunting pistol that could kill an elephant. The rifle among pistols, the Sand Eagle. Based on his many years of experience as a killer, it was definitely real, and the safety was off and the gun was loaded. And it was a fucking golden Sand Eagle. Misunderstanding, all misunderstandings. John raised his hands and smiled. Oh. Richard looked at John with a smile and put away his gun. I had long felt that this couple was a bit strange, and it was indeed not right. Fortunately, I had my big baby with me, otherwise I would not be able to control this skilled guy. I can't transform in the car, right? I'm a driver, you know that passengers nowadays are very fierce, so I usually carry a gun for self-defense, which is reasonable, right? John nodded hurriedly. Reasonable, so damn reasonable. The car returned to silence and continued to drive steadily on the road. John looked at Richard but was not afraid, but felt a little kind. The previous strangeness completely disappeared. He felt depressed and felt like he had to vent, and he couldn't help but open his mouth. Jenny and I have been married for 5 years. Chapter 12, I am the Flame Dragon Man, here to mediate family disputes. After listening to John's narration, Richard was full of emotion. The couple met in Bogotá, Colombia. He met Jenny, who was also single, after completing a mission but unable to leave. As fate would have it, the two of them escaped the search together, and then began to fall in love, and soon entered the grave of love together. After a period of passion, their marriage entered a period of fatigue and confusion, and they became cohabiting men and women, but they still did not have sex. Then a mission with a common goal officially broke the relationship between the couple. John used a rocket launcher to take down Jenny's cabin, causing the bomb Jenny had set to explode prematurely, and the target escaped. The two failed in their mission, and almost discovered each other's identity at the same time, and then there was a confrontation. She wants to kill me, it's incredible. John muttered, but there was a smile on his face. Richard felt pity and thought that this child was crazy and there was no hope. But as the old saying goes, it is better to destroy 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. Although the marriage of the guy in the back seat was very strange, and the couple even started to kill each other, Richard could clearly see from John's attitude that he still cared about her. So what's the point of being so entangled? She tried to attack you several times, but did she really kill you? You had the chance to do it but didn't kill her, what does that mean? You care about each other. Richard laughed, so if I were you, I wouldn't make a fuss, go home, hug her, kiss her, make her scream, and the next day we would be a loving couple again, how great. John's face was a little dark. Why did you look so excited when you said that scream, damn it? Damn, if I can't beat you, I have to beat you up now. At the door of the house, John was a little homesick, and Richard turned to go home. If he hadn't felt a similar aura from John and Jenny, he wouldn't bother to get involved in the couple's housework. In the gym, Richard was sweating profusely. As a fake descendant of the 5 elements, Richard is no different from the real ones. In order to develop the full potential of the Flame Dragon armor and exert its full power, his own physical fitness and fighting skills must reach a peak, which is the basis of everything. Moreover, the endurance of the armor is closely related to his physical fitness, and it is absolutely impossible without exercise. As for what the instructor of the armor warriors, the old man Shen Shan, said, that you have to rely on your heart to become strong and the capacity of the heart is infinite, Richard ignored this idealistic statement. It's too mysterious. But Richard was a little jealous of the virtual battle room developed by the ERP organization. How great would it be if that thing could be unlocked? The genes of the armor warriors, or the armor summoners, and even every descendant of the 5 elements, are special, containing excellent combat skills accumulated by countless generations. As long as someone creates new martial arts, they will be engraved in the genes and passed down. The virtual battle room allows the armor summoner to dive into the deep consciousness, to talk to the self in the subconscious appearance of the old man Shen Chan, and learn all the abilities that are already hidden in his own gene treasure house. The more Richard thought about it, the more envious he became, and his previous ideas were somewhat shaken. If there is really a virtual battle room that can be unlocked, should it be unlocked first, or unlock weapons, skills, and mounts? Only children can do multiple choice questions, but he, an adult, can only do multiple choice questions because he has no karma. My head hurts. And just when his head hurts, the clanging sound next door makes him upset. You forced me to do it. Doin. There was a violent knock on the door. John and Jenny stopped fighting at the same time and signaled each other with their eyes. Put down the knife on my neck first. Move the gun away first. The two looked at each other for a moment, removed their weapons at the same time, and walked to the door cautiously. When they opened the door, the couple were stunned by the person at the door. What kind of costume is this? An actor? Or is it Halloween today? I am the Flame Dragon Warrior. Richard next door is my friend. He invited me to mediate your family dispute. Richard, who was wearing Flame Dragon armor, said in a muffled voice. Jenny sneered. Richard, it's you, right? You're really funny. John laughed dryly, as if he was gritting his teeth, and slapped Richard's shoulder with a bit of force. Who told him to do what Richard said after returning home, but was almost hit by a knee strike. Bang! John's face changed slightly as his palm slapped hard on the armor that was harder than metal. Not plastic or wood. Richard glanced at the door, didn't find anything suitable, turned around and he grabbed the door handle and pulled it down. In front of the couple, he pinched it into the size of a glass bead and stuffed it into John's palm. Do you need me to go in and adjust it? John and Jenny shook their heads. Goodbye, good night. Richard said goodbye and disappeared the next moment. A drop of cold sweat slid down John's forehead. I thought it was Richard, but it turned out to be a perverted guy. This is really a surprise. Looking at the door handle in his palm that seemed to have been crushed by a hydraulic press at multiple angles, John's awe of Richard went up a level. Richard himself gave him a sense of danger and made him feel like he was facing his own kind. Now the threat level has gone up a level. Who made Richard know such a terrifying existence? Richard knows such a person. Jenny felt incredible. The young-looking man who always greeted her had such a terrifying friend? Speaking of which, do people really have such a strong grip? That's a metal handle. Even a hammer can't smash it into such a small piece, right? The couple looked at the small metal lump and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. Shall we continue? Jenny looked at John's face where she had cut a hole, and suddenly she didn't want to fight anymore. You were the first one to fight, you shouldn't ask me this question, Jenny. John pointed to the door. I hugged you and kissed you sincerely when I entered the door, but in return you ruthlessly kicked me to death. Didn't I think you were going to fight? Jenny pouted. I'm going to fight. John's voice suddenly became louder. You put a bomb in my clothes first. You also blew up the elevator. Shit, that's the elevator on the 70th floor. John said frantically. Jenny's momentum weakened. Although she really didn't want to blow up the cable of the elevator where John was at that time, her colleague did misunderstand her words and started fighting, and she admitted that. But then she thought about it and it was wrong. It was obviously you who started it. You still shot me with a gun, right? The first time you used it was not a gun, but a rocket launcher. Jenny roared. Thirsty. I didn't know it was you with the rocket launcher. I tripped and the gun went off accidentally. John was very excited. Jenny was stunned. So, it was an accidental discharge? She thought John was the first to take action regardless of the 6-year relationship between husband and wife. My colleague thought that my words goodbye were an order to take action, so he blew up the main cable. Jenny said embarrassedly, I was just angry. The two looked at each other, suddenly hugged each other and bit each other, and the door without the door handle slowly closed. Chapter 13, Scared to Pee, the house exploded. Early in the morning. Richard opened his eyes suddenly. It was 5 o'clock, and Richard woke up an hour and a half earlier. Of course, it was not because of poor sleep, but because he heard the movement. There were people. Many people. The heartbeat was strong, the footsteps were silent, and the breathing was steady. These people were all well trained and strong. A large group of such people surrounded the neighbor killer couple's house, and the meaning was self-evident. This must be the cleanup team sent by their organization, as John said. There are too many people. I wonder if John and the others can handle it. Enthusiastic Richard decided to help his neighbors clean up the yard. Getting up, rushing to the bathroom to wipe his face, Richard put his hand on the fire shadow stone. Flame Dragon armor combination. Red light burst out, and Richard turned into a shadow and rushed out of the house. Team A is in place. Team B is in place. Team C is in place. Everyone knows the target, don't be careless, go all out. Now, the cleanup operation begins. Bang! Bang! Crack! Crack! The smoke bomb was fired from the grenade launcher, shattering the glass and falling all over the room. The shit green smoke woke up the disheveled and shabby Smith couple. Shit! The two cursed in unison, and just as they were about to tell each other to be careful, red lasers shot into the room and swept around. Then there was a burst of bayou, and bullets were fired crazily. The house, which was already in tatters due to the battle last night, became even more tattered. The stuffing in the mattress and quilt flew all over the place. John and Jenny fled into the basement one after the other, crouching down. Faced with the dilemma of having no equipment at all, John couldn't help but look at Jenny. Jenny looked embarrassed. Yesterday, she brought her best friend to move and took away all the equipment. Now she was so embarrassed. Did you empty my bookshelf too? John asked. You mean the cold in there? Jenny adjusted her hair behind her ears and glanced away. Then in my closet. That M4. You didn't rummage through the toilet tank, did you? Beretta Pico. John. Now I'm at a loss. John looked like he was leaving everything to fate. Jenny apologized, kissed John, and then started to rummage through the boxes. She remembered that she had hidden a cop in the basement. Although it was small and only had a capacity of 4 rounds, it was more powerful than the Desert Eagle and was one of her favorite toys. 2 minutes later. Honey, wait. John stopped Jenny, something is wrong. Jenny also noticed it. No movement. How could there be so little movement if the organization sent people to clean up? They were the top killers of their respective organizations. If the boss had no problem with his head, he should have sent out a cleaning team, but it hadn't appeared for so long. It wasn't that they wanted to die, but this situation was too weird. The two looked at each other, each holding a steel pipe and a screwdriver, and quietly he touched it. Living room, no one. Bedroom, no one. Study, no one. There was a sudden bang outside the window, and John and Jenny looked at each other. Well, there was no need to look at each other, they looked out the window directly, and the scene that passed by seemed a little shocking. They stared at each other, and then looked out the window again in disbelief. Why is Richard's friend here? This was the common question of the two. Outside the house, after Richard punched the last killer into 2 small pancakes, he sensed John and Jenny's sight and made an okay gesture to them. Suddenly, an uncomfortable feeling of being stared at by something came to his mind. Richard looked at the yard across the street. A guy next to the greenery, who was dressed in the same clothes as the killers he had just killed, was pointing a classic shoulder-fired rocket launcher at him. Thirsty! Richard cursed inwardly and rushed over at the fastest speed. Whoosh! A rocket burst out of the chamber, trailing white smoke, and shot in the direction of Richard's movement. Richard looked at the rocket flying, and his dynamic vision was fully exerted. Suddenly, everything in his sight slowed down. And this moment of effort was enough for him to solve the problem. His fist turned into a palm and pressed on the side of the rocket. Richard wanted to turn the thing around and throw it back, but a dent immediately appeared on the shell. Richard cursed inwardly that the quality of this thing was too poor. Obviously, the turning force was too strong and the rocket could not withstand it. In this case, it could only change direction slightly. Of course, his family and Smith's family could not do it, so the only thing left was the sky. It was not impossible to block it directly. Although it was not afraid of flames and shrapnel damage, it hurt. Richard lifted the rocket, and the warhead rose about 20 degrees before reaching its limit. Whoosh! The rocket rushed up to the sky obliquely, flying higher and higher until it lost power, and then the warhead fell down. Richard's face changed. He overlooked a problem. GE phase rocket was not a bullet. A bullet is gone, but this rocket will explode, and it will only explode if it receives enough instantaneous impact force. His blocking did save the house from being blown up, but the rocket would not explode in the air, at least this one was not a delayed detonation fuse. Once it falls to the ground, the consequences will be disastrous. Looking at the direction where the rocket landed, Richard could only chase it. Otherwise, if there are deaths, they will all be counted on him. Richard couldn't help shuddering when he thought of the surging karma and the terrible consequences that would follow. When he was testing how karma grows, he did bad things, such as stealing or breaking glass, and then he proved that karma can only grow positively, and at the same time proved that doing bad things will be punished. When his karma grew, Richard entered a state of bad luck, choking when drinking water, and coughing his lungs out. After several tests, Richard was convinced that his dumb system was a positive energy system, and he would be punished for doing bad things. If this warhead killed someone because of him, then the degree of bad luck that followed was really unimaginable. It was very likely to be fatal. In addition to Iron Man and Avengers, he had watched 2 or 3 European and American movies, and he happened to have watched Final Destination. I guess that's how I would die when the time comes. The kind that even the flame dragon armor can't avoid. I was so scared. Richard rushed over like a fly, climbing walls, and finally caught the warhead before it landed. Looking at the guy in his hand that would explode if he hit him hard, Richard decided to return it to the killer. After a burst of running, there was an explosion. Black smoke mixed with flames rose into the sky. The one in Richard's hand didn't explode, but looking at the direction of the smoke, it seemed to be Smith's house. He ran back and saw that it was indeed. Richard threw the rocket at the killer who had not left yet, and then rushed into the sea of fire in front of him. In the ruins, the hot flames burned everything that could burn. In this country where wood accounts for a high proportion of the house structure, it is not uncommon for a fire to burn a house at a time. Richard felt the high temperature around him that ordinary people could never enter, and walked in the flames, with an indescribable feeling surging from the bottom of his heart. Just like when he didn't look back at the explosion before. Chapter 14. Do you have any misunderstandings about the killer? At a private airport in Manhattan, a white private plane slowly stopped. A burly man with glasses in a white suit got off the plane. "Boss, the tiger is finished," a man in a suit said respectfully, and then told him everything that happened in White's manor, as well as the drugs and diamonds. "Who did it?" The man with glasses frowned. "Still investigating, boss." "Interesting." The man with glasses pushed his glasses. Someone dared to touch White. "Don't they know that I am Fusieter's man? Investigate for me." Fusieter snorted coldly and walked towards the Mercedes that was waiting for him not far away, with a sneer on his face. Dare to interfere with Manhattan's drug business, it is to be an enemy of the hotel. No, the hotel is just one of the important armed forces of the high table. But the loss of more than $1 billion is enough to make the high table pay attention to it, and the intervention of the hotel is only a matter of time. No one can stay out of the warm invitation of the hotel. Those daring guys will definitely die. On the other side, Richard looked at the two dusty killer neighbors and made a sincere invitation, "Come live in my house, I guess you have nowhere to go." Richard smiled, "Anyway, I'm not at home during the day, so you can live in my house before you find a new place. It's a good place, free of charge." Mr. and Mrs. Smith looked at each other and nodded. Now they were extremely suspicious that Richard was the Flame Dragon Man. After all, Richard and the Flame Dragon Man had never appeared together, and the Flame Dragon Man's two appearances were too timely, just like living in their neighbor's house. Although 2 times were few, for the two killers who relied on intuition to make a judgment. But since Richard wanted to conceal his identity, the two naturally cooperated. What if they were beaten into pieces if they didn't cooperate? The couple stayed at Richard's house. After dealing with the police, it was already noon. Richard treated Mr. and Mrs. Smith to a meal of authentic braised pork before he drove out to work. "This morning, I met a taxi customer, who was a young man addicted to his phone. Along the way, I saw this guy watching a video, looking excited, and he didn't even notice that Richard glanced at his phone. It was that glance that made Richard frown. It seemed to be a live video, with the man tied up, and the cloth strips on his nose and mouth were all soaked in blood, very realistic. Brother, can you recommend something to watch? I also like to watch videos when I have nothing to do." Richard smiled. "Ah." The young man was stunned, obviously not hearing Richard's words clearly. Richard repeated it again. "Oh, this website is amazing, called Let's Kill Together, and it's live now." The young man shouted excitedly, handing over the phone. It was a red light, and Richard took a look. Realistic. Realistic to the point of being real. On the screen, in addition to the middle-aged man who was tied up and bleeding, there were also the number of views, a bunch of stupid comments, and a dosage reading linked to the number of views. The more views, the more medicine is injected, and the ingredients of the medicine are made public, which is anticoagulant. Obviously, the more people view, the more medicine is injected. The more, until it reaches the peak, it will take the life of the middle-aged man. Is this what it means to kill together? Are those who watch the video accomplices? Richard felt complicated and sighed in his heart. On the one hand, this thing seems to be true, and it really means karma. As long as he saves people and punishes the murderer, it will be a lot of karma. On the other hand, he sympathizes with the middle-aged man and is angry at the murderer behind the scenes. This person seems to be a genius, but his talent is used in the wrong place. Such a flexible brain, why not use it to do something good? What's the point of doing this kind of thing? Prove the evil of human nature? Richard glanced at the young man, who still had excitement on his face. Obviously, this video is curious and exciting enough to suit his appetite. Richard stepped on the brakes. "Get off!" The young man hit the back of the chair and his mobile phone fell out of his hand. "Walter!" The young man looked incredible, thirsty. "Believe it or not, I will complain to you!" The young man shouted. "Get off!" The golden sand eagle hit the young man's forehead, and Richard said coldly without turning his head. "Shit!" The young man screamed and raised his hands, opened the car door quickly, and ran away without looking back. Richard seemed to hear a ghost. Bang! The mobile phone spun and hit the young man's back, making him stagger. He lay on the ground crying and thirsty. This guy thought he was shot. Richard was too lazy to care. The BMW turned around and rushed out with a bang. In front of the house, Richard got out of the car and logged into the website with his mobile phone. The middle-aged man was still there, and the wound on his chest was bleeding. The bright red color was very dazzling. Opening the door, Richard raised his mobile phone and saw John and Jenny hurting each other on the sofa. Ahem! Richard coughed. John and Jenny got up as if nothing had happened, their eyes wandering. "You're back so early, haha." John laughed. "I'm so sorry to disturb your intimacy," Richard said expressionlessly and handed over the phone. "This is the network address of a murder video live broadcast. Can you help me find the real address?" John took the phone, and Jenny came over. "Not a bad trick, connecting the device to the user end to control the amount of medicine injected, is it heparin?" Jenny commented, pointing to the intravenous drip on the screen and asked. "Is there such a way? My means of interrogation are a bit behind the times." John stroked his chin. "Hey!" Richard's mouth twitched. Address. Oh." John went back to the room to get the notebook. "You or me?" Jenny smiled and took the notebook. Pa. The operation was as fierce as a tiger. Looking at the code on the screen jumping rapidly, Richard felt it was impressive. "Master, this is a master." "Sorry, I can't track it." Jenny was a little embarrassed. "This guy uses the mirror website method, I'm not good at this." "Walter? Can't track it? Why are you typing so fast?" Richard widened his eyes. "Aren't you killers? Shouldn't your hacker skills be maxed out?" Do you have any misunderstandings about killers?" Jenny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. John raised his hand. "Let me make it clear that I am best at frontal combat, and computers are not my strong point at all." Richard looked over with a vacant look. John felt guilty. "Will it offend that person?" "No, just in case, I have to make up for it. I know a computer expert, this is her address." She opened a computer repair shop, called Ge Wen's Computer Repair Shop. "By the way, don't mention my name." After John finished speaking, he handed over the address. "Ge Wen, she." Jenny's eyes glared, and she stretched out her hand to grab the paper in Richard's hand, but was hugged by John. Honey, she is just a technical nerd. I met her at work. She is not pretty at all. You don't have to think too much." "Really?" Jenny narrowed her eyes. "Absolutely true." John raised his hand and swore. "I believe you." Jenny hit John's chest hard and grabbed the paper again. No, you can't kill her." The two began to fight. Richard closed the door speechlessly. Chapter 15, Mysterious Cyber Criminals, Cyber Heroines, Passengers. Richard pushed the door of Ge Wen's computer repair shop. As soon as he entered the shop, it was a mess of computer cases and accessories, and a beautiful woman with glasses came into view. Richard immediately laughed in his heart. "I must tell Jenny when I go back. Repair the computer." The glasses-wearing beauty Ge Wen typed on the keyboard with both hands, without looking up. "Put the things on the table, leave a phone number, and let you know when it's done." "Sorry, I'm not here to repair the computer." Richard handed over his phone. "Can you help me find someone else's address?" Ge Wen looked up immediately. "Can you? You're kidding." "I, Ge Wen, am the most skilled hacker on this street. But I can bear it. She has a dark history, who knows if this person in front of me is a sting operation by the FBI Cybercrime Division. Trying to trick me, haha. I can bear it." "Sorry, that's illegal, sir." Ge Wen looked up at Richard. Tisk, a handsome cybercrime specialist, still useless. "Take a look at this video first." Richard pointed at his phone. "There's a pervert who's harming others, and he needs your help." Ge Wen frowned. How did this guy know she was a hacker? Why else would he sound so sure that he could help? What kind of help? Ge Wen glanced at the video and her face darkened. Live broadcast of murder? Ge Wen's face was a little ugly. Not everyone could watch this scene indifferently, at least she was not the kind of brainless. Even if I can find out, what can you do? Ji Wen said seriously. I will go there in person, catch him, and hand him over to the police. If anyone asks me how I found it, I will tell him that I am a hacker. Richard answered in the same serious way. Ji Wen was very satisfied with Richard's answer. As long as he doesn't reveal her, everything will be fine. 3 minutes. Ji Wen glanced at the website and started a dazzling operation. However, 1 minute later, Ji Wen's face was sweating. 2 minutes later, Ji Wen drank a sip of coffee. 2.5 minutes later, Ji Wen took another sip. 3 minutes. I can't catch him. Ji Wen collapsed in the chair, stretched her arms and wiped her face. I am no match for him, sorry. Richard left Ji Wen's store with a heavy heart. Ji Wen didn't lie to him, so he didn't know who else could help him. Find NYPD? FBI? No need to look for them, because they are definitely paying attention to this case if they think it is a case. And he has no position to look for them. Besides, if they find them, will the police tell him the address and let him go to kill people? Why didn't I apply for the police academy but became a driver? Richard looked up at the sky at a 45 degrees angle. The victim is dead. Died from excessive blood loss. Died from the murderer and a group of spectators. Whether it is the murderer or the accomplice, they are indifferent to life. But not everyone is so indifferent. In a large blue van, a long-haired Asian beauty sat in front of the computer and stretched her waist, revealing her curves. Her hands were placed on the keyboard, and the Asian beauty's face was full of fighting spirit. Bad guy, you will be tracked by this heroine soon, and what awaits you will be endless frustration and cold prison. The beauty's hands flew, the keyboard crackled, and code boxes kept popping up on the computer screen. Some high-end network technology was showing this dazzling visual effect. Mirror website? Child's Play, let me intercept it. Robot network? This is a trick from 3 years ago. Unravel the mystery. I found you. The beauty clapped her hands, turned around in her chair, and started to operate again. Kill a life for a life. Sorry, Mr. Bad Guy, you are under arrest. The beauty hit enter, and an address with a map was sent to the police station and the FBI Cybercrime Division. Another bad guy has been solved. This female hero is simply amazing. The beauty took a sip of hot cocoa and enjoyed it with an intoxicated look. Almost at the same time, in a basement in New York, a young man was looking at the computer screen with his head resting on his hands. Suddenly, the computer screen turned red and blood gushed out. The young man sat up straight with a faint smile on his lips. I was hacked. The man looked at the vivid dynamic picture on the screen with a hint of excitement in his eyes. You have been discovered. The police are on the way. Internet female hero. The words appeared on the blood, accompanied by a queen-like laugh. The man crossed his fingers and moved them, and the sound of keyboards followed. Are you so excited just because you found my location? It seems you are still a novice. The man smiled and quickly traced back to an address. Found you. He stood up and opened the website of Let's Kill Together. On the bloody background, the countdown next to the skull began. The man walked towards the stairs, but at the entrance of the stairs he suddenly stopped, looked at his 2 new masterpieces, and left with a crazy smile. On the Let's Kill website, the countdown ended, and 2 split-screen images appeared in shock. On the left, a man was buried in something like cement, exposing his entire upper body. Around him, huge lamp heads wrapped him like a wall, and the hot white light on the bulb seemed to be visible through the screen. On the other side, a man was soaking in a transparent water tank, next to a container, which seemed to carry some corrosive liquid. Viewers appeared one by one, the number of viewers continued to increase, and the death mechanism began to work. The bulbs surrounding the man kept lighting up, and the hot light made the man's body red, and his face was extremely painful. On the other side, the man in a completely opposite situation looked at the blood coming out of the water, felt the severe pain of skinning and cramps, and trembled wildly. FBI Cybercrime Division. It appeared. A loud shout made everyone gather in the conference room and watch the live broadcast on the big screen above. Damn it, there are 2 people this time. Who is this bastard? Why is he doing this? Are you mocking us? The group of people were very angry. Especially the leader of the group, a very smart middle-aged man. As long as this cybercrime is not investigated and the website is not closed, he will continue to bear pressure from all sides, as well as the contempt of his peers and the public. I'm thirsty. Boss, someone anonymously sent us an address and a bunch of information. It's about a murder website. The shout shocked everyone, especially the middle-aged man. 3 minutes later. Contact the FBI action team for me. In 30 minutes, I hope this damn house has been surrounded and the hostages have been rescued. Richard's beloved BMW welcomed a new guest. Richard, who was not in a good mood, was not in the mood to chat, and drove silently. But a strange feeling lingered in his heart, making him look at the man in the back seat. This man gave him a very uncomfortable feeling. Different from the 2 killer couples, John and Jenny. The 2 gave him the feeling of a warm flame amidst the cold, just like the 2 were killers who had never lost their consciences and killed villains like arms dealers and drug dealers. And this guy was the kind of black flame that had no temperature from the inside to the outside, and seemed to burn everything. No words along the way. The destination was reached, which was Shinleighton Avenue. The man got out of the car without saying a word, holding his mobile phone while walking and looking at it. Richard narrowed his eyes and decided to follow him. Chapter 16, Genius Madman Killer, My Name is Sky. Owen followed the location and turned around and came to a short alley. A large blue van was parked next to the trash can. Is this the place? It really fits the positioning of a female hero. Owen smiled and walked to the front of the van and turned around. The windows were all curtained, so he couldn't see what was going on inside, but Owen knew that the hacker who found him was here. He took out a small black box from his pocket, pressed it with his hand, and it popped open, and a bunch of tools popped out from it. Owen picked one and inserted it into the keyhole. After fiddling with it for a few times, it made a slight sound. Owen smiled, suddenly opened the car door, and saw the terrified expression of the Asian beauty inside. Hi, the beauty greeted, then took out an electric baton, and blue electric sparks crackled. Handsome man, this is a private space, please leave, otherwise I will play with you. The beauty looked like she was not easy to mess with, but her hand holding the electric baton was trembling slightly, and there was a trace of horror in her eyes that she tried to calm down. Anyone who lives in a van will be scared when the locked door is suddenly opened by someone, right? The beauty can be so calm at the first time, she already has a strong heart. Owen looked at the beauty, and a smile slowly bloomed on his face. In the eyes of the beauty, it was a devilish smile. A guy who could find her location and pry open the car door silently just stood in front of her and smiled at her. The beauty was horrified. You are the guy who created the Let's Kill website. Bingo. Owen snapped his fingers, it's a pity there is no reward. Owen said, and the hand that had been in his pocket suddenly pulled out a taser. After a burst of sizzling, the beauty twitched all over and collapsed on the seat. Seeing Owen walk in and close the car door, her heart sank. I am giving it to you, you don't have to worry about physical harm. Owen walked to the beauty's computer without stopping and opened it, but, I like to watch people suffer mental torture the most, especially beautiful women, that will make me excited to fly. Owen looked back at the beauty, typed a URL with both hands, and opened it. It was the Let's Kill website. At this time, the number of viewers of the website has exceeded 5 digits and is rising rapidly. The physical and mental double torture suffered by the 2 miserable protagonists was commented on by countless moviegoers, and then attracted more tourists to enter, accelerating the death of the two. Did you see that? Owen pointed at the man who was being illuminated by the light. His skin is almost cooked. I wonder how long he can bear it. Tisk tisk, the gentleman next to him is even worse. His body is almost dissolved by sulfuric acid. You know, if no one is watching, he is just soaking in water. Owen held his chin, admired his masterpiece, and expressed his thoughts to the beauty. The beauty was in a daze at the moment. The only thing she was clear about was the thing is that the man in front of me is a demon. Someone, save me. The beauty couldn't move her whole body, and could only cry for help in her heart. Do you know why I built the website and designed this experiment? Owen glanced at the beauty and said to himself, I want to see how cold and ugly human nature is under the magnification of the internet. Now it seems that the experiment is very successful. Knowing that logging into the website will cause death, people still hold on to luck and good show, and log into the website tirelessly, willing to be murderers. Human beings are indeed an evil existence. Don't you think so, Ms. Murderer? The beauty shook her head. Don't deny it. If you hadn't insisted on meddling and told the police my location, I wouldn't have done the experiment on these two in advance. Their death is mainly because of you. Owen looked at the beauty's wide eyes filled with tears, and the corners of his mouth rose. Cyber heroine? Clearly a cyber killer, ha ha ha. Owen said with a smile, taking out a bunch of equipment from his backpack, this is what I prepared for the fourth person, that is you. Owen began to arrange, you know, many people on the internet are willing to pay to watch men abuse women, so the content of this experiment is to hang you on the roof of the car, with a chainsaw below. Every time the number of viewers exceeds 1,000, the rope will drop 5 centimeters to see how long it will take for you to be minced into pieces. You are so beautiful. Guess how long it will take to be killed? 1 minute? Or 30 seconds? Your car is big enough to put down the equipment. Owen measured the height of the roof and smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, the car door was pulled away, and Owen's laughter stopped. Aren't you tired after talking so much? Richard, who was dressed in armor, sneered, tell me, how do you want to die? Owen was stunned for a moment, and then grabbed the taser next to him, but his eyes blurred, and the next moment he saw the armored man holding the taser in his hand. Sit sizes. Owen fell to the ground and twitched. Richard walked in, grabbed the seat with one hand and pulled it hard, and the metal seat was immediately removed. Richard held the seat firmly with one hand, and put the beauty outside the car. I'll lend you the car for a while, and I'll compensate you. Richard turned and entered the car, looked at the pile of devices on the ground, and began to assemble. Fortunately, the murderer explained the usage to him, otherwise he wouldn't know how to play this thing. After a while, Richard finished the assembly, hung Owen up by the way, and then turned on the camera. But how to connect the number of viewers to the news switch is a problem. Just when Richard was at a loss, the beauty came in staggeringly. The beauty said nothing, her body trembled, but her eyes were firm. After some operations, Richard's worry was solved. The beauty looked at Owen, who was gagged, and gave him a middle finger in an unladylike way. I bet you will die in 5 minutes. This way you can enjoy the fun of the experiment more and experience the beauty of human nature firsthand. Remember my name, I am the internet heroine, Sky. Richard started the motor, the chainsaw began to rotate, and pressed the start button again. Suddenly, another split shot appeared on the Let's Kill website. Because of the angle of the camera, only Owen was hanging in the picture. The two victims didn't hold on in the end, but this might be a good thing. After all, they were so seriously injured, especially the one who was mostly melted by sulfuric acid. If they survived, they would continue to suffer. It's good to be relieved like this. I will avenge you. Richard thought to himself, and then said, the one hanging is the founder of the murder website. In order to make up for your previous mistakes, mobilize more people to visit the website. After speaking, Richard glanced at Owen, pulled Sky away, and pressed the car door that was pulled open hard. Looking at the deformed door frame, Sky murmured, "My car. Don't worry, I'll compensate you. How are you now? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Richard asked. Sky shook her head and looked at Richard curiously. "Are you the masked hero in the comics? Is this outfit made of plastic? So delicate." Sky reached out to Richard's armor and touched it. "Wow, is this metal?" Sky's eyes widened. "Is it all metal? Is it heavy? Will it hurt when you walk?" Sky asked questions like a curious baby, and Richard was not impatient. Owen had already solved it, and he was in a good mood at this time. He could see the longing for heroes in Sky's eyes, and he was happy to chat with her for a while. Genius Madman Killer died, Karma plus 313. The prompt appeared, and Richard's mouth curled up. It's time to leave. Chapter 17, The Missing Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Richard was about to leave, but stopped again. "The compensation hasn't been paid yet, so I can't just walk away. I'll go get the money and be back soon." Richard disappeared in a flash, and after a moment, he came back with a few stacks of US dollars. "This money will compensate for all your losses. Don't worry, it's absolutely clean." It was the first time that Sky saw such a thick stack of franklins, and she was a little shocked for a moment. But she didn't take it. "You destroyed my home, and you want to get rid of me with this little money?" Sky rolled her eyes. "I want to go to your house." "Walter." Richard was shocked. "This girl, you are so unrestrained." "I like." But Richard thought that there were two killers at home, and he thought it was better not to harm other girls. "Let's find a hotel to stay in. This money is enough for you to use for a while. With your computer skills, you can get rid of it. It shouldn't be hard to find a job, just do it yourself," Richard said, and disappeared. "Hey, you destroyed my house and threw me, a beautiful woman, on the street at night." Sky shouted, turned around, but couldn't see Richard, and couldn't help sighing. It was so hard to meet a hero that only existed in comics, but she didn't seize the opportunity. Sky sat on the ground, leaning against the car, hugging her knees, looking pitiful. Richard stood on the roof, looking at Sky's appearance. His head hurt. He rejected a beautiful woman like Nancy, and she was a Chinese compatriot. Will he be struck by lightning? But there are really two killers in the family. But Richard was a little worried about leaving Sky alone. Although in fact Sky has lived alone like this for many years, who makes her a beautiful woman? If she changed to someone with average looks, Richard would give her the money and leave without worrying about her. This is a society that values appearance. There is nothing we can do __. Do you really want to go with me? Richard landed next to Sky. Sky was startled, then came to her senses, nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, her eyes full of excitement. "Get in your car, I have to destroy it." Sky responded, opened the car door, and then... Ugh! After sinking the car into the river, Richard breathed a sigh of relief. Now all the evidence disappeared, and no one would know that the death of the madman was related to Sky. That's right, Richard did it not for himself, but for Sky. Maybe the other person was too beautiful, so he instinctively wanted to protect her? Otherwise, why didn't he ever think of sending Sky to another home, like Julie, but directly thought of his current residence? Next to him, Sky looked at Richard with a strange look. This is really a hero? Not referring to the fact that he easily lifted a large loaf of bread filled with large rocks and threw it into the river, but his approach. Do heroes need to destroy the bodies? Sky fell into deep thought. But Richard did save her life, punished a bad guy, and compensated her for the car. Sky shook her head. I don't want to ask such profound questions. I'm about to go to the hero's house. I wonder what the hero's residence is like? Is there a Batcave base like Night Owl? I'm looking forward to it. In the car. Sky seems to be unable to accept the hero driving a BMW. A hero shouldn't drive a special chariot. For example, a Batmobile like Night Owl? The kind that can spit fire? Richard drove attentively, ignoring Sky's little eyes. In the familiar driveway, he parked the car skillfully and stood in front of his house. Richard suddenly thought of a question. John and Jenny didn't seem to know that he was the Flame Dragon Man. Wouldn't it be a mistake if he just went in like this? Although it was not a big problem, it would always be embarrassing. Moreover, he had a strong urge to let Sky see his true face at this moment. He didn't want to lie. Richard stood in front of the door and pondered for a moment, then removed his armor. Sky was stunned. Where is the armor? Why did it suddenly disappear? Sky circled around Richard and saw only a bag on Richard's body. Her eyes fell on Richard's face and she was a little surprised. What a young face! It turns out that he is not an uncle but a handsome guy of the same age? Sky's eyes lit up. I have to make 3 rules before you live in my house. First, do not reveal my true identity. Second, do not hack my computer and any other equipment. Third, do not provoke the Smiths, that is, the killer couple I mentioned. If you violate any of these rules, I will kick you out and erase your memory. Deal? Richard looked at Sky with a blank expression. Is this enough? Deal. Sky agreed readily. Richard opened the door, but he was stunned as soon as he entered the house. It seemed that no one was at home. Since wearing the Flame Dragon armor once, Richard found that his intuition was becoming more and more accurate. Now that he had this feeling, it was basically a done deal. What about the couple who always bite each other? Sky looked at the ordinary living room layout and was not disappointed. This is a hero's house, there must be a special world somewhere, that is, a secret base. Sky looked around and followed Richard upstairs. Richard walked to the Smith's room and sighed in his heart. He couldn't feel the breath of people. But what if he was wrong? John, Jenny. Richard knocked on the door. No response. Richard opened the door and found that the two were not there. The things in the room were not packed. He took a quick look and found no notes or anything like that. Where did the two go? Richard realized that he didn't know their contact information at all. They are not here. I'll find you a room. Not here? There is no one, right? Sky rolled her eyes at Richard. I knew you were lying to me. How could a hero be with a killer? Sky walked forward briskly with the computer in her hand. My house was sunk to the bottom of the river by you, so I want to pick one myself. Is that okay? Sky said and went to find a room without waiting for Richard's response. Okay, from now on, this room is mine. Sky stood in a large room and turned around, looking excited. Meow. Sky was surprised by the sound of a cat's cry. Wow, you still have a cat? What a beautiful orange cat! Sky put down the computer and reached out to pick up the orange cat. What's its name? Adai. Richard said, and was about to move Sky's things in. Sky stood at the door in a flash, blocking Richard, almost face to face with him, and a faint fragrance came to his face. What are you doing? Richard frowned. This is a lady's private space. It's very rude to enter without permission. You know that, right? Sky's big eyes flickered. I'll help you move your things. Richard pointed to a pile of messy things at the door. But you should knock on the door. Sky looked innocent. Richard shut up decisively. Okay. Although this is my home, you have big breasts, you have the final say. Richard turned and left. Don't you want to come in and sit down? Sky shouted. Seeing that Richard didn't even turn his head, Sky turned around and smiled. What a fun hero, don't you think, Adai? Sky stroked Adai's fur, and Adai lay quietly in her arms. yawned comfortably, rubbed, and closed his eyes. After finishing all the things, Sky was tired and lay on the bed. The soft and comfortable quilt made Sky moan happily, and rolled around excitedly with Audie in her arms. This is her room. Great. Thank you, hero. Sky's hero was thinking in the living room at this moment. He just found a bullet hole in the wall, and a bullet. The bullet was specially made, he had never seen anything like it, it was like a work of art, even if it was deflated now, one could still see the superb manufacturing process before death. But that was nothing, the key point was that he did not find the entrance in the direction of the bullet, but a glass hole appeared at a position that was completely impossible to shoot. There was only one bullet hole and one bullet hole, and it was not made by John and Jenny, so someone could only have shot a bullet and it flew away, or, the bullet could turn? Although it was a bit absurd, there were flying steel cans, a group of handsome men and beautiful women with superpowers, and that purple potato spirit, plus myself, the soul-crossing bee, so it was not that difficult to accept. So, these two guys left because they didn't want to implicate me. Richard shook his head. I should have admitted my identity earlier. Now, people are worried about me and I missed a chance to brush my karma. Amp. Chapter 18, You actually set yourself on fire? It was late at night and everyone was asleep. In the huge house, a figure sneaked out of the room. It was the first time for Sky to eat such authentic braised pork and he was so full that he went to bed early. And just now, Sky woke up from thirst. After drinking some water, Sky felt very tired. Excited. She is now in the hero's home. There must be a secret base in the hero's home, right? Where is the entrance? The basement? It will definitely not be easily opened even if it is found. That's right. There is a challenge only when there is difficulty. Sky looked at the small prop in her hand. This is a small gadget with Richard's fingerprints and palm prints. If it is unlocked by fingerprints or palm prints, this thing will come in handy. If it is unlocked by password, she holds a notebook in her armpit. Only Iris. This is a little difficult, but with her skills, she can handle it. The system should be crackable. If not, I can just copy Richard's iris tomorrow. Anyway, there are all kinds of skills on the dark web, so this is not difficult. Sky began to search the house quietly. An hour later, Sky walked around the house and searched the basement, but found nothing. Sky was not discouraged. Because there was still one place he hadn't visited, which was Richard's bedroom. Since there were no secret rooms or password locks anywhere, it must be in the bedroom. Sky came to the door of Richard's bedroom with great excitement. There was light coming out of the crack in the bedroom. Sky said to himself, not good. Why don't you go to bed so late? How can a hero fight crime the next day if he doesn't sleep well? Forgot, this hero Richard is a night hero, so he is now. Forget it, just open the door and see, right? Sky turned off the flashlight, quietly walked to the door, held the door handle, and twisted it little by little. The door finally showed a crack. Sky looked over with great curiosity, and then saw Walter. Sky exclaimed, "How did you burn yourself?" Sky looked at Richard in disbelief. Richard's mouth twitched, and he snapped the lighter shut. "I'm practicing." Richard calmed down. After recalling the two previous close encounters with flames, Richard had a special feeling. Fire, one of the 5 elements, is the natural force mastered by the flame dragon warrior. After all, there is a flame in his name. Richard felt that since he could summon the flame dragon armor, he obviously had the blood of the descendants of the fire village. Considering other armors that might be unlocked in the future, he might have all the 5 elements in his body, and even the sun, moon, star, and odd genes might exist. Of course, it is not ruled out that unlocking a set of armor will give him an additional bloodline. But no matter what, he is absolutely yes, he is a descendant of the fire village, so playing with fire should not be a problem. However, the blood concentration of the armor summoner, that is, the content of RT blood element, is different. His current level should be the lowest critical point for summoning armor. Logically, he should be able to break away from the assistance of the light and shadow stone, transform into the flame dragon warrior, and master the power of fire. But this is not the case. He can't summon armor without the light and shadow stone, and he doesn't have the ability to add armor to his body when stimulated by the outside world. Obviously, the purity of his blood is not high enough. It is estimated that the ability to summon armor is the forced effect of the system power. So he thinks he can play with fire, which is the level of touching the flame of a lighter now. If you want to control fire, make fire out of thin air, you can go to bed. However, through the contact between his body and the flame of the lighter, Richard could feel that his body was undergoing very subtle changes, as if the purity of his blood was improving. Can roasting fire improve the purity of his blood? This is definitely good news. Richard started to burn himself without hesitation, and then quietly felt the changes in his body, trying to absorb the power of fire for the first time in his life. As a result, Sky, the silly girl, suddenly jumped out and made a fuss, and he immediately felt that the improvement was interrupted. He should be upset. However, looking at this very friendly Chinese face, Richard couldn't get angry at all. Cultivation. Refining? What is that? Sky suddenly became interested, ran in and fell on the bed. Is it the source of your superpowers? The mysterious magic of the East. The East is mysterious, but there is no magic. Richard looked disdainful. Magic is nothing in front of the great power of the East. Richard thought of those great powers who could easily pick stars and moons and refine star maps, and couldn't help showing a proud smile in his eyes. The East, that great country, is his real hometown. It's a pity that his soul has now traveled to this world and become an authentic white man. Besides, China on this earth is not his hometown at all. Maybe this is the so-called parallel world or something like that. He has been there, but everything in his memory is not there at all. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, but Richard quickly adjusted his mentality. Now is the time to pretend to be cool, don't think about those meaningless things. Richard told Sky about the great nation of China, the mysterious 5 elements theory, the meaning of cultivation, and the stories of immortals. Richard was concentrating on talking, and Sky was listening attentively. Both of them were immersed in the grandeur and magic. So your armor is obtained through practice. Sky said excitedly, you can absorb the energy in the flame and constantly improve yourself. Richard nodded. I'm sorry just now. Sky scratched his head, I didn't know you were practicing. Sky stood up from the bed, I won't disturb you, hero. Practice hard, I'm rooting for you. Come on. Sky clenched his fist and waved it down, then turned and left. Richard smiled, and suddenly found that Sky was not wearing slippers, but her pair of shoes for going out. Turning around, he saw footprints on the bed, and immediately covered his forehead. Forgot that this country is a weird country. Wearing outdoor shoes at home is as instinctive as eating and drinking. Even jumping and sleeping on the bed in outdoor shoes is not uncommon. Naturally, it is impossible to take off shoes when going to someone else's house for a party, because shoes themselves are part of the outfit. Anyway, there is a doormat, so just step on the shoes and they will be clean. But this habit won't take root in him. Wait a minute. Sky stopped, grinned, closed his eyes, clenched his fists, then returned to normal and slowly turned around. What's the problem? Sky asked cautiously, staring at Richard's face for fear that he would be angry. After all, she knew how important cultivation was to him, and she had just interrupted him. Do you know? Richard looked at Sky. Scientific research shows that there are an average of more than 400,000 bacteria on the soles of shoes, and the most common one is E. coli. Hey! Sky didn't understand, and subconsciously looked at her shoes, then looked at Richard's. Hey? Richard was wearing slippers? If a pair of shoes is worn for a month, there is a 95% chance that they will be stained with feces. From shoes to uncontaminated floors, the transfer rate of bacteria is almost 100%, which means that the feces you step on will appear anywhere on the floor, and on the bed. Which is equivalent to sleeping on the toilet. Sky. Chapter 19, Richard seems to understand something. Sears department store. Richard parked the car and got out with Sky. Great, finally we can eat something else. Sky was excited. Richard glanced at her. Is the braised pork I made not delicious? Sky shook her head and smiled bitterly. You made it super delicious, but we have been eating it for a week. I am about to vomit, and. Sky touched her slightly bulging belly. Her face became even more bitter. I am out of shape. You know how cruel this is for a beautiful lady. I don't know. Richard curled his lips. I only know that meat is the source of life, and pork is expensive. It is a precious ingredient. Sky rolled her eyes. The mall was very lively, and the degree of congestion was almost a sea of people, and there were crowds of people everywhere. So many people. It really deserves to be the big New York. Don't you live in New York? Don't talk like a country boy. You don't understand this. I usually live in a van. I'm so poor, how can I have money to go shopping in the mall? Sky cried. Poor. Richard disdainful. Obviously she is a top hacker. He doesn't believe that Sky didn't use this ability to make some money for herself. Looking at Richard's eyes, Sky defended, I know what you want to say. I am a female cyber warrior. I only punish bad guys. I won't steal money. Richard's eyes did not change. Sky was defeated. Okay, I admit that I took money from other people's accounts, but they were all bad guys. And I gave all the money I took to the poor and the victims. Sky's tone was a little proud. This kind of chivalrous act is a heroic act in her eyes. Richard. A fat mall security guard came over on a balance bike and stopped in front of the two people with a tailspin. Oh, is this beautiful lady your girlfriend? Sky was startled by the sudden appearance of this large man. Don't talk nonsense, Paul, have you replenished your sugar? Richard laughed. Oh, I almost forgot. Paul took out a bag of small sugar grains from his pocket and poured them into his mouth. Chewing hard, Paul swallowed the sugar in a few seconds and smiled at Richard and the others. It's delicious candy, I recommend you try it, it's at the Pinocchio candy counter over there. Suddenly, an old man riding a senior bike drove by and Paul stared. This is the 5th district. A high-speed driver has been spotted. Officer Brad is in place. Over. Paul said to the intercom on his shoulder, you know, I have to work. This business is so busy. Paul smiled, turned the balance car, and chased the old man with a slight hum of the motor. Sir, please stop to the right and leave the passage. Sir in a brown jacket and driving a red scooter, please stop to the right and leave the passage. Paul's voice spread far away through the loudspeaker. Sky, is this fat, weird gentleman your friend? Richard nodded. Sky shrugged and complained, your friend is really strange. This is the first time I see a security guard call himself a police officer. He is a good man and very responsible. Richard continued to walk forward. He wanted to be a state policeman. He took the test 8 times in 10 years, and each time he failed before the end of the physical fitness test. Being a policeman is his obsession. 10 years, 8 times. Sky was surprised, he failed every time. Is it because he is too fat? His blood sugar is too low. If he doesn't take sugar in time, he will faint. That's why I reminded him to replenish sugar. Sky didn't know what to say, so he could only cheer for Mr. Paul silently. Richard's phone suddenly rang. It was a Lyft taxi app. I have a job. You can take a taxi back by yourself. Richard looked at Sky. Sky's eyes lit up. Is it your career? Sky whispered, looking around as if afraid of being heard. Richard was stunned, and then he understood what Sky meant. She was talking about the superhero career, right? It's part of it. Come on. I'm rooting for you. Sky made a cheering gesture to Richard, and then held out her palm. What? Credit card. Are you going to let me spend it with nothing? Sky looked as if it was a matter of course. Richard reached into his pocket and handed over a MasterCard. In the car, Richard always felt something was wrong. That's right. Why should I give my card to her? Richard slapped the steering wheel and then fell into deep thought. Is it because she has big breasts? On the Manhattan Highway Bridge, Richard drove steadily, and the soul of an experienced driver was suppressed by him. The destination was a private estate in Long Island, and the drive was only about an hour. What made him curious was that the location was a well-known wealthy area. How could a family with an annual income of hundreds of thousands of dollars not have their own private driver? Why take an online taxi? Did the driver have diarrhea? In front of a private estate, Richard parked the car at the big iron gate according to the navigation. The black-clad bodyguards at the door looked at each other, and one of them walked out. License plate number CWP-152. Richard E. Loika. It's me. Please get out of the car. The bodyguard made a gesture of invitation. Richard got out of the car happily. Do you want a body search? The bodyguard nodded, and Richard cooperated with the body search. After a moment, the bodyguard gestured to the other bodyguards. The bodyguards nodded and opened the iron gate. Please park the car next to the front garden. Thank you for your cooperation. Richard curled his lips. Inch sting. It's such a big show to call an online car-hailing service. The person he picked up this time seems to be of extraordinary status. This means that the probability of an accident is increased, and accidents are his favorite things. Richard already felt that 10,000 karmas were waving at him. After saving up 10,000, what can I unlock? After entering the manor, Richard circled the garden half a circle and stopped next to the flower bed facing the main entrance of the villa. The door opened at this time, and a man, a woman, and a boy walked out. Richard E. Loika. The blond man with glasses said to the car window. Yes. Please take my child to Westview Junior High School and my wife to Broadway. No problem. Richard felt a little panic from the man's calm eyes. He seemed to be afraid of something. And this man looked familiar. He seemed to have seen him once. Where is it? Richard thought hard but couldn't remember. The back door of the car opened, and the boy came in first, followed by the woman. The woman looked at the man worriedly. Don't worry, Audrey. The man patted the woman's hand. Jack, get along well with your classmates. Got it. The boy responded, but he didn't show any emotion, just like a child going to school. The man patted the car door. Richard raised the window, entered the location of Westview Junior High School in the navigation, and drove on the road. Madam, your husband looks familiar. Is it convenient to ask his name? Richard asked casually in the car. Jack was about to interrupt, but Audrey covered his mouth. Sir, can you please drive carefully? Audrey said seriously, with a flash of panic in her eyes. My fault, sorry. After passing the bridge, the traffic was soon congested. At the intersection, Richard, who was waiting for the red light, turned on the car TV, which happened to be the news channel. Another news, Jameson Billings, the anti-drug minister of the 6 Latin American countries, did not attend the Miami summit at present, and the reason is currently unknown. Richard looked back at Audrey. No wonder he felt familiar, the blond man with glasses in the news, wasn't he the husband of this Audrey? Richard felt that he seemed to understand something. Chapter 20, Richard's nose twitched and found that things were not simple. Audrey was obviously a little panicked and hugged Jack tightly beside her. Richard didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't worry, I hate drugs, I firmly support your husband, don't worry that I will harm you." After Richard said this, Audrey seemed to be even more panicked. After all, she was a well-informed woman. After the initial panic, she quickly calmed down. As the wife of the Minister of Narcotics Control, Audrey had experienced similar things before, but this time because of the summit, Jameson was targeted by more drug dealers, and the safety factor of their mother and son was lower than before. It was just that she was worried about Jack's safety, and she and Jameson had a bad relationship and had been separated for more than a year. All kinds of emotions surged, so she lost her composure. Because of the death of the previous driver, Jameson decided to find an online car-hailing driver before attending the meeting this time. It is impossible for drug dealers to target a driver he doesn't even know, right? Although there are still risks, it is much better than being hunted by a group of drug dealers. Jameson can only do so much. Audrey originally approved of his move and felt that he finally did something human. But at the moment, she was still uneasy. She didn't want to find this driver, but other drivers didn't accept the order, so she had to settle for the next best thing. As a result, this driver also recognized Jean Fusen. But now that things have come to this, Audrey has no other choice. If something really happens, she can only protect her son Jack with all her might. But she obviously thought too much, and nothing happened along the way. Arrived at Zijing Junior High School. This is a junior high school with the school gate directly on the street. At this moment, a group of half-grown junior high school students are crossing the road with school bags on their backs. Richard parked the car aside and opened the back door. "Do you need my help to get you in?" "No." Audrey said simply, opened the car door and went out with Jack. Looking at the backs of the mother and son, Richard smiled. It seems that this time, the mother and son are the white glass that helps him attract monsters. This order is really wonderful. A figure suddenly appeared by the car door and attracted Richard's attention by sitting on the ground. It was a boy. Just by looking at his appearance, you could tell that he was the type who was bullied by his classmates. What happened in this incident also confirmed this. "Ralph, you are a freak, a mute who can't speak." Several boys who obviously lacked love and could only find a sense of existence in others surrounded Ralph, poked his body, and pulled his school bag. Ralph just lowered his head and didn't say anything. Richard was about to go down when a beautiful girl with long hair appeared. "You guys are bullying Ralph again." The girl pulled several boys away and protected Ralph. She was a few points taller than Ralph, with her hands on her waist, staring at several boys fiercely. Several boys were obviously very afraid. "Monster, you are meddling in other people's business again. Let's go." The boys left very sincerely, and glared at Ralph before leaving. One of them suddenly stumbled to the ground, and his knee was immediately stuck. "Monster! You are a monster!" The boy looked at the blood on his knee, pointed at the girl and cursed, then limped away at a faster speed. "Humph, a bunch of weaklings!" The girl snorted coldly and helped Ralph pick up the book that fell out of his school bag. "Here, your book." Ralph took the book woodenly, without thanking him, and even didn't raise his head, just like before. The girl didn't care, shook her head, and walked towards the school gate. She was used to protecting this silly boy, and even more used to his dumbness. Mom said that the strong should protect the weak, so as a strong person, it is natural for her to protect him without asking for anything in return. Richard stared at the girl, with a smile on his lips. The fall just now didn't seem like a coincidence. Suddenly, Audrey's figure blocked his sight. "Mr. Driver, my husband knows a lot of people from the DEA and NYPD. They are very willing to use some tricks to deal with pedophiles." Richard smiled and looked away. "Pedophilia? I am a decent person with a normal outlook. I like mature women the most, the more mature the better. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air?" Under Audrey's contemptuous eyes, Richard finally drove to the place. Audrey opened the door and got out of the car without hesitation, slamming the door hard, leaving Richard with a charming roll of the eyes. Richard stared at Audrey's back for a moment and shook his head. It's a pity that he has a family, otherwise Richard felt that he could have more fire friends. As soon as he started the BMW, Richard heard a scream. Someone robbed Audrey's bag. Richard blinked his eyes. Is it such a coincidence? Which little thief came to help him brush up his favorability? He was really grateful. Richard got out of the car and caught up with her at a speed that was not inferior to that of a 100-meter athlete. The thief turned over, grimacing in pain, and looked at Richard, becoming fierce. Pulling out a knife from his pocket, the thief rushed towards Richard. "Be careful!" Audrey shouted instinctively when she saw this. Richard smiled and said nothing, letting the thief stab at him. He dodged sideways, lowered his shoulders, grabbed the thief's arm and swung forward. Bang! The thief was thrown over his shoulder and hit the street hard, which made everyone scream again, and some people even took a video. Richard did not let go of the thief's arm, but twisted it hard. Thirsty, the thief roared in pain and rolled on the ground holding his broken arm. Richard walked to Audrey, who was covering her mouth, handed the bag to her, and returned to the car. Audrey watched the BMW leave, her eyes flickering. At the gate of Zijing Junior High School. Richard didn't expect to be here again. "Thank you for what happened during the day, A&D." In the back seat, Audrey was a little embarrassed. "I had some prejudice against you before, don't take it to heart." "No, it's my honor to be criticized by a beautiful woman." Richard smiled. The smile fell into Audrey's eyes, making her lonely heart eager to move. After picking up Jack, Richard sent the mother and son home. "Jack has to go for an annual physical examination tomorrow, you know we don't have a full-time driver now." Audrey suddenly spoke. "I'm happy to take you home. Then come and pick us up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning." Audrey tried. "It's my honor." Richard drove away, and Audrey watched him leave with joy in her eyes. No one noticed that outside the manor, a horn-shaped prop protruding from a van slowly retracted. The next day, Richard came as promised. Yesterday's karma income was very little, and Richard probably entered those days that come every month. But today, he had a hunch that something would happen. Of course, he would definitely protect the mother and son, which was the first condition. At the private hospital that Jack often went to, Richard followed Audrey and Jack into the elevator. It was Audrey's request that he followed her, and Richard was happy to do so. It was not that he wanted to have anything happen with this beautiful lady who had been separated from her husband for a year, even if her every move revealed this intention, but that Richard wanted to ensure their safety. Jenny Fersen had already left for that meeting, and his wife and children, who were basically unprotected, were obviously the primary target of drug dealers. After all, kidnapping a mother and son is much easier than getting a minister of drug control. These are two excellent targets for attracting monsters. Whether we can break 10,000 karma today depends on whether this mother and son can help. No, I hope you bad guys can help. Richard smiled and walked to the rest seat on the side. Audrey took Jack and communicated with the blonde nurse at the reception desk. Richard glanced around the corridor and frowned. In his sensitive sense of smell, there is a bloody smell lingering around. It is human blood. And a lot of it. Look at the nurse again, red strap high heels, suspender black stockings, tattoos on the root of the thigh, and the charming black eyeshadow. Even if it is a private hospital, it is impossible for her to dress like this, right? As if she noticed Richard's gaze, the nurse gave him a smile. Seeing this, Richard grinned, at least 8 white teeth reflected the cold white light. Chapter 21, Ruthless and Destroying Flowers Directly to the Poison Nest, the correct way to strengthen the 5 elements bloodline. Richard stood up and walked to the guide consultation table. "Madam." Richard took Audrey's arm and whispered in her ear. "If you believe what I say, cover Jack's eyes." Audrey was stunned. Looking at Richard's profile, she instinctively chose to believe, and then covered Jack's eyes. "Mom, why are you covering my eyes?" Jack tried to pry Audrey's hand. The junior high school boy was quite strong, and he broke open Audrey's hand without her expecting it, and then he widened his eyes. Jack subconsciously grabbed Audrey's hand to cover his eyes, then moved away, and was stunned. "You're right. This driver uncle actually knocked down the nurse?" Jack's eyes lit up, and he thought of the movies he had secretly watched, and his breathing became rapid. Audrey covered her mouth. He had just seen Richard's fighting power yesterday, but he never expected that the scene in front of him would happen. Richard should not be a bad person, so why did he do this? Audrey thought of her husband, the minister, and suddenly shuddered. She understood that this nurse was not a nurse at all, but one of those drug dealers. But how did they know that he would bring Jack for a physical examination? Richard squatted on the ground, looking at the blonde beauty with black eyeshadow who was convulsed by his punch, and raised her chin. "Beauty, can you tell me how you know our whereabouts?" Laura licked her lips and smiled at Richard. "Sure, come closer, Laura said, and suddenly took out a submachine gun from her nurse's uniform. Da-da-da-da-da. A series of bullets shot up into the sky, the ceiling was a mess, and Audrey hugged Jack and ran away. Richard grabbed Laura's wrist, looked into her crazy eyes, and thought it was a pity. Taking the submachine gun, Richard put his hands on Laura's head and twisted it. Bang! The beauty died. Richard's karma instantly soared 520. How many bad things has this woman done? How many people has she killed? No wonder her chest is so flat. Richard glanced at Laura, his ears moved, and suddenly rushed to the side of the consultation table treatment room. A sturdy man in a white coat opened the door. Before he could shoot, Richard had already unbolted his gun and stabbed the sharp end directly into his neck. Cry! A stream of watermelon juice spurted along the bolt. The sturdy man fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, and grabbed his neck. Richard did not stop and rushed into the room with a sideways roll, and saw a yellow-haired guy with a shocked face. Without saying a word, the bag of fire shadow stone was hit like a meteor hammer. Duan! The yellow-haired man saw stars on the spot, staggered, and a syringe filled with yellow liquid in his hand fell. Richard rushed up in a flash and raised his foot to hit him with a flying knee. The yellow-haired man immediately bent like a shrimp and knelt on the ground to complain. Richard lifted the yellow-haired man's collar. "If you don't want to die, take me to your lair." The yellow-haired man shook his head while complaining. "You want to die?" Richard looked playful and picked up the syringe on the ground. "I don't know what this is, but you should know, so will you tell me?" Richard put the syringe against the yellow-haired man's neck. The sharp and cold needle pierced his skin, and the yellow-haired man's pupils shrank. He shook his head frantically. "Tell me. Tell me. I'll tell you." After getting the address and forcing the gang to tell him their plan, Richard broke the yellow-haired man's neck without hesitation. These guys were so crazy that they wanted to kidnap Audrey and Jack and inject them with a virus, which was the yellow liquid. This virus is very powerful. After it matures in the host, it will infect other people between breaths. The plan of these guys is to let Jean Fusen carry the virus and kill everyone attending the meeting. But how can this virus that can be spread between breaths be limited to the summit venue? Everyone present may be infected and then spread to more people, and the final casualties will be a terrible number. It's not a pity for the yellow-haired man to die. But the ones who deserve to die more are his boss and the guys who created the virus. Audrey watched Richard walk out of the room, with the body lying at the door. An indescribable feeling came over her. This strong masculinity was something her weak and selfish husband could never bring. He only showed off in front of his colleagues, and would only make them hide when facing the revenge of drug dealers. He would only answer the phone when flirting, and his face changed faster than anyone else. He might be a good minister of drug control, but he was definitely not a good husband. Audrey thought a lot in an instant, but in the end Jack was the most important. In any case, Jack's safety was the first priority now. Audrey looked at Richard for help. "Let's go, I'll take you to a safe place." Audrey's eyes melted as she looked at Richard. What a reliable man. Half an hour later, Audrey looked at the dilapidated factory outside the car window, the deserted environment around, and Richard's words when he got out of the car, "Don't worry, the car is bulletproof," and she felt terrible. Men are really pigs. In the factory, Richard went straight to the second floor, where was the workshop for making viruses that Dmitri mentioned. Oh, Dmitri is Huang Mao. On the second floor, Richard checked silently and found a human experimenter of the virus. Looking at the group of homeless men and women breathing hard in the isolation plastic cloth, and the countdown timer outside, Richard put on his armor without hesitation and went straight to the laboratory. "What thing?" A guy in a suit saw Richard and raised his gun without hesitation. But his eyes blurred and he lost consciousness. Richard retracted his fist, opened the curtain, and faced a blond strong man over 1.8 meters tall. The strong man saw Richard in a strange outfit and smashed his fist as big as a sandbag. The powerful force fell on Richard's head, and instantly disappeared. The strong man covered his fist and roared in pain. Richard reached out and retracted his claws, and the guy fell to the ground with a hole in his chest. The noise outside obviously alarmed the laboratory. A man in a white coat opened the curtain, saw Richard and his fallen companion, turned around and rushed back to the laboratory, grabbed a box and ran away. Richard sneered, dodged, grabbed the man by the back of his neck and threw him back. Antidote. Richard stepped on the chest of the white coat, and spoke condescendingly. The white coat happily opened the suitcase, and there were 2 cans of purple liquid inside. "One can be completely detoxified." The white coat nodded. "One for each of us is just right, don't kill me." The white coat said this, but there was no fear in his eyes. Richard narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, it's not an ordinary madman who can do such a thing. How long will it take to make it again? The white coat rolled his eyes, and before he could answer, he heard 2 crisp sounds. In the suitcase, the 2 antidotes were crushed by the step, and the liquid soon seeped into the floor and disappeared. "Do you know this?" Richard had a syringe filled with yellow liquid in his hand and suddenly stabbed it into the thigh of the white coat. "Devil, you are a devil!" The white coat looked at the needle hole on his thigh and roared, "Do you know what you did? I injected you with the virus." Seeing Richard so ruthless, the white coat didn't waste any more words and quickly made the antidote. "Remember to make it big." Richard crossed his arms and reminded. The white coat gritted his teeth. 10 minutes later, it was estimated that the antidote for 5 people was successfully made. The white coat didn't dare to play tricks. He took one and was about to inject himself, but suddenly his hand was empty. "You!" The white coat was gagged, but he still shouted before, "If I die, the virus will be released." Richard tied him up and made sure he was invincible with multiple insurances. There was no way to escape, so he turned and left. It didn't matter whether the virus was released or not. According to his understanding, viruses could not survive without the host. Even if they could, no virus was not afraid of high temperatures. Even if there were still some, they would be gone after burning for a while. So this white coat would be purified completely in the rising flames. After injecting the antidote into a few homeless people and sending them downstairs, Richard tied up a few killed guys and the white coat together. If they were companions, they had to be neat and tidy. Pour gasoline and inject it into the body to ensure full combustion and sterilization. Richard turned on the lighter in the horrified eyes of the white coat. The flame burned quietly, and Richard felt the very familiar power in the flame, and couldn't help but have an idea. The flame suddenly expanded and turned into a ball of fire burning fiercely. Richard was ecstatic. The fireball broke away from the lighter and slowly flew towards the white coat. The white coat struggled frantically, but to no avail. The fireball fell, boom. The flames shot up 2 meters high, and a wave of heat surged. Richard bathed in it, feeling the warmth, and couldn't help but spread his arms. The fierce fire suddenly became more fierce. Richard played the fire control game, and the power of his blood rushed everywhere in his body. The feeling of burning his fingers with a lighter was instantly strengthened by more than 10 times. Richard's eyes lit up. So this is the correct way to increase the power of blood? Richard looked at the gasoline barrel next to him and had a bold idea. A barrel of gasoline was poured on his body, and Richard controlled a little spark to fly over, and then he started to burn himself. Oh! I felt the power of the flame. Richard was so excited that he trembled all over. The power of blood rose like a rocket. Eat chicken. To eat chicken. Chapter 22, Destroy the Den, Karma Breaks 10,000. In a gorgeous seaside villa, a sturdy man with a cold face sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, listening to the unreachable phone call next to his ear, frowning. He couldn't contact Laura. As a lover, a hot-tempered friend, an assistant, and the top killer of his subordinates, he was quite satisfied with a woman like Laura. If something happened, it would not be easy for him to find another one. Mark, contact Dmitri. The man stood up and paced irritably. The subordinate quickly dialed the number and stayed away from the terrible boss who was on the verge of an explosion. However, the phone was connected, but it was the police who answered. The subordinate's face turned green. Thirsty. Dmitri, that idiot, was caught by the police? How else to explain it? The subordinate would not have thought that Dmitri had been solved by Richard, and even Laura, who they had been peeping at all day, was also destroyed. With cold sweat on his forehead, the subordinate didn't know how to reply to the boss. By the way, where is the driver? The subordinate quickly called the driver again, he should know something. Chat, where the hell are you? The subordinate whispered, the boss is mad. What's wrong with you? Send Q. The other end cursed, I quit. The driver's voice was extremely angry, do you know who you messed with? The devil. That devil is in red armor and killed Laura and the others. I was lucky to escape, if you don't want to die, run quickly. The phone was hung up. The subordinate was stunned. Devil? Red armor? Is Chet crazy? What's wrong with Dmitri? The man suddenly asked. The subordinate only felt a chill on his tail. What to do? Should I tell the truth? But I don't believe it myself, so how can the crazy boss Jenny believe it? The subordinate hesitated, suddenly his eyes widened, pointed out the window, and looked incredible, red, the devil in red armor. The voice changed, and the subordinate suddenly understood what the driver said. Run! Laura couldn't beat this guy, is he looking for death here? Bang! His men fell to the ground. Jenny put away his gun, looked at the guy in red armor who was walking towards him from the French window, and sneered. No one can betray me, not even Laura. AK, Frangie. Jenny raised his head toward the window. Several men rushed out with guns, without even looking at their fallen companions. Spray guns and submachine guns, all aimed at Richard. Who are you? A clown from the circus. Ha ha ha. A group of people laughed, and Richard looked at him with pity. Ignorant clowns, it's you. Richard flicked his finger with his palm open, picked up a stone, and flicked it. A hole suddenly appeared in the forehead of the man named Ake, who lay straight. On the French window behind him, a bloody stone was embedded in it, and fine white cracks spread out. The next moment, the window shattered to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Richard flicked his fingers, and the stones were like bullets, killing several minions one by one. You are Jenny Charliani, right? Richard walked towards Jenny. Jenny raised his hand and threw the gun. Your Excellency is very clever. I don't know who asked you to kill me, but I can pay 3 times the price. It would be even better if you joined me. My business is very promising. I will choose whoever offers the highest price. I can earn millions at a time. There is no more lucrative job than this. You can take half of it every time a task is completed. How about it? Jenny saw that Richard did not move, and cheered in his heart. There is a chance. After making a gesture of invitation, Jenny walked to the sofa and poured 2 martinis. Don't you want to know who I am? Richard sat down opposite Jenny, with his chin resting on his hands and his elbows on his knees. An indescribable pressure radiated from the azure eyepiece. Jenny smiled like a gentleman. Your name, I don't think it's known to mortals like me. But that's not important, what's important is the money. For example, I just took the job in Colombia. As long as I kill the politicians at the summit, I will get $10 million. Jenny got excited. Your Excellency, join me, and I'll give you 5 million with both hands. Do you really think that your employer will have a good life if you kill those people? Richard's voice chilled Jenny's heart. Originally, I thought the guy opposite could be persuaded, but now it seems that I thought too much. That's not my problem. Jenny smiled, and his hand quietly touched the sofa and pulled it out suddenly. A silver Colt python was aimed at Richard's head, and Jenny shot without hesitation. 6 consecutive bangs, Jenny emptied the python's magazine. The powerful recoil made Jenny, who had been trained for a long time, feel his palms slightly numb. However, after these 6 consecutive and powerful bullets, the guy on the opposite side was unscathed. Jenny finally panicked a little. I thought Richard just had a special attack method, just like the ninja darts he had practiced before, and the armor was just clothes, but obviously, this suit of clothes also had a powerful bulletproof function. Richard shook his head. The bullet bombardment that should have had a little impact, now there is no feeling at all. Life is really invincible and lonely. Punched out. Jenny's head disappeared on the spot, and the giant python fell on the coffee table with a bang. Richard sensed that there was no living person in the huge house, so he left. On the way back, Richard removed the flame dragon armor with a smile on his face. This time the harvest is really huge. Audrey and Jack, the mother and son, are simply his lucky stars. Killing the female killer Laura in the private hospital, karma increased by 520, killing 2 minions, karma increased by 90. Killing the minions in the virus workshop, karma plus 148, burning the virus expert to death, karma plus 417, saving the homeless people who were subjected to human experiments, karma plus 67. Killing Jenny's men, karma plus 369, and killing Jenny himself, karma plus 999. Now his total karma has exceeded 10,000, reaching 10,630. Armor can be selected on the armor interface again, but there is still no Emperor and other King armor. Richard currently has no demand for new armor, so naturally he will not unlock it again. What's more, the Flame Dragon armor is the most balanced and is the pillar of the Ming realm. He is now disdainful of using other armor. If he wants to use it, it must be a king armor, such as the Emperor armor. He is a man who wants to become the Emperor man. Don't ask who the Emperor man is. However, this goal is a long way to go, so I will not consider it for the time being. Richard just wants to know when he can unlock skills, weapons, and light and shadow horses. It's already 10,600, isn't it enough? Richard harassed the system for a while, but nothing happened, so he had to give up. He still has to continue to accumulate karma. Outside the mansion, Richard put down the 2 packed boxes of US dollars and turned on the lighter. The thoughts surged, and the flames jumped up, turning into a fire dragon and rushing towards the house. Boom! The piece that was poured with gasoline ignited instantly, and the fierce and hot flames covered all directions under Richard's best control. More than 10 seconds later, Richard set half of the house on fire, and then turned and left. Before he reached the car, Richard saw Audrey running out of the car and rushing towards him. Chapter 23, The Supernatural Beast Appears. Golden Circle, Grab Monsters? The violent gunshots and the flames that shot up into the sky, Audrey could see it clearly even in the car, and it was thrilling. What a fierce battle this was! Will Richard be okay? Audrey was so worried that she wanted to go out and take a look, but looking at Jack, she could only suppress her worries. In such a state of fear, Audrey suddenly saw Richard appear. Audrey didn't care about anything, opened the car door and rushed out, giving Richard a big hug. "Thank you. Thank you." Audrey choked. A ride-hailing driver, a stranger who had never met before, was willing to do so much for them. Audrey's heart was full of emotion, and a long simmering heat suddenly burned her from the inside out. Audrey suddenly attacked Richard's lips. "Madam, don't do this." Richard came back to his senses and realized that he had lost his position, so he quickly took a step back. "Call me Audrey." Audrey's eyes were like water. "Jack is asleep, we can do something else." Audrey came up again. A mature woman who has not had sex for a year, and is tired of her original life and her husband who puts work first. The appearance of Richard, even if it is only for 2 or 3 days, still brings earth-shaking changes and strong impact to her life. At this moment, Audrey's mind is full of Richard's figure, and she just wants to do something with him. It is both gratitude and venting. "I'm sorry, you are a married woman." Richard simply refused. He likes mature women very much. But even if he is not a good person, he has his own principles. Destroying the happiness of other people's families is contrary to his original intention. Even if the relationship of this family is already in jeopardy, after all, they are still a family, and they must not destroy it. Married woman. Audrey woke up. Yes, she has a husband. What is this now? Is it an affair? Audrey looked a little ugly. If that's not what I meant. You're too tired, take a break. Richard smiled, and with a wave of his hand, Audrey fainted. Holding Audrey, feeling the ripe breath, Richard took a deep breath, suppressed his restlessness and carried her to the car. After sending her off, he went to find Nancy, without a minute's delay. In a huge room full of mystery and technology, there were only the sounds of typing on the keyboard, clicking the mouse, and flipping through documents. A man in a suit with a slightly higher hairline walked up to a man in a windbreaker wearing a black eye mask with a tablet. "Sir, this is what I collected recently." The tablet fell into the hands of the one-eyed man, and the only sharp eye left stared at the tablet, turning as the image moved. "What are you showing me?" "A voyeur who specializes in transvestites." The one-eyed man glanced at the man in the suit. "Sir, I'm afraid I don't think so." The man in the suit flipped through the tablet. "We first discovered this disguised, armored man in a video that was uploaded on the internet after the 9 deaths case. I asked the technical department to identify it, and the video is real, which means that this unprecedented armored man has the power to smash a 6-inch reinforced concrete load-bearing wall. So I suggest that he be listed as 084. 084? Are you sure? The last time this appeared was in the 1940s, the glorious period of your favorite guy." The one-eyed man said sarcastically. "Sir, I'm not kidding." The man in the suit said seriously. The one-eyed man naturally knew this. He knew his capable general too well. It was precisely because of this that he was a little hesitant. 084, it stands for things of unknown origin, including people, things, and everything else. The first 084, they still haven't figured out what it is. Now there will be a second one? Confirm the code, 084. The one-eyed man nodded again. Yes, sir. Richard had no idea that he had become a research subject of a mysterious organization. He was now fighting with the braised pork and rice on the table. The braised pork was soft, sweet, and could be swallowed by simply grinding it in the mouth. With the fragrant rice, it was simply a divine meal. Perfect. Across the table, Sky was holding a sandwich with peanut butter. Looking at Richard's eating style, he suddenly couldn't eat it. "You eat braised pork every day, can you eat it?" Richard rolled his eyes at Sky. "Nonsense, didn't you see that I was eating it happily?" Sky rolled his eyes at this, turned around and touched Audie, who was drinking milk next to him. "Audie, your master has a disease that will kill him if he doesn't eat braised pork." "How pitiful." Audie glanced at Sky and continued to lick the milk. Sky suddenly felt so bored, so he continued to eat the sandwich. However, the sandwich disappeared from the plate. "Hey, why did you steal my sandwich?" Sky yelled. Richard looked up at her, his cheeks bulging. "Would I steal something without any meat, food without soul?" Richard looked at Sky as if she were a fool, and continued to tease her. After eating and drinking, Richard drove to work, while Sky stayed at home, holding her computer and browsing the internet to continue her life as a female knight. It is worth mentioning that she is now wearing socks, and there is a pair of rabbit slippers beside the bed. Audie lay on Sky's bed, wagging his tail, and began to sleep. "Sir, your car is too fast, I will take it next time." The passenger who wanted a business card left happily, and Richard also showed a relieved smile on his face. As a driver, driving faster and more steadily and making passengers more comfortable and cozy is a lifelong pursuit. He has to drive faster and more steadily. Watching the passengers disappear in the crowd of the beach park, Richard stretched his body. There has been no business in the past 2 days. If his flame dragon armor had not just taken over a newly discovered small nest, it would have been thirsty now. The car stopped on the side of the road. Richard turned on the lighter, and continued to train his proficiency in controlling the flame. If you can make fire out of thin air, it will be a great achievement. Richard sighed and worked towards this goal. In the case of being unable to unlock skills and weapons, he could only work towards this direction. The flames flew in his palms. Richard saw a policeman coming with a small notebook and looking like he was going to issue a ticket, so he put away his magic. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly had a feeling. Evil, darkness. All kinds of negative words can be used to describe this feeling that made him extremely uncomfortable and disgusted. It was as if an enemy thing imprinted in his instinct appeared, just like light felt the shadow. Richard's eyes suddenly opened. Superpower Beast. Instinctively calling out the name, Richard turned his head and looked into the park. In his perception, an indescribable thing appeared inside. Combined with the scene of the crowd in the park running out in panic, he basically confirmed the fact. On his first day on the job, Anon searched his memory in his mind. What should I say when I issue a ticket? Oh, I remember. Anon excitedly grabbed a pen and paper, walked to the front of the BMW and was about to knock on the window, but suddenly froze. Alas, where is the driver inside just now? He clearly saw it. How could it disappear in the blink of an eye? There was a cry of surprise in the distance, and Anon couldn't help but look up. His mind was a mess again. What should I do? Richard looked at the thing on the beach that looked like a sea cucumber, squirming and deforming, and suddenly didn't know what to do. Is this a superpower beast? It must be. As an armor summoner, his perception is not wrong. But this thing doesn't look like a suit monster at all. Can I give it a bad review? Richard was struggling, and a golden spark burst out in the air, and then quickly rotated into a large golden circle. Through the circle, you can see a completely different picture from the surrounding scene. Richard was stunned. So familiar. Isn't this the trick of the chubby melee wizard in Avengers 3? The golden circle suddenly moved, covering the still squirming blue mutant beast, and then the mutant beast disappeared, the golden circle began to shrink, and Richard woke up suddenly. Fog grass grab monsters. Can this be tolerated? While the light circle did not disappear, the armor instantly covered it, and Richard's figure turned into a stream of light and plunged in. Chapter 24, Mordo vs Mutant Beast. Moving the secret door to transfer the target to the destination, it was the first time Mordo saw the secret door used in this way. In the past, he would open the secret door and go there by himself. Cassilis is indeed a disciple that the Supreme Mage values. There is really no comparison between him and himself. But using the secret door in this way is not worth promoting in the eyes of the always conservative Mordo. After all, as mages, they have to protect all mankind and the entire earth from the invasion of other dimensions. Such a big task should be fought with the skills and experience taught by the Supreme Mage. Although the old way is not flexible enough, it is more stable. And the huge responsibility of protecting the lives of an entire planet requires stability the most. He didn't like Cassilis's flexible use. Just as he was about to persuade this senior brother, Mordo was suddenly stunned. Who is this guy in armor? Cassilis felt the same as Mordo at this moment, with a surprised expression. Someone actually followed his secret door in? Who is it? Cassilis hasn't teamed up with Mordo for a long time. He didn't expect to meet such strange people and things in a team. He felt interesting and couldn't help but smile. Richard was also surprised at this moment. He found the surrounding environment very strange. It was still the same beach. The people around were scared away. Those who stayed to take pictures had confusion on their faces and seemed to be shouting something. It seemed that they were asking why that thing disappeared. What should I do with my Twitter? But this monster that was still transforming didn't leave at all. Richard felt that the problem was the glass-like thing around. This layer of glass was extremely transparent, like the clearest crystal, and it was like air that could not block the reflection of things and the process of imaging in people's eyes. It was very clear to see the surroundings through it. But the key is that these glass-like things seemed to be pieced together, constantly wriggling and changing, like the visual effect of looking at a kaleidoscope. What is this? Also, why do these two mages wearing ancient robes want to compete with him for monsters? Jobs? As if seeing Richard's doubt, Cassilis took a step forward and bowed slightly. Warrior who has never met, why did you come with my secret door? Is it for this alien creature? Cassilis spoke with respect. Because he felt the powerful energy burning like a raging fire in Richard. More than that, he felt that if he wanted to realize his ideal, he also needed a strong partner. Mordo, who was old-fashioned and stubborn, was obviously not his choice, but Richard thought there was a chance, so his smile became brighter. Looking at this guy with long hair combed back, Richard narrowed his eyes. Everyone knows what Mom used to say when he was a child, men with pigtails must have bad intentions. Richard immediately wrote Cassilis down in his little notebook. That's right, I came for this alien beast. Richard pointed to the blue thing. While speaking, the thing suddenly accelerated its deformation, stretched out at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned into a blue humanoid monster, roaring. This is a humanoid monster, with blue skin like a sea cucumber with thorns, 3 sharp claws on each hand, a round mouth with overlapping layers of sharp teeth, and 2 particularly thick and blunt white thorns behind the head, shaped like a bun, and also like ears. Richard recognized this thing. It is almost the same as the silly asterisk super beast that debuted in the Armor Hero drama, but this one is not a suit actor, but really hideous and disgusting. Look, there is still sticky liquid on the body, super disgusting. Super beast. Cassilis couldn't help but be curious after hearing Richard's words. He made a gesture with his hands like holding flowers, and then pulled, and the golden sparks were pulled into a line, turning into a long energy whip. Snap! Cassilis shook his hand, and the super beast was entangled by the golden whip and couldn't move. Can you explain it, sir? Richard wanted to kill this super beast very much at this moment, because there must be a lot of karma in his account. But it was precisely because he knew the origin of this guy that he did not act rashly. He did not have the ability to kill this guy now. This wizard in front of him seemed to be quite capable. Let's talk about the trivial things. This thing is called a mutant beast. It is a monster born from the combination of a thing called a magic stone and an earth species. The biggest feature of this monster is that it cannot be destroyed and can only be sealed. Cassilis and Mordo were surprised. Usually, monsters of this nature are very difficult to deal with, and most of them are powerful evil gods and demons, such as the Dormammu they are familiar with. And this blue-skinned guy in front of him is also like this? Mordo felt that Richard, this guy who suddenly appeared, it may not be credible. If it really exists, the Supreme Mage will definitely take the initiative. Now they are just asking their brothers to team up, which can only mean that this blue-skinned monster has some strength, that's all. Cassilis, let it go, I'm going to use the Life Tribunal staff. Mordo said, while taking off a short stick from his back. Holding both sides of the short stick, Mordo pulled with both hands, and the short stick stretched out immediately, one section after another like a 9-section whip, but what connected them was not a metal chain, but a golden energy beam that was thicker than Cassilis's secret energy thread. With a snap, the short stick exploded in the mirror dimension. Cassilis did not stop it and let go of the mutant. Be careful, this thing cannot be killed without special means. Richard reminded, while thinking about how to kill this blue-skinned monster. The magic stone comes from the dark universe. It is a special energy in the 5-dimensional world. It can be combined with any single-cell, multi-cell, or even non-cell organisms to form various monsters. These monsters feed on all kinds of negative emotions and are brutal, fierce, and powerful. In the world view of the Armor Warriors, as the vanguard of the Shadow Emperor in the Dark Universe who specifically disintegrates various civilized planets, these supernatural beasts have come to Earth thousands of years ago, and combined with local creatures in ancient China at that time, and memorized a new form. Although they were defeated by the 5 Armor Warriors and fled to the Shadow Star, after recuperation, they thought they could complete the destruction mission entrusted by the Shadow Emperor and came back again, and combined with the species on Earth again to directly transform into the form in memory. Although this form looks rubbish, it is the most suitable form for them to exert their abilities. The most important point is that they cannot be killed. As a combination of 5-dimensional creatures and Earth creatures, they can only be defeated by the 5 elements descendants wearing armor using the ultimate move and sealed by the seal skill. Of course, similar powers are certainly possible, but the 5 elements armor is a gift from the universe and is transmitted through the sun. Can similar powers exist in this world? Richard is deeply skeptical about this. The most important thing is that he still hasn't unlocked his skills and weapons, so it's impossible to kill this blue-skinned monster. Is he really going to give up the karma that's right in front of him? Richard was very unwilling. He was a cheater, isn't this a bit too miserable? While thinking about this, the battle has already begun. As an excellent mage who was a disciple of Camartage, Mordo's application of spells can be said to be quite proficient, not to mention his rich experience in cleaning up alien creatures. Richard said that this monster was very mysterious, but Mordo didn't take it too seriously. But in order to avoid a real setback and embarrassment to the Supreme Mage and Camartage, Mordo still took real action. Walter's running boots took effect. Mordo stepped on the air with one foot. The golden magic circle under his feet provided a leverage point like a solid entity. The whole person flew into the air, as if a lotus was growing under his feet. He rushed to the back of the supernatural beast. As his body twisted, he swung out the life court scepter like a 9-section whip, and with a whip back, the end of the scepter hit the supernatural beast's head. As one of the few whips among cold weapons that can break the sound barrier, once it is swung with full force, the destructive power it produces is unimaginable. If it were a sword, a stick, or a spear, the supernatural beast might not be in any trouble, but this whip was swung out, and the supernatural beast's head exploded directly into a green slurry all over the sky. Mordo knelt on one knee, swung the scepter in his hand. And the arcane energy beam shrank automatically, turning into a short stick again. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Mordo looked at Richard and said. That's not necessarily true. Richard pointed to the supernatural beast whose head was squirming and recovered in less than a breath, with a playful expression. Chapter 25, Using a Stick Instead of a Sword, Sealing the Demon. Modo and Caecilius's faces changed. Regeneration? Or is it really impossible to kill, only seal? Modo's face became cautious, and he made complex gestures with his hands, and then pulled out a long sword made of energy from the void. The alien beast roared, but he didn't know which of the three enemies in front, middle, and back to face, until an energy long sword split it in half. _____. Modo chopped the body of the alien beast into 17 or 18 pieces, and the long sword disappeared. He stared at the pile of broken bodies on the ground. Modo, your Vishandi sword. What a cool sword! Two voices sounded at the same time. Caecilius and Richard looked at each other, and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. But he immediately stopped worrying about the knife and sword, because the broken body of the alien beast really began to piece together again. Caecilius waved his hands, and a ball of red flame fell on the mutant beast, spreading rapidly and silently. The flame burned fiercely, and the mutant beast's body shrank visibly. After a moment, it turned into a pile of black and red slag, and there was no heat during the period. Ful's burning flame! Mordo exclaimed. He had also seen this spell in a book. It was to release the fire that burned everything with the power of the fire god Ful. He had never learned it, but he didn't expect Caecilius to catch it easily. Looking at the debris on the ground, Mordo couldn't help muttering in his heart, should it be solved now? But something happened that made Mordo desperate. The slag on the ground began to recover again. Although the speed was much slower than before, it was indeed recovering. Really, can't be killed? Mordo couldn't help looking at Richard. You said it can only seal, you must know the seal method, right? Richard nodded, then shook his head. What do you mean? Mordo was anxious. Caecilius was much calmer. Since Richard followed, he must be sure. He just wanted to see the power beyond the magic of Camartage. I can't cast it now, I need a little help. Richard looked at the karma value that only he could see, and suddenly a bold idea came to his mind. He has been busy these 2 days. His karma has reached 10,940, and it will soon be 11,000. Richard has a strong feeling that there will be some new changes when it reaches 11,000. So the 60 of this gap will be found from these two people. When he crippled the arm of Jordan, White Tagor's subordinate, he got a reminder of the increase in karma, and after killing him, there was still an increase, which shows that the karma that a target can provide may not be fixed. Although this change only occurred in Jordan, it cannot fully explain the problem, but it is worth a try, isn't it? What help? Just say it. Modo said with a righteous look. As long as this mutant can be killed, let alone help, even a little sacrifice is fine. Looking at Mordo's righteous look ready to sacrifice at any time, Richard was moved. Is this a hero? He can't learn it, and doesn't want to learn it, but it's worthy of admiration. Richard stood in awe. I need to attack you, it may hurt. Modo was stunned, and this request was strange, but acceptable. Come on. Modo took a stance and took a horse stance. Richard looked at his posture and couldn't help but kick him. Modo jumped up. Why are you kicking my ass? Richard, you are so good at posing, I can't help it. And my guess is right. Karma increased by 3. Seeing Richard not talking, Mordo took a deep breath. Don't hit yourself in the face. It's just a few kicks, hold it in. The Camartage physical training is even more boring than this. It is a double torture of body and mind. What does this little bit of suffering mean now? Come on. Mordo took his stance again, and this time Richard was more serious. Hit once, karma +1. Hit again, karma +2. Hit once, critical hit, karma +10. Hit once, karma +3, hit once, karma +2. Karma reaches 11,000, skills unlocked. Looking at this prompt, Richard was moved to his knees. Master Mordo, you've worked hard. Richard patted Mordo's shoulder, ignored his dark face, suppressed his excitement, and turned the knob on the left side of the Kyunkan belt with one hand. In the Tai Chi diagram of the Kyunkan belt, red light and shadow flew out. Richard stretched out his hand and threw it, and a red card made of pure energy unfolded in front of him. The word Zhan on it was rippled with flames, as if burning slowly. Richard looked at the word Zhan and was so excited that he almost cried. Finally, I finally saw the skill post. As long as the flaming knife is clicked on it, you can perform the fatal demon sealing slash, giving this mutant a fatal blow and directly limiting his mobility. However, looking at his empty hands, Richard's mouth twitched. Damn, I can unlock skills but not weapons. What do you want me to use to perform the demon sealing slash? System is stupid. Richard twisted the right side of the Kyunkan belt, but it was still in a state of not being able to twist, showing of course, the weapon cannot be used. He did not think of using the flame fist to seal the monster directly, but the premise of the sealing technique is that the target must be absolutely still, otherwise it will not work. To achieve the purpose of sealing, the target must be absolutely still first. Meditation seal? No, with his current ability, he will be weak even if he uses it to freeze the monster. Moreover, this move stops time. Although it can make the monster absolutely still, it is completely like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. It is not the way to pretend to be cool. It is more cost-effective to use the ultimate move to cut off the connection between the magic stone and the flesh and blood of the earth creatures, so that it can reach an absolutely still state. So it is necessary to chop, but there is a knife missing. Richard suddenly turned his head to look at Mordo, the stick behind him. The seal is only one step away, I need your stick. Mordo, with a headache, stared at Richard without saying anything. But after a moment, he took off the stick. Remind you, this is not a stick, it is a magic weapon, called the Scepter of the Tribunal of Life. It's a scepter. Mordo said unhappily. Richard took the stick and gestured twice, then held it in his backhand, using the stick instead of a knife to sweep across the demon sealing slash. The red energy was absorbed by the stick, rendering it red, and strands of golden sparks suddenly burst out from the stick, as if it was about to explode. Mordo's eyelids jumped, and his heart was pounding as he looked at his beloved stick. Richard raised his eyes, and the body of the supernatural beast had recovered by more than half. With a curl of his lips, he swept out with the stick. Demon sealing slash. The red knife energy seemed to cut through the void, cutting a red line on the supernatural beast, and surging flames burst out from the wound, killing the supernatural beast. The whole package was burning. The illusory red Tai Chi diagram slowly rotated above the head of the mutant beast, and the phantoms on the mutant beast flashed continuously. That was the sign that the magic stone was separated from the flesh and blood, and the absolute stillness was achieved. Richard threw the stick to Mordo, strode towards the mutant beast, turned the belt knob, and red energy flew out, landing in front of the mutant beast and turning into a fire character. Richard rushed up and punched through the flame fist skill post. The red light condensed into the fist and landed on the mutant beast. The next moment, the flames shot up into the sky. The mutant beast screamed silently, and its body completely decomposed in the flames, leaving a purple crystal. Richard stretched out his hand and the crystal flew into the Tai Chi diagram in front of the Kyunkan belt. It stayed for a moment, as if it was about to escape, but was immediately sucked into it. The seal was completed, and the mission was accomplished. He felt relieved, and a sense of mission arose spontaneously. Richard was not surprised by the appearance of the supernatural beast. Since the armor system can bring armor, isn't it basic common sense to bring the magic stone supernatural beast? But at this moment, he realized his responsibility. As the summoner of the flame dragon armor, he shoulders the important mission of sealing the supernatural beast, protecting the ignorant people, and eliminating the living forces of the dark universe. Fight for light. For a moment, Richard was moved by his noble mission, but he woke up immediately. What a noble mission! He is just a selfish guy who wants to have some resistance before the disaster comes and wants to live longer. Richard, who has regained his personality, raised the corner of his mouth and suddenly felt a resentful look. Turning around, Mordo was holding a stick that looked like it was burnt and staring at him. You fucking have to compensate me for the scepter. P.S. I can't reply to QQ reading for this chapter, I can only reply to the book review. It would be great if everyone came to the first release station Kidian, ==. Chapter 26, People are sitting at home, and the killer sneaks in. Of course, it is impossible to compensate for the scepter, and it is impossible in this life. Because Mordo doesn't want money at all. Richard has no way to deal with this, unless he can transform into Emperor Man. Emperor Man is the incarnation of the way of heaven, and he almost masters all the rules of the universe. Li Xiang can repair the Emperor's belt with his mind, so it is not a problem for him to repair Mordo's magic weapon. But this is all nonsense. He can transform into Emperor Man and still be a driver to collect karma? Just go to Thanos and kill him. Fortunately, Mordo was still conscious. He accepted the sacrifice of his magic weapon and body, but he just opened the secret door and left without even saying hello. Stingy. It's not like I won't compensate you. Thank you for your help. I am very interested in your secret arts. I hope we can discuss it together if there is a chance. Cassilis smiled. No problem. Richard was also happy to know a wizard. After all, the two wizards at the beginning and end of Avengers 3 were quite powerful, especially the one in the cloak. His skills were so dazzling that he could be said to be second only to him and was worth making friends with. After leaving each other's contact information, Cassilis helped Richard open the secret door. Leaving the mirror dimension, Richard stepped on the ground and heard a click. Looking down, he was stepping on the slimy beach where the mutant beast had crouched before, and there was a crushed test tube under his feet. Looking along the white gloves, Richard and a white coat squatting on the ground looked at each other awkwardly. The white coat had a confused face. Richard only realized at this time that there were no onlookers around. A group of men in suits had surrounded the beach, and some were setting up white protective cloth. Who were these guys? And I didn't notice when they came. Richard didn't want to deal with these guys who were obviously from a secret organization, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The two men in suits who were pulling the protective cloth looked at the large hole in the cloth that vaguely showed a human figure, and couldn't help but be stunned. The man in suits with a high hairline watched the secret door gradually shrink, and a man with a slicked back hair flashed inside, and his heart sank. The situation was completely unknown, that man, that power. Is this another 084? And it is related to the current 084? The man couldn't help but touch his head. The hairline, maybe it will rise again. At the same time, Mordo stood in front of a man in yellow and reported respectfully, "This is the situation, Supreme Sorcerer. Thank you for your hard work, Mordo, go and have a rest." The man in yellow waved his hand. Mordo hesitated to speak, but turned around and left. Since the Supreme Mage knew about the armored man, he would naturally make arrangements, so he didn't have to worry about such things. With this thought, Mordo felt relieved. Now he should consider how long it would take to repair the scepter. That bastard! The yellow-clothed man, who was honored as the Supreme Mage, watched Mordo leave, took off his hood, and revealed a female face, and it was bald. But even so, this face also revealed a kind of beauty, and fatigue that ordinary people could not detect. The woman waved her hand, and the wooden door closed automatically. Then she made a gesture with both hands, and the green light flashed on the necklace pendant in front of her that looked like an eye. The woman kept this posture with her eyes closed, her brows furrowed, and after a moment, she sighed. "Does your arrival bring hope or disaster, Mr. Richard?" After sealing the blue-skinned mutant beast, Richard's karma increased by 2,000, which made Richard, who had been overwhelmed overnight, feel much better. In the next few days, Richard quietly comprehended his skills at home, and everything was calm. Until this day. In the dead of night, Richard sat cross-legged in the fire circle in the basement to comprehend the 5 elements of fire. On his knees, a scimitar similar to the Chinese Kimen weapon Sun Moon Universe sword lay quietly. This is the flame sword he made himself. The material is of course steel, and the shape imitates the flame sword, the exclusive weapon of the flame dragon armor. Of course, Richard has removed the fancy parts and has not painted it, purely to familiarize himself with the use of the flame sword in advance. It is of course easy to make such a thing with his equipment. Anyway, he doesn't need this thing to cut iron like mud. In actual combat, he will be thankful to replace the flame sword and perform the demon sealing slash. It would be great if I could have a magic weapon like Mordo. Richard was a little regretful. The flame sword made of ordinary iron is basically not it may be able to withstand the huge energy contained in the demon sealing scroll, but the conditions are limited. I can only make do with it for now. I will talk about it when I can't use it. A warning suddenly rose in my heart. Richard extended his perception. His already extraordinary hearing was enhanced by the power of his blood, and he captured all the sounds in the whole house, including the courtyard. Excluding all normal sounds, only one person's voice was left. Footsteps, breathing, heartbeat. This is a well-trained guy. Add to the sound of loading the gun just now, this is a killer. The sound of the lock cylinder bouncing sounded. Richard curled his lips and glanced at the Hokage stone in the basement. His current blood power has reached a certain level, and he no longer needs to carry the Hokage stone to transform. As long as he is within a certain range of the Hokage stone, he can accept the radiation energy of the Hokage stone and instantly armor. As for when he can completely leave the Hokage stone to transform, Richard doesn't know, maybe he can't at all. But this is enough. Richard stretched out his hand and the fire circle on the ground turned into a fire dragon that flew up and gathered in his palm. As he clenched his fist, it exploded into a bunch of sparks. Walking out of the basement, Richard returned to the first floor, looking at the door lock of the main door trembling gently, listening to the breathing of Sky sleeping upstairs, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Armor fusion. A dead killer is a good killer, so go to hell. The flame on the lighter flew out through the keyhole, and covered the killer's face. The killer covered his face and stepped back a few steps. Richard opened the door and walked out, closing the door. Looking at the killer with a red face, he was a little curious. Mr. and Mrs. Smith are not here anymore. Who are these killers here for? For him? Just ask and you will know. Teleport. The powerful skill recorded in the Armor Hero bloodline can break the space limit and achieve space teleportation, but the farther the teleportation distance, the greater the natural consumption. Richard and this skill seem to be very suitable, and the consumption of using it is the smallest among all skills. Teleporting within a short period of more than 10 meters consumes as much energy as punching and kicking with all your strength, which is almost negligible. Appearing behind the killer like a devil, Richard clamped his neck and took his gun casually. Who sent you? The killer was cold all over, but he still had professional ethics. He touched the knife and said with difficulty, Frank, Klin. Okay. Richard decisively clamped his arms and broke the killer's neck. Suddenly, another strange sound appeared. Richard turned his head suddenly and saw a figure flashing on the roof opposite. Where to escape? Teleport. On the roof, Richard pinched the man's neck and was stunned by his strange face. This guy, is it Eddie, John's colleague in the organization? The one he mentioned before? This look is so similar to what John had described. Richard was about to speak, but Eddie raised his hand. Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. After a moment, Richard understood the whole story. Eddie was originally a member of a force called Continental Hotel, and was sent to John's organization as an undercover agent. After all, they are both killer organizations, and their businesses overlap completely. It is best to know yourself and the enemy. Eddie discovered that John and his wife entered Richard's house and began to monitor them. Until a few days ago, Eddie was suddenly shot by someone. Before he fell into a coma, he vaguely saw John and Jenny appear. Eddie came back to life. He himself didn't know what happened. Maybe it was because of his special physique? But there was a good thing. He found that the locator implanted in his body by the hotel had lost its function. This means that he either really died once, or the locator failed, but one thing is certain, the hotel will definitely come to the location where the locator last sent a signal to investigate. Eddie was very excited. Although he didn't know what was wrong with his body, he had long wanted to leave the hotel. This time was a godsend. In order to confirm it finally, Eddie dragged his completely uninjured body to wait for the killer sent by the hotel. As a result, he did not see the killer leave, but saw Richard and his terrible methods, and surrendered decisively. The Continental Hotel is very strong. Richard looked at Eddie. When Eddie was seen by Richard, he immediately shrank to the side and nodded, "Very strong. So, as long as the people who come to investigate are constantly killed, there will be more people coming." Eddie nodded. The hotel must know whether he is dead or alive, because he has intelligence. And the people sent keep dying in the same place. The hotel will definitely send more people to investigate. So what is this guy going to do? Why does he feel so excited? Chapter 27, Kong Meng. Don't stop. More. Eddie was tied up and taken home by Richard. Richard has no idea how to deal with this guy. Although Eddie is a killer, Richard smells a similar smell to John Jenny from him, and it is much lighter. It is this point that makes it difficult for Richard to start. Put him under house arrest first. In the basement, Richard looked at Eddie, suddenly turned on the light, and then cancelled the transformation. "You saw my face?" Richard said faintly, "My identity cannot be exposed." "If it is exposed?" Eddie's eyes widened and he shook his head frantically. "Don't kill me. I will stay here, I will never run away, and I will never expose your identity. I swear in the name of my mother." Eddie shouted. He has died once without knowing why, and he doesn't want to die again. What if he can't be resurrected this time? Very tactful. I'm optimistic about you. Richard patted Eddie's shoulder and turned away. "I'll deliver 3 meals a day. If you don't have any bad intentions, I'll keep you fat and white." Eddie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If he was fat, would he have to kill the pig? Kill the pig? Eddie shuddered. "Hero, you!" Bang! The basement door closed, and the top soundproofing effect kept Eddie's words intact. The Continental Hotel. Is this what White Tagoer was talking about? Richard muttered to himself. White Tagoer mentioned the hotel before he died, and he obviously believed in the hotel's power. He even thought that the hotel's power could fight against his flame dragon armor. This is a bit confusing. Eddie is a hotel man. He knows the hotel's power and has seen his power, but he doesn't have this perception. Is White bluffing him, or is Eddie lying? Richard thinks it should be the former. And what the hell is Fusierer? This assassin's attack obviously has nothing to do with him, so did he find out about himself? Come together if you want to, so that you can get enough. No words for the whole night. After dinner, Richard did not go out to drive, but waited for the killer to come at home. Sky refused to leave, so Richard locked her in the basement. Of course, it was not only soundproof, but also explosion-proof, so even with a rocket launcher, it would not be able to break through in a short time. As for Eddie, he was tied up and thrown on the sofa at this moment. Tell me about the combat power of the hotel. Richard sat cross-legged on the sofa, with a ball of fire in his hand magically circling and changing into various forms. This scene completely subdued Eddie. The hotel is a powerful international killer organization with branches all over the world. It is the strongest in the industry that I know of. The organization that John and Jenny belong to is completely child's play in the eyes of the hotel. The hotel adopts a membership system. The killers who join the hotel are members. The member currency is a special gold coin. You can get gold coins by completing tasks. You can use gold coins to enjoy various intelligence, equipment, and even security services provided by the hotel. But while enjoying rights, you must also fulfill your obligations and sign a contract with the hotel. Once you are a hotel killer, you will be a hotel killer for life. No one can break the contract and leave the hotel unless you complete an impossible task. But this is nonsense because it is impossible to complete. At this point, Eddie's face was complicated. I don't know what my future fate will be. But looking at Richard, Eddie had a glimmer of hope. It would be better if he could be untied and have a cheese sandwich. The hotel runs a worldwide assassin bounty mission. The reason why it is the strongest in the industry is that it has the most stringent rules that will never be broken. So this is the nightmare that the old guys fear, the shackles that they cannot escape, and the object of admiration for the newcomers. It is a stage for them to show their talents and leave their names in the industry. All the assassins who have become famous in the hotel are the best in the industry. Don't mention the junior members, they are all rookies, not even as good as me. But the senior members are different, Cashin, Ms. Perkins, Zero, A&D. The most terrifying night devil, Mr. Jonathan Wake. Speaking of this name, Eddie seemed to remember something very scary and shuddered. Night devil? Jonathan Wake? How powerful! Richard became interested. He basically didn't know anything about the underground world. He knew about White to Goer by accident, and it was even more impossible for him to know about these more secretive assassins. He has a record of 84 lives. Eddie seemed to be afraid that Richard would misunderstand, so he looked over and said with a very gloomy expression, "That's just the number of targets. The number of collateral damage is more than 10 times that." Richard was a little surprised. Counting the target and the defense around the target, 840 people? This is really amazing. And his most amazing record is that he killed 3 people with a pencil in the hotel. With a pencil. Eddie had an expression of worshipping God. Wow! With a pencil? Although he can do it, it is really amazing. Have you seen him? Eddie was stunned. Yes, I haven't seen him in person. Richard couldn't help but smile when he saw this. No? Why are you so excited? Eddie suddenly realized. Yes, he has never seen Jonathan Wick in person, only in photos. Alas, these are all hearsay. Why do you scare yourself like this? The whole person relaxed immediately. Hero, can you untie me? It's too uncomfortable. Eddie said with a playful smile, I will never run away, and I can help you. I am also a killer. Eddie vowed. Richard gave up the idea of untying Eddie when he heard I can help you. Just kidding, he still thinks his karma is not enough, how can he give it away? No one can grab the head. Eddie's face fell, and then he said, Can I have a cheese sandwich? No cheese is fine. Here it is. Richard suddenly said. Eddie was stunned, looking at Richard's empty hands. Where is it? Richard pointed outside the door, there. The armor was put on instantly, which scared Eddie. Richard then pulled the sofa over, and Eddie's words were immediately blocked inside the sofa and turned into an incomprehensible hum. Outside the door, a man in a suit with long hair combed back and a black man with an afro stepped into the yard cautiously. Vincent, I think it's wrong to borrow this mission. Afro said, while killing the sand eagle. Jules, you forgot your identity. You are not a senior member yet, so you have no right to choose the mission. Vincent said, glancing at Jules' gun. You have to use a gun like the Sand Eagle, and add a silencer? Isn't it awkward? I have insufficient firepower syndrome. Jules said with a dark face. Forget it, be careful, the hotel has lost a member, and this investigation is not that simple. Vincent rushed to the house first and stuck to the wall. Jules followed closely, but the premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. Coming here may be a wrong decision. Suddenly, a figure flashed, blocking the moonlight, and Jules trembled all over. Bang! Two heads, one black and one white, collided with each other, and tomato juice splashed like graffiti, staining the wall red. Karma plus 290. Wow, so valuable! Richard was excited. Is the mainland hotel so rich? A random junior member is so valuable? It's simply great. More. I want more. Kong Meng, don't stop. The investigation mission of the Continental Hotel certainly won't send just so few people. After all, an intelligence agent is suspected to have died and a member has been lost. This time, 5 groups of 10 people were directly sent to investigate. Richard soon met the other 4 groups. Among them, the one that impressed him the most was a couple of killers. The man was bald and the woman was blonde. They called each other Mickey and Mallory. They dressed like rock singers of the last era. It always felt that the two of them didn't look like killers. But the two of them were ruthless enough. They directly used spray guns and the police came to the door. Fortunately, Richard had experience, and the evidence was completely eliminated, so it didn't arouse suspicion. The flame fist is really a must-have skill for killing people and silencing them at home and traveling. It's so easy to use. Richard couldn't help but admire this move's outstanding talent in destroying corpses and erasing traces. If it was to control ordinary fire, it would be impossible to burn it cleanly, but the flame fist was used to burn and explode, and it was done. There was no trace, and even the smell of burning flames could not be smelled. Perfect. Eddie had already crawled out from under the sofa. He looked at Richard and had nothing to say. He seemed to have completely accepted the fact that he would be tied up all the time. After a short busy day, the day passed quietly. New York once again entered the bustling night, but in a certain building, it was still busy at this moment. Chapter 28, Killers Gathering. Cashin, Parkins. On a certain mysterious floor, a group of girls in pink sleeveless shirts, dark gray knee-length skirts, and tattoos on their shoulders and arms were busy in an orderly manner. On a row of desks, 6 or 7 girls were organizing documents and recording information in an orderly manner, and the phone rang. Operator, which line can I ask? Open an account. The call was transferred to a woman who was slightly older but wearing the same shirt and knee-length skirt. Hello, how can I help you? Open a special wanted account. The woman picked up the paper. Account name. Location, 4003 Madison Avenue 72nd Street. Verification code. ECB 110. Want status. Public. Bounty. $1 million. Processing, please wait. The woman printed a document with an old-fashioned printer and handed it to another girl. The girl rolled up the document, put it into a special transparent cylinder and sealed it, and then put it into a machine, and the cylinder suddenly popped out along the metal pipe. Upstairs, a girl in front of a computer picked up the cylinder passed to her, opened it, entered the content on it into the system, and pressed enter. The content of the wanted order began to be sent immediately, and one mobile phone number after another flashed on the computer screen. In New York, in a hotel with a very strange geographical location that did not look like a hotel, a man with an elegant face picked up his mobile phone, and there was a text message on it. Open special hunting order, location, 4003 Madison Avenue 72nd Street, $1 million. The man put down his phone and continued to watch his Leon's redemption, with a smile on his lips. The efficiency of the hotel was as high as ever, but the money was spent with regret. But the devilish house had indeed lost a lot of members, and in order to avoid any negative information in the area managed by himself as an agent, he could only solve it as soon as possible. Bounty is naturally the fastest means. And the family uses its own bounty mechanism, which speeds up a few points. 1 million is enough to drive those guys who haven't made a move for a long time out of the house. Now he just needs to wait. Still in New York, a similar scene continues to play out at this moment, but the difference is that the person who receives the text message is no longer the old gentleman in the hotel, but the beggars, violinists, guests drinking coffee and reading newspapers on the streets, subway stations, and alleys. All kinds of people, at this moment, their phones are all making text message sounds. Some are disdainful, some look thoughtful, and some look excited. After a while, some people continued their original work, while others stood up and headed for the target location. 1 million? Investigate a house in a wealthy area. A long-haired beauty put away her mobile phone, put on a motorcycle helmet, and got on a Honda motorcycle, and drove away with a buzz. At 70th Street on Madison Avenue, a bald man in a suit with a slightly dark complexion set a blood-stained leather glove on fire, threw it into the trash can, took out his mobile phone and looked at the content on it and couldn't help laughing. "It's very close, let's go and take a look." Richard had no idea that his home had become the target of countless assassins. He was preparing braised pork for dinner. The best pork belly was cut into thumb-sized rectangles. As soon as it was placed on the plate, Richard felt someone approaching. This the news was very unusual. Compared with this killer, the previous killers were nothing compared to this one. Finally, a heavyweight has arrived. "Sky, it's time to go to the basement." Walter. Sky, who was watching a TV series on the sofa, couldn't help but turn around. "Big hero, how long do I have to hide?" "I don't know either. It depends on the efficiency of those people." Richard put down the kitchen knife and walked in front of Sky. "So when are you going to leave?" Sky pouted. It was so boring to be alone in the basement, but she was a person who knew the importance of things, and she got up reluctantly and walked to the basement. "By the way, remember to help me collect my pizza." "No problem," Richard said, and suddenly his mouth twitched. The pizza guy was knocked unconscious. "Sky." Outside the door, the bald man took the pizza box and put it on the ground, then dragged the pizza delivery man into the flowers in the yard, and then walked back to the door. "The pizza is good." The man picked up the pizza box and smelled it. "It's a pity that it's not your pizza." Richard opened the door and said. "Is that you?" The man looked Richard up and down and shook his head. "I can't see that you can kill. Cash in." In the room, Eddie looked at the dark man at the door and exclaimed. "Be careful, he is a senior member." Eddie shouted. Richard's eyes lit up. "Junior members have about 150 karma each, how much should senior members have?" "Do you know me?" Cashin had never seen Eddie before, and couldn't help but wonder. "But it doesn't matter, 1 million will be in hand if he kills these two people. No one complains about too much money, and he is no exception." Cashin put down the pizza box, straightened his clothes, and suddenly attacked. A jab, extremely fast. The most terrifying thing is that a steel needle as long as an inch popped out from the fist ring. So fierce. Richard laughed secretly, and the flame dragon armor instantly covered his body. The red-based armor suddenly appeared, which made Cashin stunned for a moment, but the fighting instinct trained for many years was not affected. The fist still fiercely stabbed Richard's goggles. As expected, the steel needle broke directly. There may be materials that can break the flame dragon armor, but it is definitely not just steel. Cashin pulled his hand back and took out his gun at the fastest speed in his life. However, in a flash, the guy appeared in front of him. Amid the sound of metal twisting, Cashin saw his beloved gun being deformed, and the middle of the gun body was squeezed into a thumb-thick section with clear handprints on it. Cashin's last thought before he died was that a reward of 1 million was too low. This guy's reward was 10 million, no, 100 million would do. The flaming fist was thrown out, and Richard punched it, and Cashin was burned by fire, and exploded into sparks flying all over the sky. In the distance, the beauty on the motorcycle threw away the telescope and turned around to escape without hesitation, but the throttle was almost turned off and the motorcycle did not move a meter. The beauty was sweating all over, and then raised her hand. I didn't see anything. Feeling the devil sitting in the back seat, the beauty cursed the hotel 100 times in her heart. 1 million? I really believed your lies. If I had known it was such a monster, I would not have come even if I had paid 10 million. Now I can only hope that this guy doesn't know her, otherwise her identity will be exposed, and she believes that she will definitely die a miserable death. Richard grabbed the beauty's waist and moved instantly. Bang! Richard showed no mercy, and the beauty was thrown directly to the floor. Miss Parkinson. Eddie's eyes widened. Parkinson stared at Eddie, the guy who exposed her identity. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. The flames burst, and Parkinson followed in Cashin's footsteps. Eddie was ecstatic. 2 top killers, this big guy killed them effortlessly, with this strength, there is no problem to flatten the hotel, right? It seems that he can really get out of the hotel and regain his freedom. Eddie decided that he would stay here and hug the big guy's thigh in the future. He would not leave even if he was let go. Chapter 29, The Blood Contract of the Night Devil. Hotel. On the sofa, the old gentleman Winston had a cold face. Although the reward was issued, the killer also lost a lot. As the agent of the Continental Hotel in New York, he was not very good looking. Sir, why don't you find Mr. Wick? A black guy wearing glasses, Karen, said across the sofa. Jonathan Wick. Winston shook his head, he just completed an impossible task and left this world. How can I ask a person who has retired from the world to come back? Winston looked melancholy. In the black Ford Mustang, a man with medium-length black hair held the steering wheel with both hands, his expression was serious, and there seemed to be a storm in his calm eyes. Because he met his wife Helen, he accepted the impossible task and completed it, successfully left the killer world, and lived happily with his wife. But perhaps because of too many sins of killing, God punished his wife Helen for an incurable disease. He tried every way to treat his wife, but all failed. Seeing his wife getting thinner and thinner, his former boss came to the door and said he could help. In return, he needed a small favor. The so-called small favors, of course, could not be helping to carry boxes and hang coats, but to do his old job, killing people. Just escaped from this world, and was going to fall into it again? The man sighed. Helen is everything. He can retire for Helen, and naturally he can also come back for Helen. I just hope Winston can do what he says. Jonathan Wick no longer hesitated, started the car, and the Ford Mustang engine roared strongly, rushing towards the address given by Winston. After a few days of calm, Richard couldn't help but wonder if the hotel's killers are all having diarrhea? Or do they have special channels to know the movements of other killers? Otherwise, why didn't anyone come after killing these senior members? Richard looked at Eddie. Eddie was frightened by his look. Oh my God, it's none of his business. Boss, spare me. Boss, kneel down. Richard decided to go shopping with the 3 of them, as they had almost finished eating at home. After returning from the mall, before reaching the door of his house, Richard felt a strange breath, and it was stronger than Cashin and Parkins. There is only one person, and this is the most impressive thing in the hotel? Do you think you can kill yourself with a sure thing? Richard smiled and parked the car, and pushed the door first. In an instant, the warning signs rang wildly in his heart, and the flame dragon armor was summoned. Bang bang bang! 3 consecutive shots, first 2 hit the left and right sides of the chest, and then the forehead. Mozambique shooting method? Not bad, not bad. This is a fast and sure kill close combat shooting technique. If you are hit by this, unless you have superpowers such as self-healing and resurrection. The 3 shots correspond to the heart of a normal person, the heart that may appear in the right chest due to natural gift, and the brain. No matter how strong a person is, he will die. This gentleman is cruel enough. No, he is a wolf. A little more than cruel. Richard made a move and was immediately surprised. This gentleman actually dodged his capture. Although he did not fire at full power, his attack speed was also at a desperate level in the eyes of ordinary people. How could this gentleman dodge it? Instinct? Or powerful dynamic vision? Really good. It's a pity that he still had to die. The dead killer is Karma. Night. Night Demon? Mr. Jonathan Wick. Eddie, the face recognition device, called again. Richard did not stop and made a full-strength shot, and Jonathan Wick was immediately pressed to the ground. Are you Jonathan Wick? Richard asked curiously. Mr. Wick's fighting spirit was the strongest Richard had ever seen, and his desperate attitude made him look at him sideways. Want to kill him so much? Why do you want to kill me? Richard asked again. Wick didn't answer, his eyes were red like a beast, but the inhuman power of the flame dragon armor was not something that mortals could resist, and his desperate struggle was useless. Richard could feel that Wick was the same as him, the kind who would not kill innocent people even though he had killed someone. Come for money? Impossible. What's the secret? Why would such a person fight so hard? Because of love? He won't be easily taken, cough cough, he couldn't help singing. Richard's face straightened. Mr. Wick was fighting so hard, how could he do this in such a serious atmosphere? He couldn't sing in his heart. Cough cough. Eddie was a little embarrassed. Boss, you're pinching Mr. Wick's neck. Richard. Let go. Wick coughed and tried to turn his head to look at Richard. Please, move away from here. Hey? Why? Please. Wick took out a half-palm-sized round badge from his pocket with difficulty. It was covered with complicated patterns, like a work of art. Blood Covenant. Eddie was shocked, and then began to explain again. There are 2 rules that must not be broken in the hotel continent. First, you must never fight in the hotel. Second, the Blood Covenant must be completed. The so-called Blood Covenant is that A asks B for help, presses the blood fingerprint in the Blood Covenant, which is the prop that Wick took out, and B puts away the Blood Covenant and helps, but in the future, if B makes any request, A must complete it. Facing the Blood Covenant, A is absolutely not allowed to refuse to execute, escape, or kill B, which will only lead to the hotel's pursuit. Wick didn't care why Eddie knew so much about the Blood Covenant. He looked at Richard and just wanted a promise. In fact, the Blood Covenant at this time was not effective at all, because Wick and Richard were not members. Taking out this thing was just Wick's attitude. As long as Richard leaves here and lets him complete the mission to save Helen, he is willing to give his life to Richard in the future. Blood contract is his promise. Are you doing this for one person? Richard did not take the blood contract, but took off his armor and stood up. Wick stared at Richard's burning eyes, and his hoarse voice slowly came out of his throat. Only if you disappear, someone will help me treat Helen. Richard and Wick looked at each other. After a moment, Richard sighed. Okay, but I need some time to move. There are so many devices in the house, it really takes some effort to get rid of them. If it doesn't work, you can only destroy them, including the house. Thank you. Wick breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, then opened the blood contract box, pressed his thumb on the sharp needle on it, and then pressed it on the blank part on the left side of the round box. Let go, the bloody fingerprints are clearly visible, the contract is completed. Wick left his contact information and left, leaving Richard with little time. Richard was very sorry. Kill Cashin. Karma plus 490, kill Parkinson, Karma plus 577. Wick is a legendary night devil in the industry who is more powerful than these two senior members. It is not impossible for his karma to exceed 1000, right? But he just slipped away from me. But Richard did not regret it. Having more friends is not a bad thing. After playing with the blood contract round box for a while, Richard put it in his pocket. Helping people to the end, it is better to move farther away this time, and move back to find a new place to live after a while. And the sooner the better. After thinking about it, Richard thought he might as well blow up the house, just to make a complete show. Anyway, he has money. 3 minutes later, Richard's house exploded with a bang, and flames shot up to the sky. In the distance, Richard looked at the flames with a little regret. I really want to burn it in there for a while. Shaking his head, Richard teleported away with Sky and Audie, who were completely confused, leaving Eddie behind who was also completely confused. Alas! Where's the boss? Where's the boss? Please take me with you. Chapter 30, Weird New Neighbors, Changes in New York. Delaware, on the highway in Madison. Sky sat in the car, looking at this city that was obviously not as prosperous as New York, and couldn't help but complain, and stroked Audie's fur. Why do we have to come here? It's far enough here. Richard looked at the house he just bought on both sides of the road. There's a saying in China, help people to the end, send Buddha to the west. Since we helped Mr. Wick, let's help him thoroughly. Found it. Richard turned the steering wheel. Just live for a while to experience the customs of different states, we will move back to New York. So, why not change places? Detroit, Miami, Las Vegas. Sky frowned, any of them is better than here, right? As he said, he looked at Richard with a suspicious look, do you have a lover here? Sky exclaimed, put his hand to his mouth and made an exaggerated expression, am I going to meet the hero's lover? You may see a doctor before that. Richard opened the garage, shook his head and smiled at Sky's puzzled eyes. You just stroked the cat's hair with your hands, I don't need to tell you how many bacteria there are on it. Sky was stunned, grabbed the water bottle and started to rinse his mouth. Gilyalu, ugh! You are such a devil! Sky looked at Richard with a dark look. Richard laughed. Devil? I am so scared of myself when I am really a devil. Richard went to move boxes, all of which were newly bought clothes and daily necessities from the mall, while Sky walked around the yard with Audie in her arms. Hi, sister, are you the new neighbor? In the yard next door, a junior high school girl greeted Sky excitedly in front of the window. Hi. Sky looked at the beautiful little girl, and her depressed mood instantly improved a lot. Everyone has a love of beauty, and looking at beautiful things is always pleasing to the eye. Wow, is that your cat? The little girl looked at Audie, her eyes lit up. I guess so. Sky smiled, grabbed Audie's front paw and waved, Audie, say hello to the little beauty. The little girl covered her mouth, with great surprise in her eyes. Oh my god, what did she just see? This kitten actually glanced at the beautiful sister with disdain? That humane look made her cute. I really want to hug you. Hannah looked back, got out of the window, and rushed to the fence. Sky came over and shook it. What a strong fence, is it elephant-proof? Hannah laughed, and the two beauties, one big and one small, unexpectedly got along well and soon became friends. Hannah! A middle-aged man shouted, and Hannah, who was petting a cat, changed her face slightly. Sister Sky, I'm going back first, I'll play with you another day. Hannah said and hurriedly got back to the window. Sky put down his hand, looked at Hannah's quick movements, and his voice gradually became smaller. I always feel something is strange. How is the new neighbor? Richard came over with the last box of things. A very beautiful and enthusiastic girl, but Before Sky finished speaking, a middle-aged man wearing glasses appeared at the window and looked at her coldly. "Hi, we just moved here." Sky greeted. "Was that your daughter just now? She's so pretty." The middle-aged man didn't say anything, just looked at her, with an expression that kept people away. "Just the two of us." Sky smiled awkwardly. "Did you see that fence?" The middle-aged man suddenly pointed at the fence. Sky was stunned by the middle-aged man's aura and was at a loss. Richard saw this and lost interest. Who doesn't have a neighbor with a strange temper these days? It's obvious that this person doesn't welcome them, and he doesn't want to be welcomed either. "Do you see that fence?" the middle-aged man said word by word. Richard put his arm around Sky's shoulders. "See, such a thick fence, you don't like being disturbed, I will remember it." "Very good." The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. "Stay away from the fence, stay away from my daughter, stay away from me, we won't be in trouble, believe me." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he pulled the curtains and slammed the window shut, shocking Sky to step back and be stunned. "We killed his dog." "No. Then why is he so excited?" "I just chatted with Hannah for a few words." Sky was confused, and suddenly his eyes lit up. "Lee, do you think this man is a perverted murderer? Hannah is not his daughter but was kidnapped." "Oh my God!" Sky slapped his forehead. "Hannah must have revealed this to me just now, I didn't even understand her code words." "No, I want to check this guy's background." Sky ran into the house. Richard's mouth twitched. What does this guy think about all day? A new neighbor also moved in across from Richard. "Mom, I know you and Dad are divorced and need a new job. Are you sure there is no other place to look for a vice principal position?" A junior high school boy was moving a cardboard box down from the car. "For example." The beautiful woman with good temperament closed the car door and moved pick up another cardboard box and ask. "Guantanamo Bay. Too hot. North Korea. Sorry Jack, they didn't call me back. Detroit." The same conversation as in Richard's car was played out, fully demonstrating the unpopularity of this city. And tonight in New York is destined to be an unfair night. All the underground forces, big and small, in Manhattan were killed in pieces, and the main leaders were all injured and in shock. Although the bald man with tattoos on his head left, they still haven't recovered at this moment, and their hands holding cigarettes are not stable. That ghostly figure and incredible shooting skills have been deeply rooted in their minds, just like the business cards inserted in their bodies, they can't forget them even if they want to. "Who is that guy?" "Kim Byung." A big man trembled and pulled the business card off his shoulder, looking at the only name on it and trembling. "Is his new boss the one called Kim Byung?" On the roof of a certain building, a bald man with a target tattoo on his forehead stood in the wind, his windbreaker rustling in the wind. "Boss, the last Manhattan is done, you can ascend the throne. Thank you for your hard work, Lester. At your service." In front of a floor-to-ceiling window on a certain floor of a certain building, a very sturdy man put down his mobile phone, looked at the prosperous New York outside the window, and smiled. From today on, he is the underground emperor of New York. The night of this city will be controlled by him. Black asterisk, now it can be done like a transaction, the chairman and the board of directors will be, me. The man laughed softly, and the strangely shaped metal box in his hand suddenly emitted a cold light. "We have helped you realize your wish. When will you fulfill your promise? Help us find the successor of the armor." The overlapping voices of men and women, as if 5 people spoke at the same time. The man's eyes fell on the yin-yang fish in the center of the box, and his eyes suddenly turned completely black, and then returned to normal. "New York is already in my pocket. I can easily find someone to capture it. You have waited for so long. You don't mind waiting a little longer?" "You are right. I will wait for your good news." The voice in the box disappeared. The man's eyes were deep and cold. The successor of the armor. I am also interested. Chapter 31, Sky's Enrollment, Mysterious Typewriter. Temporarily withdrawing from New York, the gathering place of karma, Richard knew that his recent karma income might not be much or even no, but he had unlocked the skills of the Flame Dragon armor, and his sense of urgency was not so strong. It's not that he can relax, but it's not necessary to go out every day to collect karma now. After 4 years of boring training and 6 years of blood and killing, Richard's tough nerves have been tense. After getting the armor for the first time, he was excited. He also worked as a special LYFT driver for a while to harvest karma. His enthusiasm has reached the limit. If he continues to burn, he will burn himself to death. So Richard also considered this when accepting Wick's blood contract. Let's go somewhere far away from New York and relax. It's just that I can't go to see Nancy all the time during this period, so should I find a new one? Sky flashed through his mind, and Richard immediately shook his head. The reason why he took Sky in was, first of all, because she had big breasts. Because she was a compatriot and a beauty. The second was that he sank her house into the lake, and the third was that he was attracted by her skills. Powerful hacking skills, this is what he needs. After all, being a special driver all the time doesn't seem to be a good way. With Sky, he can develop a new model. For example, monitoring police channels, such as finding targets on the internet, the police, FBI, CIA, DEA, and other databases, and then going to the door to collect karma. In short, there is no plan to develop a firebag friendship with her. Sky is only in her 20s now, a little younger than him, and he likes mature beauties the most, preferably older than him, the older the better. Super serious face. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, Richard believes it anyway. Back to the point, I'm unfamiliar with this place. Where can I find a suitable solid gun? I couldn't help but think of Julie again. The conditions are met, but it's still too far away, and it's all in Manhattan, overlapping with Nancy. Forget it, if it doesn't work, just shoot casually. Anyway, with his current physique and ability, he won't get sick, and maybe he can even cause some karma. Get up early, run in the morning, practice fire control ability, summon armor to practice skills, and after doing all this, Richard returned the same way. Look at the time, it's past 7:30 in the morning, most people have already got up. I wonder if Sky is up? Audrey got up early, washed up and started to check today's inaugural speech. Madison Middle School is a very good school in the city, and it is also the only school that accepted her application for appointment. For the future life of her and Jack, she must perform well today. Although the appointment is a done deal, if today's speech is not good enough, it will be difficult to manage students in the future. Time passed while she was revising the manuscript carefully, and the alarm clock suddenly rang. It's 7:30? Oh no, it's time to make breakfast. Audrey rushed to the kitchen to fry eggs, bacon, toast and heat milk, while calling Jack to get up. Jack, get up. Help me take out the trash by the way. Upstairs, Jack got up reluctantly, washed up, and went out to take out the trash. A muscular man running came into view, and Jack's eyes suddenly widened. Mr. Super Driver. Richard stopped and looked at the boy throwing the garbage with a surprised expression. Jack. The son of the Minister of Narcotics Control? So Audrey. Before Richard asked, Jack blurted it out. It turned out that after the last incident, Audrey had a big fight with the minister and then divorced. In order to survive, Audrey had to pick up her old job. Richard didn't expect Audrey to have been a teacher, or even a vice principal. Amazing. She looks good, has a good figure, and is a teacher in her 30s or 40s. Is she a beautiful office lady? Perfect. After breakfast, Richard took Sky to follow Audrey's car to Madison Middle School. All the way, Sky kept chattering. In front, Audrey was also absent-minded. I thought I would never have the chance to see Richard again. After all, she didn't even ask for a business card at that time, and didn't leave a number on the Lyft app unexpectedly. I met him again. Mom! Jack shouted suddenly and pulled the steering wheel to the side. The car shook violently, and Audrey came back to her senses and concentrated on driving. The terminal, Madison Middle School, arrived. This is a very large middle school, because it includes junior high school, and the area is not much less than that of a university. Sky looked at the students at the school gate with some envy. She dropped out of high school and then supported herself. She didn't even participate in a high school dance. It must be said that it was a pity. Why, you want to go to high school? Richard looked at Sky's expression and couldn't help asking. Sky's eyes lit up. It seems to be a good idea. Sky went back to the car and turned on the computer, and ran out of operations. Done. From now on, I am Sky, an exchange student from Canada. After saying that, Sky poked Richard's ribs with his elbow. I will help you keep an eye on your old lover. 2 fingers pointed in front of his eyes, then pointed to Richard's eyes, and finally fell in the direction of Audrey, as if to say, my eyes are your eyes? Richard. 20-something female Sky enrolled in school. Richard had no intention of going back to school. He had suffered enough from the 7 years of junior high school and high school. Walk around? Richard followed the crowd into the school. With his 18-year-old appearance, it was easy for him to sneak into the school. His height of 1.8 meters was inconspicuous among a group of students with generally good development. Walking into the campus, following the crowd to the teaching building, Richard stopped in front of a display case. In the display case was an old antique typewriter with a suitcase, on which was written Smith Corona, and a small letter, which was not clear unless you looked carefully. R.L. Smith Corona R.L. The name of the user. Richard muttered. The reason he stopped was because the typewriter gave him a very strange feeling. But there were students and teachers all around, and there were surveillance cameras around, so Richard could only suppress his curiosity. Wait until class starts? The crowd all went to the gymnasium, and the noisy sound contrasted sharply with the silence around. Richard curled his lips and came out of the dark. The flame dragon armor merged, and the next moment there was a snap, and the typewriter was no longer in the display case. In the jungle behind Madison Middle School, Richard appeared with a box typewriter. Holding the typewriter, he sensed the system's eagerness to move. The mystery inside was revealed as Richard opened the back cover. Under the back cover, there was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was square, with rounded corners, and was engraved with mysterious words. Richard couldn't understand it at all. He reached out and touched it, and the stone tablet disappeared in the blink of an eye. Walter? Where's the stone tablet? Was it eaten by the system? It doesn't matter whether it's eaten or not, but give me some reaction. Where's karma? After a harassment, the system was as cold as ever, so Richard gave up. Throwing the typewriter away, Richard practiced in the jungle on the spot. In the new car, Sky talked about her first day of high school life. There was an exchange student like me at the school sports meeting who was very powerful. She seemed to be called Megan or something. She wore a mascot costume and easily knocked down several men in black. She was very skilled. I suspect she was an agent. Sky said nervously, look, I recorded the video. Do you think she was investigating you, so she put the breakthrough point on me and wanted to get close to me? There are thousands of roads, but safety is the first. I'm driving, take it away. Richard turned his head and dodged the phone handed over, looking forward. As soon as he got home, Sky couldn't wait to hand over the phone again. Richard looked at the video on it and his eyes lit up. Brazilian tactics. Japanese self-defense techniques. The combination is quite good. She's just too young, only in the 3rd year of high school. Richard shook his head and immediately thought of what Sky said before. At this age, she has such a superb fighting level. This girl must be no ordinary person. Could she be related to him? How is it? I found a big intelligence, right? Sky looked like she was asking for praise. You're great. Richard rubbed Sky's hair and continued to ponder. Sky was dissatisfied, snatched the phone, made a face and got out of the car, and then happily ordered takeout. In her life, food, internet, and computer are almost everything. With these, she can stay at home all day without feeling bored. By the way, Sky suddenly ran back and knocked on the car window. Richard opened the door and came out directly. I checked the information of Mr. Weird Neighbor yesterday. Guess what I found? Sky looked mysterious. Nothing. Police files, dental records, credit card records, nothing. Our neighbor Mr. and Hannah, as if it doesn't exist. You said. Stop. Richard interrupted Sky. Don't worry about the weird neighbors and secret agent classmates, help me find someone. Chapter 32, Beautiful Women Fighting, a mantis as tall as a 3-story building. Richard wanted to check the name on the typewriter, of course, but Sky gave him a contemptuous look after checking. Smith Corona, a very popular portable typewriter brand in the 19th century, this is the name you want to check. Richard. If it's not a person, then it's not a person, making a fuss. Where's R.L.? R.L. Stan, a famous thriller writer, you said it was printed on the typewriter, so the typewriter should be the one he used. The typewriter used by the great writer, must be very valuable, right? Where is it? Sky was curious. Do you have homework or something? Hurry up and do your homework, I'll go out for a while. Richard left without looking back. Sky thought of something, rolled his eyes. Picked up the computer to watch a movie. Richard pushed the door open and was about to go to the opposite door when he saw Audrey raising her hand as if to knock on the door. The two looked at each other. You, divorced? Richard asked. Audrey nodded, then exclaimed. What are you doing? Do what you wanted to do before. No, not here, Jack. You're Jack. When I came back, I saw him and Hannah went to the Grove together. Bathroom on the first floor. Audrey looked satisfied, and drew circles on Richard's chest with her fingers. The girl with you. She is my tenant and also, partner. Richard said truthfully. He really regarded Sky as a partner, technical support. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. But she immediately shouted, Why are you? Are you feeling well? Audrey dragged her tired body home, thinking that she might have to take a day off tomorrow. This enemy. Madison Middle School's annual grand event, the dance began. Richard accepted Sky's invitation to be a dance partner. What do you think of this dress? Sky, wearing a pink dress, turned around in front of Richard. Not bad, beautiful lady. Sky is a clothes hanger, she looks good in anything, and this dress can really set off her youthful beauty. You are not bad either, handsome guy. Sky poked Richard's chest with her finger, and her eyes electrified Richard. The school was filled with the atmosphere of a dance party. The huge venue was decorated with lights, and the light of the colorful lights was swaying everywhere. The crowds of people changed colors in seconds. Handsome men and beautiful women in suits and long skirts danced with youth and enthusiasm to the explosive dance music. Richard glanced at Sky, who was holding his arm, and his mouth curled up. This is youth. Beautiful lady, can I invite you to dance? Richard bowed and extended his hand. With pleasure. Sky smiled and put his hand on it. Amid the wild music, a man and a woman danced an elegant dance that was completely out of place in the atmosphere, but it didn't feel out of place. After dancing for a while, Sky suddenly pointed to the distance and shouted. Look over there, that's Megan. Agent Megan. Sky pointed at a girl wearing the same pink skirt next to the snack table and shouted. Luckily, Richard has super hearing, otherwise he couldn't hear Sky's words in such a commotion. Following her gaze, Richard saw the girl in Sky's video. Tisk tisk, her legs are a bit thick, not good. But the girl opposite Megan with long blonde hair and hollow blue skirt is pretty good. Suddenly, Megan took off her high heels and threw them over. The blonde dodged easily, sneered, slowly raised one of her long legs to her ears, and grabbed the bottom of her high heels with her hands and took them off. Then the blonde grabbed the high heels with both hands and rushed towards Megan. Her sharp eyes, swift movements like a hawk hunting, and fierce momentum made Richard stunned. What is this operation? The blonde waved a pair of high heels like a dagger, with a murderous momentum, and every move was fatal. Ordinary people would be killed before they could dodge twice. This was a real killing technique. This blonde is actually a master. Megan is not weak either. She dodges quickly and looks for opportunities to counterattack. Finally, she got the chance and kicked off a high heel, then tangled with the blonde, and soon they both fell to the ground and played joint techniques and countermeasures. Above average looks, wonderful moves, and most importantly, the two people's clothes. In short, Richard was very satisfied with the show, but also felt it was ridiculous. Is Megan really an agent? Sky was actually right? But what are these two people fighting about? Richard was about to mediate the fight, and a sense of crisis came over him. Here it comes again. Richard curled his lips. In the auditory world, a big guy rushing towards him at a very fast speed, a special breath lingered around him, making Richard feel a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it at all. But it didn't matter. What mattered was that guy had arrived and was now outside the venue. Richard knew he had to do something. His eyes swept across the venue. And Richard had an idea. Bang! The equipment in front of the DJ exploded directly, and the music stopped instantly. Then flames burst out from the ceiling, walls, and even the suits and leather shoes of the crowd, and the silent crowd exploded instantly. Fire! Richard shouted, and everyone ran towards the fire escape. Sky, go find Audrey! Richard patted Sky and pointed to Audrey's panicked figure not far away. Sky nodded heavily, without asking Richard what happened after saying be careful, he ran towards Audrey. You two, we can fight later. Richard shouted to the two beautiful girls who were still locking each other with their thighs, and then summoned the armor to combine. The lights flashed, and Richard broke through the roof and disappeared. Megan and Heather looked at each other. Bitch, did you see it? What do you think, bitch? The two separated immediately, looking at the hole in the roof and the strange flames around them, and felt something unusual. The ceiling suddenly exploded, and a green thing was nailed in front of the two people. Sickle-shaped limbs, sharp barbs, needle-like hairs. The two women moved their eyes through the broken ceiling and were shocked. This is a big mantis. A big mantis as tall as a 3-story building. Richard stood on the roof and looked into the eyes of the big mantis. On the huge green eyeball, 2 red pupils as big as apples stared straight at Richard, and a fierce breath came to his face. The mantis opened its mouth parts, let out a terrifying roar, and slammed down its sickle arm. There is a theory that the strongest creatures in nature are insects. If these small things are enlarged to the size of some large vertebrates, such as elephants, then they will dominate the animal world with the fastest speed and the strongest power. But little do they know that when the oxygen content on the earth is the highest and most suitable for insects to survive, the largest of these things is only the level of giant dragonflies and giant millipedes. There is no other reason. Among small animals, insects are indeed the optimal solution in the life structure, but among large animals, vertebrates are. The speed of nerve impulse conduction of insects is only 1/2 m/s, which means that they cannot grow up, otherwise they will die from a long reflex arc. Although arthropods such as ants and rhinoceros beetles are called strongmen in nature, if they are really enlarged, they will only die miserably. And those insects with fast movements are also impossible to have the previous speed. What does it mean to say so much? This mantis can't be fast. However, the fact is that this chop, without waiting or delay, is so fast that it explodes. The wind was cut. Richard teleported to the top of the mantis's triangular head and punched it. The raging flames fell from the sky like a meteorite, carrying the power of destruction, and blew the mantis's head black. No, not black. After the mantis's head was destroyed by the flames, it turned into a pool of black matter, wriggling like ink, and recovered in a moment. What the hell? Is this thing really not a supernatural beast? Chapter 33, Flirting with Girls to Destroy the World. These things can't be killed. The shout came, and Richard had no time to care. Of course he knew that he couldn't be killed, so he sealed it. Flame fist. Richard flipped and spun in midair, and smashed his fist down. The red light of the flame fist was like flour stuck by water, moving with the fist and landing beside the mantis. Flames burst out. Richard landed, and a ball of fire exploded behind him, turning into sparks and disappearing. Evacuate students, seal the giant mantis, karma plus 3000. Richard curled his lips and looked at the three people in front of him. Hannah, who was still in shock, Jack holding her hand, and the weird neighbor uncle next door. It was this uncle who just shouted, and he was stunned at the moment. Where did you put it? The uncle looked sideways behind Richard with a look of surprise. Richard was looking at Hannah. He felt the same breath from Hannah as the mantis and the things that were surrounding this side in the distance. Two fighting girls and beautiful girls also came over, their eyes fell on Richard, and they were very curious. Tell me, what happened? In Richard's hand, a burst of flames appeared out of thin air, and the exploding flames were extremely hot, and everyone couldn't help but step back. Jack and Hannah and Uncle and Megan and Heather, at number UN, percent at UN number asterisk and percent at, number and. Richard. You first. Richard pointed at the uncle. My name is R.L. Stan, this monster came out of the book I wrote, and it's also chasing me. Uncle Stan looked at the flame in Richard's palm and stood at attention. Richard looked at the two beautiful girls again. Megan and Heather looked at each other. We are agents of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, and we are here to arrest people. Richard finally looked at Jack. Jack immediately raised his hand happily. I didn't listen to Mr. Stan, sneaked into his house, accidentally opened his book and released the monster. Jack felt the pressure brought by everyone's eyes, and his voice became smaller and smaller. I didn't know it would be like this. I knew it, I knew it. Stan looked crazy. Well, how can we make those monsters disappear? Richard pointed to a white giant in the distance, and a dark mass of things behind it. Stan's face turned pale. I can't do it. Those monsters all ran out of my book. If you want them to go back, just open the book, but the book has been burned by them. If you can write them out, you can write them back. Just write another book. How many stories do I have to write to catch all the monsters? I have carpal tunnel syndrome in both hands. Stan raised his hands and stared. Then write a story about catching all the monsters. Stan was stunned. Why didn't he think of it? But to write a book with magic, he still needs a tool, that portable printer. I have a way. Stan shouted, I need a printer with special magic, it is in this middle school. But before I finish writing, I need you to buy me some time. Richard's mouth twitched. A printer with magic, and in this middle school. Is it a Smith Corona black suitcase portable printer? How do you know? Stan was surprised. Richard. Not only do you know, I also destroyed it. Ha, ha, ha. Richard laughed dryly in his heart. Speaking of the so-called magic, the source must be that stone tablet, right? That stone tablet can transform words, imagination, and fantasy into reality. It must be awesome. Why didn't I receive any karma? Richard harassed the system 100 times in his mind, and then was filled with excitement. So many monsters, if each of them has 3,000 karmas. I can't count it this way, then there must be 1,000, right? I still got it. I have to thank this weird neighbor, Brother Stan. In return. Your daughter is also written, right? Richard patted Stan, who was pale. Protect her well, and by the way, remind you, don't let this kid have sex with her. Richard said, and disappeared instantly. Jack, this little bastard, do you really think he can be fooled? It's obvious that he wants to have sex with Hannah. I have seen you go into the woods so many times. Today, you must have wanted to do something bad and ended up causing this mess. Or else it is said that flirting with girls will destroy the world. The ancients are not deceiving me. In the distance, the gorilla-like guy with white hair all over his body is extremely eye-catching. Snowman. Richard looked at it for a long time and finally recognized this creature. Looking at other monsters, Richard couldn't help but sigh. How many novels did Uncle Stan write? If there is a monster in each book, there is no way to count. No matter, seal them all. Karma, here I come. Teleport. Richard appeared in front of a large group of monsters, with flames on his arms. Not long after his relationship with Audrey took a step further, Richard had a sudden inspiration. And then found that his fire bloodline had greatly improved and he could create fire out of thin air. Although it was just ordinary fire, it was undoubtedly a powerful means that could enrich his fighting style. For example, facing a large number of monsters at this moment, he could do this. He slammed his arms into the ground, and the flames on his arms spiraled down and injected into the ground. The next moment, infinite flames exploded like a volcanic eruption, and a large group of monsters were burned by the flames and soared into the sky. The air turned into a substance like ink, and it rolled and scattered with the flames. The flames then turned into a tornado, and countless black inks were involved. As the tornado accelerated, it gathered into a large ball. The flame fist appeared out of thin air above the ink ball. The power of the flame seemed to inject energy into it, and the entire energy post emitted a more dazzling red light. Flame fist. Richard fell from the sky and punched through the red light. The ink and flames completely dissipated, leaving only a few sparks. Richard touched the ground with his fists, half knelt, and had a perfect posture. Not far away, the ink was wriggling and recovering. Under the night sky, in a fighter plane, a group of agents saw this scene and were all shocked. 084. A beautiful woman in a tight uniform looked at the red figure below, her pupils shrank. After receiving the reports from the two field agents, she was sent to perform the mission as the closest one. Unexpectedly, she met this 084. And it was not long after Coulson proposed and passed it. Maria Hill decided to inform Coulson. Who made him so enthusiastic about this? Coulson, I found 084, I sent you the location. What a pity, I can't get away now, please treat him well for me. Put away your tricks, I am higher than you, do I need you to teach me? Hill said expressionlessly and hung up the phone. Everyone prepare to land, resist the monsters, seal off the scene, and be careful not to clash with the armored man. Yes. Several black-clad agents checked their equipment. A beautiful agent in a blonde tights skillfully played with a pair of metal sticks and put them back into the stick sheath on her waist. Number 13, are you sure you don't need other weapons? Hill glanced at number 13. No, they are enough. Number 13 looked confident. But you are not facing a human this time. Hill picked up a gun that looked like a rifle and loaded it with a click. Number 13 was silent for a moment, and also took a long gun from the weapon rack on the bulkhead. Chapter 34, the first cooperation with the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. The fighter plane landed and hovered about 1 meter above the ground. The strong wind pressure crushed the grass on the ground. The agents jumped out of the cabin door nimbly and pointed their guns at the ink that was wriggling and recovering. The monsters recovered very quickly, shaking their heads and roaring at each other. A werewolf in big shorts landed on all four paws and moved in a zigzag pattern, so fast that ordinary people could not react in time. Several agents fired their guns, and the bullets sparked electric sparks, but they did not even touch the werewolf's hair. Seeing that the werewolf dodged all the special bullets and pounced on an agent, Number 13 suddenly rushed up and hit the werewolf with his two-handed stick at an extremely tricky angle. The sound of electricity exploded, and the werewolf was beaten back and fell to the ground, twitching. No 13's stick turned a flower. She looked at Richard provocatively, and then rushed towards a mummy wrapped in strips of cloth. Richard looked at the agile figure of Number 13, and raised his eyebrows under the eyepiece. This woman feels so familiar. But it doesn't matter, someone is here to snatch the monster. Although these people may not have any means to kill monsters, Richard doesn't want to give them the opportunity to show off. The monsters are all his, no one can snatch them away. Richard threw out the flame fist and blew up a monster that looked like a living dead, and his karma only increased by 50. The large number of people killed before, in fact, did not gain much karma, only more than 1,000. Maybe it's because I didn't save so many people? But it's okay to have karma. Richard continued to seal one by one, and the agents were not to be outdone, but they soon found that their weapons were useless. Those monsters can't be killed at all. Their electric shock bombs can barely make those monsters stop, that's the best. On the other hand, the armored man punched a monster, and his efficiency was simply outrageous. Who is the professional? Several agents were in a state of psychological disparity. Suddenly, a man in armor with a monster head raised his gun and a beam of cold air shot out. An agent was instantly covered with frost and frozen into an ice sculpture. The two agents quickly took advantage of their companion's counterattack and lifted the ice sculpture partner back. A ghost in a cloak flew over and grabbed an agent and flew into the sky. The agent fought back desperately, firing bullets without cost, but only shattered the cloak, and the ghost was not hurt at all. Hill looked at this scene with an ugly face. What kind of monsters are these? Hill has seen monsters before. Her job is to isolate these monsters and weird things from the world of ordinary people, hide the truth that the public is not ready to face, and protect them. But in the past, they had ways to solve even the most difficult problems, but now these monsters can't be killed or trapped. Can they only rely on the 084 armored man? At this moment, the ghost let go, and the unlucky agent fell down screaming. It was dozens of meters high, and it would not be much better if he didn't die after falling down. Hill's face was extremely ugly. She had led the team so far, and no one had died. Would she make an exception today? Seeing that the agent was about to fall to the ground, a figure flashed. Stop screaming! Richard pulled the agent who was clinging to him like a koala and threw him aside, looking at Hill. You are the leader, right? Tell your people to retreat, you can't deal with these things. After Richard finished speaking, he bent his legs slightly, and then rushed into the sky like a cannonball, and blasted the ghost into ashes with one punch. Everyone retreat! Hill ordered without hesitation. Number 13 was very unwilling. She didn't damage a single piece of cloth in front of the mummy, but she was in danger several times. But orders must be obeyed. Number 13 dodged the mummy's claws and turned around and ran. A piece of cloth flew out and wrapped around her neck. With great force, Number 13 was dragged to the ground. Number 13 pulled the cloth strips with both hands, but she couldn't shake the terrifying inhuman force at all. Bang! The mummy exploded. Number 13 coughed. Have I seen you somewhere before? Richard stretched out his hand to Number 13 and asked casually. Number 13 stood up by herself, glanced at Richard, tossed her blonde hair, twisted her waist and turned away. Looking at her back, Richard suddenly realized. Isn't this the killer lady who was fucked to death by him? They look exactly like each other. Twins? Hill's eyes lit up. Although Richard's expression could not be seen, since he showed interest in number 13, maybe. Barbara Bobby Morse, one of the most outstanding field agents of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, Hill walked over with his arms folded. Now that you know her name, will you tell me your name in exchange? What kind of agency is this? The name is too long. Richard complained. Hill had a blank expression and was MMP in his heart. Also, you really have the nerve to exchange my name for someone else's. Hill. Maria Hill. Hill said coldly. Richard scanned Hill from all angles, but there was something interesting. She was a cold-faced beauty. My name is Flame Dragon Man. It's great that you didn't hold me back for the first cooperation. So I should thank you. You're welcome. Richard was quite satisfied with his first contact with the Homeland Balabala Agency. This organization is an organization that often deals with abnormal events. The invisible and random takeoff and landing spacecraft, special electric shock guns, sophisticated equipment, and excellent subordinates all show that its background is extraordinary. But this organization did not show any strongness that disgusted him, and even did not show any intention to deal with him, which made Richard very fond of him. Of course, 99.9% of this favorability is on the two mature beauties Barbara and Hill and the two little beauties Megan and Heather. If it were a big man, Richard would not bother to pay attention. I don't know if they have completed the task of catching people. Richard smiled and found a place to check the harvest. This time, the Karma harvested nearly 5,000 monsters, which was great. Counting the previous ones, Richard now has a total of 12,067 Karma. Unfortunately, although the Karma is high, it is obviously not enough to unlock new functions. After comforting Audrey, Richard and Sky went home. As for the matter of his neighbor Uncle Stan being taken away, Richard was not worried at all. With the style of this Balabala bureau, he should be fine, right? On the way back, Richard saw the destructive power of those monsters. The signal base station collapsed, and the steel bracket was twisted, as if it had been twisted by something. The roads and streets were full of burning cars, broken roads, and stores, and frozen people. Richard thawed them all and gained hundreds of Karma. In a relatively well-preserved house, next to the window, a man and a woman looked at the apocalyptic scene outside the window and were silent for a while. I thought it was great that you were targeted by the Eagle Bureau, but I didn't expect there would be something even more powerful. The middle-aged man in a white suit pushed his glasses. Aliens, snowmen, ghost cars, giant mantises. Tisk tisk, do you want some whiskey? The middle-aged man sighed, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes that no one noticed. Forget it, I don't drink, it will affect my mind. The blonde pointed to her head, and those guys are in this town. I'd better be careful, and so are you, Fusieter. The blonde glanced at the middle-aged man and pushed the door open. Fusieter pushed his glasses again. An arms dealer targeted by the Eagle Bureau reminds me to be careful? Haha. Fusieter watched the blonde leave, turned around and dialed a number. I know who did the Manhattan incident, I'll send the address right away. Very good. I propose to send a special envoy. That guy is not an ordinary person. Fusieter thought of the figure he saw when he was a guest at the dance at his alma mater, and couldn't help squinting his eyes. Drug agent, are you sure you are talking about a special envoy, not a hotel member? The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly became more serious. Fusieter put away his smile and said seriously, as a New York drug agent, I formally request the special envoy's assistance from the high table. I will ask Elder Bobby for instructions. If your judgment is correct, you know the consequences. The phone was hung up. Fusieter sneered. Consequences? Haha. If I make a mistake, I will run away immediately. If I can't run away, I will drag you to be buried with me. Chapter 35, One Punch, One Little Friend, High Table, Special Envoy. The whole town was ravaged by the monsters in the book. Every house was damaged to some extent, but Richard's house was intact. Could it be that my fire bloodline is so strong that the special magnetic field released covers the whole house, and those monsters dare not approach? Richard stroked Audai, but did not see Audai roll his eyes. I don't want to ask such a profound question, so I will make braised pork to reward myself, and make twice the usual amount. Audai went to play by himself, swinging his flexible tail, and found a place to lie down and sleep, while Richard was busy in the kitchen. In 3 days, the town's roads and communications basically returned to normal, and the Land and Resources Bureau's post-processing efficiency was also quite high. The entire town no longer had any traces of the damage it had suffered. On the flat road, several black buses drove away, and coincidentally, several similar black buses just drove into the town. In the bus, Hill glanced at the bus going the opposite way and frowned. A phone call interrupted her thoughts. Understood, we'll go there now. Hill hung up the phone and gave the driver a new direction. The road was silent again. Richard was eating braised pork elbows when he felt an uninvited guest coming to the door, and he smiled. See, you insisted on asking me to change the dishes, and it caused trouble, right? Sky was wearing disposable gloves and tearing the pork elbows and stuffing them into his mouth, mumbling something. Forget it, you keep eating, I'll go digest the food. Richard opened the door and saw 3 black buses open their doors. Fully armed men in black got off the buses in an orderly manner. When they saw him, they raised their guns and shot without hesitation. Armor fusion. Richard transformed into the Flame Dragon warrior and rushed to a man in black under the rain of bullets. He punched the guy's head into his torso, snatched his gun and aimed it at the head of another man in black. Da-da-da! The rifle bullets fired crazily, but the man in black was not shot in the head, but his head kept tilting back. It was not until the 12th bullet was fired that a hole was punched in the helmet of the man in black and he fell to the ground. Richard was a little surprised. Is the gun too weak? Or is the armor too strong? He turned around and shot at the chest of another man in black. The bullets flew with sparks and clanged. The man in black kept retreating. It was obvious that the bullets were too powerful, but the tortoise-shell-like armor was not damaged much. It was not until the rifle was empty that a hole was made. Richard confirmed that it was not the gun that was the problem, but the armor. Such a strong armor, it can withstand the continuous shooting of rifle bullets? If it was a pistol, it would probably take an hour to shoot through it, right? Who are these guys? Could it be that the Balabala Bureau came to deal with him? That's not right. They shouldn't be like this, and their identities have not been exposed. Let's kill these guys first. The karma of each one exceeded 100 directly, which was so exciting. 100, 100, 100. Richard counted, as if he was in an empty space. The strong armor of the men in black was just paper to him. He easily tore it apart with a punch and a kick. It was just like a punch to a little friend. In a moment, a bunch of black-clad people were killed, or injured. Well, the injured were killed more thoroughly, and only one guy turned around and ran to the bus. Drive! Drive! The black-clad man shouted, pointing his gun at the door of the car and firing a few times. When the car drove onto the highway, he breathed a sigh of relief. Special Envoy 01 Action Report. The target has unknown armor, rifles are ineffective. The target has extremely strong destructive power, and all of our troops will be wiped out except me. It is recommended to use high-powered weapons. Crack! The door of the bus was pulled off with great force, and Richard rushed into the car. Stop the car, thank you. Squeak! The driver stepped on the brakes without hesitation. As a full-time driver of the Special Envoy Force, although he also has combat power, he has heard what the guy behind him said just now, so he can't show off at this time. The driver raised his hands happily, put them behind his back, and then leaned his head on the steering wheel. Richard looked at the man in black again. The man in black looked at Richard and instinctively wanted to shoot, but the scene just now was still vivid in his mind. They were equipped with rifles with armor-piercing bullets, but they couldn't cause any damage to this guy in red armor. What a strong defense! And there is also that terrible power, the power that tore the special envoy armor they were proud of like tearing paper. It's simply a demon. Humans can't resist demons. The man in black decisively threw the gun and knelt down with his hands raised. Don't kill me, I didn't shoot you. I know, that's why you're alive. Richard walked over and looked down at the man in black. Tell me everything you know, right? The man in black nodded like crazy. We are the Special Envoy Force directly under the High Table, ordered by the Elders of the High Table, and are specifically responsible for cleaning up the enemies that the senior members of the hotel cannot handle. The man in black spilled all the information he knew, and Richard immediately learned a lot about the power of the High Table. The High Table, recognized as the largest power group in the underground world, is the self-proclaimed king. It is composed of 12 giants from all walks of life, and each giant is an elder. The High Table has many industries under its jurisdiction, including the Continental Hotel, which runs a killer business, as well as the trafficking of drugs, people, and arms. All the illegal businesses that can be imagined are the industries of the High Table, and its power is so huge that it almost covers the whole world. This armed team envoy, which was built with a lot of money, is one of the trump cards of the High Table. The armor is so strong that it is abnormal, and the well-trained soldiers have left a very high reputation in the industry. It is precisely because of the existence of this team that the Continental Hotel can become the strongest killer organization. Because these black-clad men who are armed to the teeth are almost invincible in the city. Compared with equipment, they can't compare. Compared with armor, they still can't compare. Unless heavy weapons are used. But it really comes to this point. Among the 12 elders, the high platform table that started with arms will lack firepower. I just didn't expect that this legendary team would be wiped out today. The man in black himself didn't expect this situation. He has led the team to go through at least 10 missions, and has never encountered such a terrible enemy as Richard. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Richard again. What is his armor made of? It's 10 streets ahead of their armor. Is it the legendary exoskeleton power armor? Take off your clothes! Richard suddenly shouted coldly. The man in black acted without hesitation, and soon the armor was taken off. Richard was very satisfied with this guy's pleasure, so he left him a set of underwear and asked him to go back to report the news, and then he began to study this set of armor. The armor is not too heavy, and a trained person can definitely bear it easily. However, because the protection is too tight, the movement will definitely be affected. However, compared with the terrifying defense of this armor that is enough to completely absorb the impact of ordinary pistol bullets and even resist continuous rifle shooting, the shortcomings are nothing. Good stuff. Richard took this intact set, went back and robbed a few guys to get a few sets, and then went home. The flames ignited, dissipated, and destroyed the bodies. Except for the buses and the bullets scattered all over the ground, there was no trace of the special envoy troops. What? Moving again? Sky almost spit out his elbow meat. Chapter 36, The Killer Plan. Richard was also helpless. He wanted to attract more monsters, after all. This wave of envoys made his karma soar by more than 2,000. But he was happy, but the neighbors around him suffered, especially Audrey and her son, and the weird neighbors Uncle Stan and Hannah. His existence would bring danger, and he couldn't guarantee that he would not harm innocent people. So he still had to move. It just so happens that the house is broken, so we can start the new state experience. Richard smiled and put the armor on the table. But we have only moved here for less than a week. Sky looked at Richard in disbelief, talking non-stop. Don't pay attention to the details. Richard waved his hand. Let's try this armor. Don't. In a certain empty room. On the huge conference table, several big men sat down separately, and the atmosphere was silent. The envoys are all dead, what do you think? One of them broke the silence. Hee, what do you think? The envoy you hired is trash, as I said long ago. The moonlight shines, reflecting the face of the speaker, which flashes by. This is a short-haired man wearing a monocle. Stark? Did I tell you, a lunatic, not to speak in the meeting? Because your tone is too strong, like a pile of shit. The man who spoke first was furious. Send QQ. You crazy dog. Send QQ. You. Send QQ. Kill his wife. One person slammed the table and stood up. We are a high-level table, not ordinary people. Stark hugged his shoulders and sneered. Stark, you are not going to bring up that agent plan again, are you? No, that's called a killer plan. Strucker's eyes were full of enthusiasm. People will bleed, feel fear, pain, and fatigue. Such envoys will be destroyed no matter how strong they are. But my killer plan is different. They have no emotions and will not be tired. They are stronger, more agile, smarter, and will not make mistakes. They are humanoid machines. This is the real killer and the real killer. Everyone was silent. If you had supported my killer plan earlier, this would never happen now. Is it developed based on that serum? A big boss asked, and everyone immediately looked at Strucker. Yes. A bunch of big bosses were silent again. If the so-called killer was developed based on the prototype of the super soldier serum, the result is indeed worth looking forward to. Thinking of their elder Strucker as a Hydra lunatic, this expectation rose a little. I support Strucker's killer plan and will provide resource support. A big boss suddenly spoke. I support it too. Count me in. Everyone promised, and Strucker looked at the guy who spoke first. His eyes were playful. I agree, the man said with suppressed anger, but it has already happened. How long will it take for you to reverse the impact of the envoy's mistake and ensure the ultimate deterrence of the Continental Hotel? Half a month. Stark said, in half a month at most, the Continental Hotel will recover from this mistake and will be the strongest killer group that puts rules first. In Singapore, a magnificent, technological building with a white S logo on the top is very eye-catching. This is the headquarters building of the Syndicate International Group, one of the top 500 companies in the world. In the building, in an office with an equally high-tech feel, a successful man in a suit is the chairman of this international group. A call suddenly came in on the table made entirely of touch screens. When the man saw the number, he was shocked and subconsciously straightened his collar. Sir. Antoine, how is the killer plan going? Antoine's heart sank. Sir, we haven't found Levanko yet, the key to the formula has not been solved. But we have successfully developed a subcutaneous titanium bulletproof vest, which is injected into the subcutaneous in liquid form, soft. Killer. The killer is the core. What subcutaneous bulletproof vest is useless? Can it withstand sniper rifles or rocket launchers? 6 years, I gave you 6 years, and you used up all my patience. Now I give you one last chance, 6 days to find Dr. Levanko, otherwise I will send someone over. Yes, sir. Long live Hydra. The phone was hung up, and Antoine looked ugly. Dr. Peter Aaron Levanko, a world-leading human geneticist, one of the initiators of the Killer Project, and a fanatical fan of the legendary Dr. Erkins who developed the super soldier serum and created Captain America. This guy is a genius and his colleague. Yes, Antoine was also a member of the project. He saw the genius of Levanko. When everyone was trying to restore Dr. Erkin's serum formula, Levanko had already determined that no one would crack the secret of the formula and restore the perfect formula for a long time. So he had to settle for the second best and developed the killer. Levanko transformed the experimental subjects by selecting high-quality and powerful genes for strengthening. The experimental subjects were all orphans and abandoned babies. They were transformed since childhood and constantly debugged, and eventually grew into transformed humans without pain, fear, and all other emotions, smarter, more agile and stronger than ordinary people. This should have been a great creation, a victory for human technology, and would redefine war. But Levanko seemed to have a change of heart and suddenly fled with the results of the experiment. So the killer plan was stranded. Antoine was very optimistic about this plan, and he wanted to create a killer army. His idea coincided with that of a big boss, that is, the Hydra commander who called him before, so he restarted the plan with the support of the big boss, but it has not been successful until now. Levanko. Only by finding this guy can we restore the formula and create a truly perfect killer. But this guy is too cunning. Antoine has been looking for him for more than 6 years, but there is still no news. Now the boss gave him a 6-day ultimatum. If he can't find him. Antoine's face became uglier and uglier. The boss's words about sending someone over are not just sending someone over. The most terrifying thing is that he can't hide or escape at all. Looking at this high-tech room, this safe house that he hasn't left for 6 years, Antoine doesn't feel any sense of security. Another call came in on the table screen. You'd better give me good news, tracking expert Mr. Albert. Antoine looked at the man on the other side of the video call and said gloomily. It's good news. The other side said excitedly, Mr. Antoine, I found a photo of Levanko's daughter. I have synthesized her daughter's current appearance. At most 1 month, we can find her in Levanko. 5 days. Give you 5 days to find the target. Otherwise we will all die. Antoine hung up the call and called another person. Brian, you go and supervise Albert to find Levanko within 5 days. Yes, boss. Chapter 37, Goose Girl Cry. Virtual Battle Room unlocked. Before leaving, Richard served Audrey well before he and Sky left with Audie. Delaware is actually not too far from New York, only 1 state away. After crossing Pennsylvania to the north, you can return to Greater New York. However, it was only a few days after leaving New York, so Richard naturally would not go back, but drove south to Maryland. A small town came into view in front of the interstate highway. It's so lively, is there a festival today? Sky asked while holding Audie and scratching its chin while looking ahead. It may not be a festival, maybe there is a competition. Richard looked at the cheerleaders running in the distance and a group of enthusiastically cheering townspeople, and felt that he had discovered the truth. A burly man wearing sunglasses suddenly stood in the middle of the road and waved at the car. Richard stopped the car and opened the window. The burly man came over. 2 strangers, are you here for tourism? After saying that, he took out a police officer's ID. Let me introduce myself, Chief of the Miston Police Department, Ray Owens. Good afternoon, Chief. Richard said with a smile, we are going all the way west, passing by here, Chief, can you introduce us to the local specialties? Lay pointed to the crowd not far away, there is a ball game waiting for you. Then let's go and take a look. Richard started the car, and saw Chief Ray looking at this side in the rear-view mirror, and couldn't help but smile. This chief is so serious, he looks at us as if he is looking at a prisoner. Sky complained. Yet. Richard looked at the pub on the roadside and asked Sky, do you want to take a break? Roar, roar. The 2 people and the cat entered the pub, found a table at random, ordered some food, and leaned on the sofa. Ah! It's great! The door of the pub opened, the bell rang, and Richard opened his eyes. Tisk, it's Chief Ray. See you again, Sheriff. Richard greeted. Lay nodded, sat at the bar booth and ordered a drink. Richard continued to rest, and the conversation between the 2 drivers was filtered out unconsciously. Richard couldn't help but take a look at the 2 people. One of them had a smell. The smell of karma. This guy has killed many people. Richard was speechless. Can he still encounter karma like this? It seems impossible to relax. Maybe his nature of hanging bee has finally begun to show? Otherwise, how can he encounter trouble wherever he goes? Richard picked up his mobile phone and took a photo with lightning speed. Sky, it's time to use your expertise. Sky took the mobile phone, connected it to the computer, crossed his hands and stretched them forward, and began to investigate excitedly. Found it! Sky turned the computer around and whispered, Burrell Scown, the henchman of the Black Gang boss Gabriel Quartz, was released on bail 3 months ago. Black Gang boss? Richard was immediately excited. Is Gabriel dead or alive? He's in prison. Sky at Gottaber switched to a prison photo. Richard glanced at the introduction above. This guy named Gabriel is the third-generation successor of the cartel group. He is a racing fanatic and a master, and a fierce Black Gang boss with countless deaths. This kind of guy must be a big karma. Keep an eye on this guy, maybe he's going to make trouble. No problem. Sky made an okay gesture. By the way, am I the hero's partner now? Sky's eyes were full of expectations. Haven't you always been a hero's follower? Sky, _ Just a follower? Just kidding, you are my partner. That's more like it. Sky raised the corner of his mouth and started crackling again. Let's go, these guys may take action. Burrell, who was disguised as a driver, and his companions got up and left, and Richard and Sky followed. Before leaving, Richard felt Lay's gaze and turned back to smile at him. 16 white teeth flashed, and Lay was stunned. Richard followed the truck from a distance and came to a farm. The warehouse opened, and a group of tattooed and armed guys came out to greet Burrell. Although Burrell was a lackey, he was naturally the boss among the gang, and his slicked back hair really looked like a villain. Richard turned on his super hearing. Boss, there is news that the young master will be transferred to the death penalty prison in the early morning. 8 FBI vehicles will accompany them. They will pass through Camel Street. They will start there and hand it over to us later. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and get this little broken town done. Burrell said unhappily. The man who spoke pointed to the body of an old man not far away. This old man won't let me leave the farm, so I... Idiot! Are you an idiot? Burrell roared, if the young master approves, this town will be burned down. Do you want to read a eulogy for that old man? Richard's face turned cold. These guys, they deserve to die. After the armors were combined, Richard killed them all in no time, leaving only 2 people, Burrell and the guy who killed the old man. The 2 looked at Richard, both of them were scared. Richard rubbed his hands, and the man who didn't respect the elderly had his jaw removed, and then there was a cracking sound. The guy's hand was crushed by Richard. What is your plan, young master? Richard looked at Burrell and crushed the guy's arm bone with his foot. The brutal and ruthless scene, the nonchalant attitude, Burrell was sweating but did not give in. You don't know who your enemy is at all. Really? Richard snorted coldly, moving his feet back and forth on the guy under his feet. Before it reached the sternum, ribs, and spine, the guy was in so much pain that he died. Cartel, is this what you rely on? Burrell was shocked for a moment, then sneered. Since you know, I advise you not to intervene. Your equipment is indeed bulletproof, but can you wear it all the time? Can it protect against sniper rifles? Can it protect against bombs and rocket launchers? These things are as many as the cartel wants. I'm sorry. Richard walked towards Burrell and held his shoulders. Burrell was delighted. This guy is really an idiot. Do you really think that you can stop intervening, help me up and apologize, and that's it? Do you really think that you can just walk away after killing so many of me? I'll give you a shot later and blow you up to the sky. Burrell was vicious in his heart, but he smiled on his face. But then, his smile froze. Sorry, I can protect against everything you said. So, see you in hell. Richard's hands slammed from Burrell's shoulders like lightning. Pia! Juice splashed. Richard's body was ablaze, and the filth was completely purified. He glanced at Burrell's body and said, "If I really go to hell. Destroy the cartel's minions, Karma plus 803. Karma reaches 15,000, virtual battle room unlocked. Walter? Virtual battle room unlocked? Goose Girl." Chapter 38, Going to the Police Station, The Old Man of Shenshan, The Legendary Ice and Fire. Virtual battle room. Richard was super excited. "I didn't expect to really unlock this thing. This is the biggest skill hang besides the armor hang. The skills of countless descendants of the 5 elements are engraved in their genes. They can be learned by going deep into the subconscious. It can be said to be an endless treasure trove, but it is not easy to go deep into the subconscious. But in the first part of Armor Hero, the ERP organization did it with technology, that is, this virtual battle room. Entering this instrument similar to a super VR device, the armor can quickly summon people into their deep subconsciousness. And talk to the old man of Shenshan, who is also the incarnation of their own subconsciousness, to explore and learn everything in the skill library. It is this thing that makes the process of entering the subconscious state, which was originally difficult, easy and carefree. Richard is not jealous of those ordinary martial arts, but those martial arts skills that are almost high-level martial arts fantasy. Tai Chi that can send waves, I ask you if you are afraid. Richard touched the armor and couldn't help laughing like a pig. But, where is the virtual battle room? How to open it? Richard was curious, and saw a Jeep police car in the distance suddenly stop and drift. Lei got out of the car with a police badge in one hand and a revolver with a particularly long barrel in the other hand, and pointed the gun at Richard, Sheriff of Miston Town. "Put down your weapons and hold your head with both hands." Richard looked at the BFR revolver and decisively raised his hands to hold his head. "Officer, I'm a good man, don't fire the gun accidentally." Richard squatted on the ground and kept glancing at Lei. Although Lei seemed to be a good man judging from his breath, the possibility of the gun firing accidentally could not be ruled out. So he was ready to wear armor at any time. After Lei searched him, he handcuffed Richard to the truck and went to check the body. Richard gestured to Sky in the distance, asking her to stay calm. "Did you do all this?" Lei came back with an ugly face after checking. The bodies on the ground were all incomplete, as if they were torn apart by wild beasts. Even though he had been a drug enforcement policeman and had seen the most tragic battles, he was shocked by this hellish scene. What made him most angry was that Mr. Parson was shot in the head. Although this old stubborn man who didn't even install a phone gave him a headache, this was his town and no one could hurt anyone here. There are only criminals. The unlucky old man was killed by the guy who died the most miserably. You can compare the wounds with his gun. Richard pointed at the guy who was crushed to death by his limbs. Lei looked at Richard, and Richard also looked at Lei, with clear eyes and a clear conscience. Lei sighed. Before he became a drug enforcement policeman, he received 5 years of training in the elite strategy department, and identifying people was a basic course. He couldn't see anything wrong with this guy. The only problem was that he was too cruel. However, the dead guys were really not good people. At least they appeared in this farm with so much equipment, and the trucks were not car parts at all, but a lot of explosives. Enough to blow up a town. Lei basically believed what Richard said, but even so he couldn't let him go. Take him back to the police station first. Richard entered the police station gloriously. Sarah, keep an eye on this guy. Lei put Richard in the empty detention room and locked the door. Boss, this is a stranger. What has he done wrong? Sarah, the beautiful police officer, was curious. Don't ask. Just keep an eye on him. Lei paused for a moment. Can I say that this guy tore apart a group of well-equipped gangs that were capable of taking over the police station? Sarah glanced at Richard, who sat cross-legged on the ground as soon as he came in, and then looked at the guy next to him. "Frank, you have a companion. Don't bother me anymore." Next to Richard, a guy who smelled of alcohol and looked bad grabbed the iron bars, looked at Sarah helplessly, and then stretched out his hand to the guy next to him. "Dude, I'm Frank. Why did you come in?" Richard didn't say anything. Frank took his hand back with an embarrassed look on his face and met Sarah's eyes. "I finally know why the former athlete and full scholarship winner has fallen to the point of drinking and making trouble. Hey, can we not mention this?" Frank was even more embarrassed. Richard had no idea at this moment. Pay attention to what is happening outside. When he was with the truck, he gave Sky a hidden headset for communication. Sky would contact him if something happened, so don't worry. So Richard was immersed in the virtual battle room at this moment. That's right, the virtual battle room is not the physical functional instrument organized by ERP in Kai, but it directly allows Richard to wake up and enter his subconscious. Looking at the mountains under his feet and the endless white sea of clouds around him, Richard was very excited. Finally, we meet the new generation of fire armor masters. An old man in ancient white clothes stroked his long beard and smiled. "I am also very honored to meet the first emperor." Richard arched his hands to the old man in white. Although this old man Shen Shan is only the genetic memory in the bloodline of the 5 elements of light and shadow, and the manifestation of his subconscious, this image is the summoner of the first generation of Emperor Armor, and the strong man who ended the first war between the 2 dimensions of light and shadow. Must respect. Young man, you know a lot. The old man Shen Shan smiled with his hands behind his back. It's all just empty reputation, let's not talk about it, let's do something more meaningful. The old man from Shen Shan waved his hand. I see that you have abundant blood and energy, and you have a strong heart. Obviously, you have mastered the power of fire. You don't need to practice the rocket fist of the 5 elements fist. Fire produces earth, the heart fire is strong, and the spleen and earth are strong, so your spleen and stomach are strong, and you should like to eat meat. However, the kidney belongs to water, and water overcomes fire. Your kidney is very strong among the successors of the fire armor of all generations, and it has affected the balance of the 5 elements in your body. The old man from Shen Shan looked at Richard, frowning his white eyebrows. Strange, strange. So I am the same origin of water and fire, the legendary ice and fire body. Richard's eyes lit up. Old man Shen Shan. Richard, so as long as I can improve the power of the lungs, liver, spleen, and stomach at the same time, then I can have all 5 elements and summon the Emperor Armor. Old man Shen Shan, that's right, but no one has done it from ancient times to now. After all, to do this, you have to practice the Golden Fist, the Wood Fist, the Water Wave Fist, the Earth Throwing Fist, and the Rocket Fist. You need to control the balance of the 5 elements at all times. Once you lose balance, your foundation will be destroyed at best, and you will explode and die at worst. This requires great perseverance. Once you succeed, you will create a history that has never been seen before. Once you start, you will not be able to stop, and I can't provide you with any experience at all. Old man Shen Shan looked serious. Heir of the fire armor, are you really ready? Richard smiled. From the beginning, his goal was very clear, in order to summon the Emperor Armor and become the Emperor Warrior. Of course, I'm always ready. Good. Elder Shen Shan cheered, you are worthy of being the successor of the fire armor. I am optimistic about you. The 5 elements are mutually generated, wood, fire, earth, metal and water. I will teach you the wooden fist first. Chapter 39, Wooden Fist, Meditation and Breath Holding Method, Induction Breathing Method. Miston Town is a small town by the sea, but there is no tourism development. The biggest event in the town is the annual ball game. At this time, almost everyone was watching the ball game. Even if Lei was resting, he was patrolling everywhere in the town. The other two male police officers, Jerry and Mike, were responsible for maintaining law and order. Sarah was left alone, which was really boring. Originally, she was going to chat with her ex-boyfriend Frank, but Frank had a new neighbor, so Sarah could only watch movies on the police station's computer. Glancing casually at the detention room, Sarah was immediately attracted. Frank's new neighbor, the handsome guy who was sent in by Lay less than 10 minutes ago, actually started boxing in the detention room? This is like Kung Fu in Bruce Lee's movies? Sarah watched with interest, and Frank felt very anxious when he saw his ex-girlfriend like this. Although we are no longer in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, you don't have to be so disgusting in front of me, right? Isn't that guy just a little more handsome than me? How long are you going to watch? Frank suddenly felt a little strange. Hey, it seems that he is not so angry anymore. That's right, Sarah is not his girlfriend anymore, she can watch whoever she wants, it has nothing to do with him. Frank shook his head, it was strange that he was angry for no reason. Sitting back on the wooden bench, Frank was suddenly stunned. Something? Standing up quickly, Frank saw a green grass growing slowly on the wooden bench, growing visibly, and his eyes widened immediately. A fresh smell of branches and leaves wafted in the air, and the branches and leaves of the potted plants in the police station all moved without wind, making rustling sounds, as if they were excited. The magical scene brought Sarah back to her senses. In fact, she was poked in the face by the flower on the table. Sarah was startled, looking at the small flower that was only as high as her palm and became longer than her arm, with an expression of seeing a ghost. She suddenly remembered Lay's words. Don't ask, just keep an eye on him. Is this the reason not to ask? Armiston Town Police Station has locked up a wizard. Looking at Richard who was performing witchcraft, Sarah took out her mobile phone to call Lay, but there was no signal, so she went outside. The internet heroine calls the hero. The voice in the headset called Richard out of his subconscious. Richard exhaled a breath of fresh air and closed his posture. Just after learning and practicing the wooden fist, Sky's voice came at a coincidence. Gabriel's prison van was hijacked. I recorded the video from the surveillance. Do you want me to hack into the police station computer and play it for you? Sky's voice was full of excitement. Don't. Richard stopped. He was not unaware of the noise caused by the practice of the wooden fist, but it was nothing after all. No one could think that he could make people plants grow, right? But the police station's computer was hacked, and then the video was played, which was a bit ostentatious. Can you monitor his movements all the time? Richard whispered, while rhythmically tapping the wooden bench to cover up. I hacked all the surveillance in the city. He just got rid of those idiots from the FBI and drove away. I checked, an iron grey Corvette ZR1 is speeding on the highway. But there are no traffic cameras outside the city, and I can't do anything. In the bar, Sky sat in the corner and whispered, looking around cautiously, like a thief. Can you monitor the intercom of the highway traffic police? Richard asked. Forget it, no need. Since the guy's men appeared in this town, they will definitely come here. Maybe he wants to escape by water. Hey, who are you talking to? Frank next door suddenly shouted. It's a little trouble, let's not talk about it for now. Richard looked at the next door. The guy next door smelled of alcohol, and he could smell it from a long distance, and the other kind of smell, only he could feel. It was similar to the aura of John, Jenny, Eddie, and Wick, but a little different, with the smell of iron and blood. Could this guy be a soldier? Who cares? Richard was about to sink into his subconscious again, and Frank shouted again. Okay, you forced me to do it. Richard thought, and the wooden bench in Frank's detention room suddenly burst into flames, and the smell of burning wood spread immediately. It's over when the wooden bench is burned. Before that, you can choke for a while, or scoop water from the toilet to put out the fire. Richard muttered and entered the subconscious state. He has already learned the wooden fist, and the next step is the rocket fist. Lei is in a bad mood. Just now, the FBI called him and told him that a fugitive might pass through the town, asking him not to take action and hand it over to their special forces. What a joke! This is my town, and I am responsible for its safety. And a bunch of guys just died, which may be related to this matter. In any case, he can't take it lightly. With me here, no one can run wild in Miston. On the road in the distance, 2 black Special Forces transport vehicles were suddenly overtaken by an iron-grey sports car. The sports car suddenly turned its head when it drove in front, and then accelerated towards a transport vehicle. With a powerful horsepower of 1,000, it easily got under the transport vehicle. The transport vehicle had no time to react, and it soared into the sky along the tilted body of the sports car, rolled and hit the road, and another transport vehicle followed. The sports car turned around again, and the engine roared away. Soon, Lei received another call. The Special Forces had a car accident and could not come, so they asked the police station to be careful to deal with the fugitive. Lei frowned, thinking that things were not simple. This series of events was not a coincidence. Who is this fugitive? Why did he pass through their town? After their town, there is the sea. Is he going to escape to the sea? But there is no dock nearby. In any case, he had to be prepared. At this moment, Sarah called. Walter? What did you say? Don't contact him, I'll go back immediately. Police station, in front of the detention room. Lei sat in the main seat, next to Sarah. The two of them stared at Richard. Who are you? Lei's expression was serious. The potted plants in the police station, Frank's stool was on fire, everything was definitely related, and it was this man. Could this guy be related to the fugitive? The reason why he came to their town was for this guy? Richard sat on the stool and didn't say anything. He wasted his time, anyway, the real owner didn't come now, so he just practiced other abilities. The descendants of the 5 elements have too many abilities left in their genes. Even if the old man Shen Shan kept removing the dross and retaining the essence, they still retained enough martial arts and unique skills. The method of holding the breath in meditation, a very low name, has a powerful effect. This is a method of applying qi, which aims to isolate and shield the dirty qi from the outside world and keep a clean body. Richard calmed down and held his breath, and felt the change as soon as he tried it. Refreshing. It was like the feeling of breathing in the deep mountains and old forests. The whole body was extremely comfortable, the smell of the toilet not far away, the aftertaste of burnt wood, the strong body odor of Europeans and Americans, all disappeared at this moment, as if there was a filter when breathing. What a good calming breath-holding method! It's like having a built-in gas mask. From now on, no farts can smoke me, and no poisonous gas can kill me. Ah ha ha ha! After getting familiar with the calming breath-holding method, Richard began to try another breathing method, the induction breathing method. According to the old man of Shen Shan, this breathing method can breathe with nature, integrate oneself into the environment, integrate into nature, thereby improving the affinity with nature, and can make the armor receive more natural 5 elements. In addition, the spirit can also be integrated into the world, and all life between heaven and earth can be sensed. Richard speculated that in the ancient times when information exchange was backward, the armor summoned people to sense the appearance of the supernatural beasts with this unique skill, and then go to destroy them. After all, the evil breath of the supernatural beasts was too incompatible with nature, and it was very eye-catching. Richard tried the induction breathing method and suddenly entered a whole new world. Everything around him was presented in front of him in an indescribable way. Chapter 40, I'm not a hero at all. Richard felt that he had turned into the wind and was flowing with the wind. It seemed that he had merged into the earth and felt the veins of the earth beating. It was like turning into a plant, quietly breathing in the sun, with the force of bending and stretching in the body ready to be unleashed. The water flow. the mineral deposits buried deep underground, and the surging hot lava. Richard felt that he was everything, and everything was himself. Of course, this must be an illusion. But everything can be his eyes, nose, and ears, which is definitely not an illusion. Throwing himself into nature and integrating into nature, Richard can now sense all the wind and grass movements within a radius of dozens of miles. This is clearer, more accurate, and more powerful than his original mysterious perception. Richard closed his eyes, and the breath of Leigh, Sarah, and Frank beside him was as clear as a campfire in the dark. Everyone's breath is very unique, and Richard can recognize who is who instinctively without judgment. Similarly, he can also perceive the familiar figure holding a computer in a familiar car in the distance. This feeling is really amazing. A fast-moving object suddenly broke into Richard's perception, and the swirling wind told him that it was a very fast sports car. There were two people in the car, a man and a woman, and the man was entangled in karma. No good karma, only bad karma. Combined with the information provided by Sky. This is the real owner Gabriel Cortez. Richard opened his eyes and looked at Leigh and Sarah. Leigh, let me go, at least I have avenged that old man. Leigh hesitated for a moment and was about to agree, but Richard couldn't wait. Because the sports car was almost there. I didn't want to do this, I'll compensate you later. Richard said, covered with the flame dragon armor on his body, and jumped through the roof, leaving Leigh and Sarah stunned, and Frank next to him who was completely confused about the situation. Outside the town, on the road, Gabriel in a suit looked at the town in front of him, his excitement overflowing. After passing through this town, a ship will take him to the magical country on the other side of the ocean, where Phasia, let alone catching him, even self-protection is a problem. There, he will be absolutely safe. And there are so many beautiful ladies there, so this police traitor with average looks can get off the car. Gabriel looked at the road with his eyes sideways, while opening the handcuffs of the policewoman he bribed. Since the role you play is a hostage, then take this as a parting gift. Gabriel said, leaning over in the other's puzzled eyes, kissing, and quietly passing his hand through the policewoman's armpit to unlock the car door. I don't understand. The policewoman was very puzzled. Didn't you give me a lot of money? This is. Gabriel smiled, opened the car door suddenly, and pushed her down. The screams disappeared as the car door closed, and Gabriel looked at the town ahead, becoming more and more excited. However, there seemed to be something in the middle of the road. Gabriel took a closer look. It was a person. A red armor, standing in the middle of the road. Is this to stop him? Gabriel stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. No matter what the situation is, just run over it. He will be free soon, no one can stop him. Richard looked at Gabriel, who had no intention of stopping, and thought to himself that it was perfect. I like it like this. If you beg for mercy, I will have to hesitate whether to use less force. The specially modified Corvette ZR1 has enough horsepower. From the engine sound, it can be judged that the horsepower of this car is at least 1000. Converted to a speed of 400 km per hour. This is a speed that even a helicopter can't catch up. Seeing this iron-grey beast rushing over, every cell in Richard's body is eager to try. Can he stop it? Yes, or not? The rocket fist is used instinctively, and a flame ignites on Richard's fist, and it hits it hard. Richard's feet sank into the asphalt road, half bent over, and punched the front of the car, straight into the ground. The rear of the Corvette sports car was raised high, and the harsh bending sound was like a wail. The whole sports car was bent into an L shape. In the driver's seat, before Gabriel was completely blocked by the airbag and completely lost consciousness, the last scene he saw was a blue goggles. This was also the last glimpse of his life, the last picture. Richard pulled his hand away, and the deformed sports car fell to the ground. Walking over, Richard added a few punches, and the sports car was soon smashed into a ball of iron, with a faint smell of blood. Kill the lawless young master of the cartel group, Karma plus 1044. Richard clapped his hands, and the work was done. Sky drove over, looking at the sports car that was a pile of scrap metal. His expression was a little hesitant. Richard took off his armor and got into the car. Do you think I'm too cruel? Sky nodded. I reviewed the Night Owl comics. Shouldn't heroes defeat the bad guys, tie them up, hang them up, and wait for the police to come and end the fight? But you are different from the comics. I just thought of this question. Sky's voice became smaller and smaller, and he looked at Richard cautiously. Will you be angry if I say this? Richard smiled and shook his head. I'm not a hero at all. What's the matter with being cruel? Besides, I killed those who had killed people and refused to repent. There is an old saying in China. I don't know if you heard it. Killing one is a sin, killing 10,000 is the king, killing 10,000 people is the king of kings, the king of kings. The ham is long, one section is better than 6 sections, 300 years, Jus Hitang, cure kidney deficiency, no sugar, I want Ziz Hilang jelly. Sky opened her mouth wide, looking confused. When she came to her senses, she found that she had been moved to the passenger seat, and Richard drove away from Moss. The town of Miston was already too far away to be seen in the rear-view mirror. Sky frowned and made a decision after a moment. She wanted to learn more about Chinese culture. She didn't understand anything except jelly during Richard's phone call just now. As a half-Chinese mixed-race girl, she was a little embarrassed. How could she not be better than Richard, an amateur? I'll get it right away when I get to the next place with internet. Miston. After a group of FBI officers examined a pile of scrap metal, they confirmed that the dead person inside was the fugitive Gabriel Cortez. A black police officer with one eye bigger than the other patted Lay on the shoulder. I don't know how you did it, but it's amazing. You helped us a lot. As a thank you, I can agree to one condition of yours. The black man smiled and put his finger to his mouth. Think about it first. Lay's face showed no emotion, and he spoke without hesitation. I want to know where this car is now. Lay took out his cell phone, flipped it over and handed it over. There was a photo on it. Sarah could see clearly that it was the license plate number of the weirdo in the detention room. Boss, what are you going to do? You must think it through. Don't die. Chapter 41, The Chasing Lay, The Strange White Fog. Why is there no signal on my cell phone? Sky raised the cell phone to the left and then to the right. The oil is almost gone. It's just right to refuel in the town ahead. Richard looked at the oil level. If there is a problem with your cell phone, change it by the way. Sky shook his head. This is a cell phone I specially modified. It's a limited edition. I won't change it. Specially modified? Still no signal. Sky rolled his eyes at Richard. As the car drove into the town, Richard felt a heavy and depressing atmosphere. Go to that food supermarket to buy some food first. Richard pointed to the supermarket not far away. Sky got out of the car and Richard went to refuel. On the way back to the supermarket, Richard saw many cars parked in front of the supermarket, and the parking spaces were full. So many people. Thinking that there is only one big supermarket in this town, which almost meets the needs of everyone, it seems normal that there are more people. Richard was about to find a parking space, and a large piece of white fog came into view in the rear-view mirror. After parking the car, Richard looked at the white thick fog in the distance and frowned. This fog is completely different from the fog we usually see. Sensing breathing. Richard closed his eyes and threw himself into nature. After a moment, his brows were wrinkled like a washboard. This fog is wrong. It is not natural fog at all. And the range is very large, it is spreading from the distant mountains. Looking at the white fog surging, like a monster engulfing buildings and cars one by one, Richard had a bad premonition. Hey! A familiar voice sounded from behind, interrupting Richard's thoughts. Richard turned around and saw that it was Lei. "Why is it you? Are you surprised?" Lei took off his sunglasses and walked up to Richard. "You drive really fast. Is there a rocket?" Lei's tense face suddenly smiled, and his big hand patted Richard on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I'm here to thank you. As for the matter of the roof of the police station, I have already asked the FBI to solve it. I won't take your wallet." "Roof? What roof?" Richard looked confused. Lei was stunned, then laughed. I understand." Lei hugged Richard's shoulders. "I didn't tell anyone about your matter. Only Sarah and I know. Sarah and I are not talkative people, you can rest assured about this." "What are you talking about? I don't understand it at all." "It doesn't matter. I just want to ask, can your trick be passed on?" Lei's expression was sly, and there was a little expectation in his eyes. Richard stopped pretending to be stupid and shook his head. "Passed on? The book is still there." "Sorry, you are just dreaming. Besides, mine is not a trick, it is bloodline, it is talent." Richard felt proud. "We are 100% pure souls of Great China. You, an old white man, should not think about the armor of Great China, okay? Speaking of which, do you want to get your skin tanned someday?" This is the helplessness of time travel. The process is completely involuntary and can only be passively accepted. As Richard's thoughts diverged, the white fog moved a long distance to this side. Richard came back to his senses with a serious face. "Lei, there is something wrong with this fog." Lei also noticed something was wrong. However, a sudden surge of sleepiness came over him. And Lei lost consciousness in a daze. Richard caught Lei and looked at the golden circle that slowly unfolded behind a car not far away. A camouflage wizard with similar clothes to Cassilis and Mordo came out. "You can block my Shupno's lullaby. It seems that you are the strange man that the Supreme Mage said." "Hello, I am Nobodai, sent by the Supreme Mage to assist you." The handsome young man Nobodai came over and stretched out his hand to Richard. "Where's your armor? Can I see it?" "Assist." Richard's heart sank slightly. It seems that these mages really know more than him. What kind of organization is this? Richard regretted it a little. If he had watched more Marvel movies, he would have understood it, but he was really not interested at the time, and he was too busy chasing dramas to watch them. Besides, VIP costs money. What exactly is this fog? You can think of it as a protective suit or a protective shield. Nobodai glanced at the white fog. This is released from a beast dimension called Bunavi. All the planets in that dimension are foggy. Those monsters like and can only survive in this environment. Nobodai's face became ugly as he spoke. The top of the mountain, the guys at the base opened the passage to Bunawi, thinking they would gain the power to decide the outcome of the war, but ended up hurting others and themselves. What a bunch of idiots! Richard's mouth twitched. This thing was actually made by humans themselves? It's really not surprising at all. I'll send him in first. Richard carried the thunder and sent it to the supermarket door. Ignoring the eyes of the clerk and others, he found Sky next to the snack shelf. There's something going on outside. Remember not to enter the fog. If something happens, just act accordingly. Richard took out a PPK and handed it to Sky, and simply taught him how to use it. This gun has very little recoil, but you have to hold it with both hands for safety reasons. As he said that, Richard stuffed the magazine into Sky's pocket. Sky was a little nervous. Be careful. Richard knew that Sky had misunderstood when he saw her expression, and reached out to rub her hair. It's just a precaution, don't think too much. Little guy, remember to protect her. Someone with bad intentions will bite her. Adai shook his tail and turned his head away, looking very disdainful of Richard's advice. Richard took 2 steps and slapped his head. I almost forgot, Lei is here, I'll take you to find him. The two walked out of the supermarket shopping aisle again, and Lei happened to wake up in a daze. The fog outside is not right, be careful, my partner and cat are left to you. Richard explained, and pushed the door open in Lei's confused eyes. Inductive breathing method. Richard's consciousness probed into the fog, but found that his perception was blocked. This fog was eroding the air, water vapor, and ground wherever it passed. But fortunately, his perception was not completely blocked. Richard's consciousness continued to shuttle through the fog, trying to find nobody, but he only found half of the body. That breath was nobody for sure. Richard fell silent, and soon another monster and an old man appeared in his perception. Flame Dragon Armor Fusion. Richard flashed and rushed in the fog, but the next moment, his head buzzed. In front of his eyes, images kept flashing by. The old man stumbled into the supermarket, shouting that there was something in the fog. The fog surrounded the supermarket, and the people in the supermarket were panicking. Flying insects appeared in the fog, followed by monsters that ate flying insects, breaking the glass of the supermarket. A woman was talking about the heresy of destroying the world and redeeming the world, and most of the people in the supermarket gathered around her. The picture disappeared, and Richard stood there in silence for a moment. Is this predicting the future? Remember that the summoner of the flame dragon armor in Kai, Li Yuxia, was surnamed Su Chu Chi. Had a dream in which he and Xiang Yang had a fight, and the scene was exactly the same. What he just saw seemed to be the scene of the future. Richard identified the direction below and disappeared in a flash. In the mist, a big guy with tentacles all over his body was moving slowly. An old man stumbled forward and bumped into the monster, and then, bang! The monster stretched out its tentacles, and the old man was thrown out, and the whole person hit a truck. Richard walked over, with flames rising in his hands. But the mist that would normally be dispelled did not react at all. It was not an ordinary fog. However, the flame seemed to be noticed by the big guy, and a bunch of tentacles dug the ground together and moved over at a very fast speed. Richard waved his palm. And the flame was thrown out like a ball. Bang! The flame exploded, and the big guy seemed to let out a wail, and the tentacles fluttered and hesitated. Next to the truck, the old man was also awakened by the sound, and got up and ran. This time he was lucky, ran out of the white fog directly, and stumbled towards the supermarket. It was you who killed nobody, don't worry, I will kill you. Richard glanced at the big monster and quietly followed the old man. Fighting monsters and revenge can be put aside for now. The military in the mountains can also be pressed back. After all, it is a military base with a certain resistance ability. He must first verify whether the pictures he saw are pictures of the future. Chapter 42, I am a magician. I can't be a god hero, so I work as a driver in American comics. Chapter 42, I am a magician. The old man rushed into the supermarket and shouted, there is something in the fog. There is something. The nosebleed wet the front of the clothes, and the panicked look made everyone panic. Lei walked towards the old man, take a breath first. Lei held the old man with a strong hand and stared at him. The soldier, the sheriff, and the triple pressure brought by the big guy calmed the old man down. I am the sheriff of Miston Town. You can tell me anything, but don't cause panic. There are children here. Lei said in the old man's ear, showing his police badge and pointing at a little boy standing next to a man. When the old man saw the police badge, he immediately felt reassured. At this time, he didn't care whether the sheriff was from his own town or not, as long as he was the sheriff. Outside, Richard looked at this scene with no joy or sadness on his face. The first picture came true. The old man's expression, voice, and movements were almost exactly the same as the picture. Is it really predicting the future? Richard walked into the supermarket and closed the door, and the white fog followed in. The perception diverged, and in almost the blink of an eye, the fog had surrounded the entire supermarket. The fog moved faster. This is not what a good thing. Suddenly, the ground shook, and several cracks on the roof extended, and there was panic in the supermarket. Sky came over. Why are you back again? There's something I need to confirm. After the earthquake-like shaking, Lay began to maintain order. The identity of the sheriff really worked, and the gang calmed down. 3 young men in military uniforms in the crowd looked at each other and quietly retreated to the corner. Sheriff, Sheriff, I can't stay here. A middle-aged woman with short hair grabbed Lay's clothes and cried. Madam, calm down first. Lay comforted, I know you are scared, but you don't know. The woman shouted, Pietro and little Wanda are only 8 years old, they have to take care of the seriously ill Eric, and sometimes they even forget. The woman burst into tears. Madam, it's dangerous outside, and you shouldn't go out for your children and husband. Lay dissuaded. He still remembered Richard's instructions. The fog outside was very dangerous, and there might be something. How could he let people go out? Sheriff, please help me, can you send me home? The woman said pitifully. Lay shook his head. Not letting her go was the best way to help the lady at the moment. Madam, for your safety, I can't let you go back. There must be someone outside to deal with this matter. Once it's over, I will drive you back immediately, okay? The woman shook her head, tears flying, let go of Lay, and looked at everyone. Is there anyone willing to send a lady home? Everyone bowed their heads as far as they could see. Madam, don't look at me like that. I also have a child. A man stood up holding a little boy with a wry smile on his face. Okay, very good. Seeing this, the woman pushed Lay away and walked to the door. I wish you all go to hell. Richard and Sky happened to be standing at the door, and were also glared at by the woman. Sky originally thought that Richard would help, but now he wanted to stop Richard. This woman must be mentally ill. I know you are worried about your child, but if others don't accompany you to die, you should die? Sky was so angry that she was about to say something back, but Richard stopped her and whispered something in his ear. Sky raised her lips and looked at Richard and whispered, You are too bad, cursing people to be killed by bombs. Richard shrugged. She said it first. Lay walked up to Richard with a gleaming look in his eyes. Richard could only walk aside and said, Lay, I am not a savior, nor a hero. This woman, let alone I have important things to take care of now, even if I can take care of her, I will not save her. You. Lay was anxious, but didn't know what to say. He had also vaguely sensed something from Richard's previous style, but he didn't expect to hear Richard say it in person. Lay was a little uncomfortable and didn't understand. Richard was not going to discuss these things with Lay. He wanted to try to see if he could see the future again. Otherwise, the next verification screen, that is, the appearance of large flying insects in the fog, would have to wait until about night, and it would be a complete waste of time during this period. However, that state was obviously not something that could be encountered, and Richard held it in for a long time without any reaction, so he could only wait. The sudden unknown disaster obviously frightened David's child Billy. The little guy not only cried, but also had a little fever. David held the child to find antipyretic medicine, and Sky went to help. Little guy, do you want to help me hold Audie? Sky grabbed Audie's little paw and waved at Billy, and Billy immediately burst into laughter. Beside the shelf, Richard, Sky, David, Billy, and a few others gathered together. Thank you. David looked at Billy, who fell asleep with the cat in his arms, and thanked Sky and Richard. Don't thank me, I'm just a cat holder. Sky pointed at Richard, this is his cat. Richard nodded, cold and silent. These people made him feel quite comfortable, so he stayed here with Sky. As for Lay, he was still maintaining order outside, and his sheriff's soul was burning. Suddenly, the supermarket was dark and noisy again. Sky subconsciously hugged Richard's arm. Don't be afraid. Richard waved his palm, and a ball of fire rose. The firelight shone, and David and the others felt relieved, but they also looked at Richard in surprise. Richard smiled, "I'm a magician, passing by here on tour. I'll go find a flashlight." Richard smiled. "I'll go." David stood up, "You, the magician, are much more important than me." Not long after the lights came on, David came back, looking panicked. "Warehouse! Warehouse!" David took 2 breaths and suddenly pulled Richard aside. "Richard, there's some movement in the warehouse." "Warehouse?" David swallowed his saliva, "It's like something is squeezing the rolling door." Richard closed his eyes, sensed his breath, and suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, a murderous look flashed, which scared David. It was the guy with many tentacles. "There's a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell, but you come to it." Richard sneered in his heart. He didn't go to find that guy, but that guy came to his door. In this case, let's avenge nobody. Let's go and have a look. "What are you looking at, gentlemen?" Lay suddenly appeared. Richard looked at Lay. "Let's go together." The 3 of them went to the warehouse together, holding flashlights, passing through a pile of messy goods and coming to the shutter door. Suddenly, the shutter door bulged out a lot inwards, and the sound was so loud that Lay took a step back. "What the hell is that?" Chapter 43, Strange Insects Attack at Night. "Lay, open the door," Richard said in a deep voice. "If I heard correctly, you let me open the door." Lay a look of disbelief. "Do it yourself, and you will have enough food and clothing." Richard walked to the door and pressed the button, and the shutter door slowly rose. The white mist emerged like surging waves, and the motor turned, like the low moan of the god of death. David's eyes widened, and the door opened immediately. "Sheriff, are you just going to watch?" David was completely confused. Although he was very grateful to Richard, David felt that he was not yet in a life-and-death relationship. Richard's behavior made him panic and a little angry. In this situation where there is clearly something outside, are you so reckless that you want to kill everyone? David rushed over to press the switch, but was stopped by Lay. "Trust him, he is an expert, I guarantee that no one here can handle this better than him," Lay said firmly. Although he was a little scared in his heart, he didn't show it. David immediately saw a shocking scene. Richard actually bent down and walked out of the door, and his figure was immediately covered by the mist. "Hey, stop!" David was so anxious, but he couldn't get rid of Lay's strength. "Believe him." Lay locked David's neck with a strong man's lock. David looked at the white fog and his face turned red with anxiety. Richard was wearing armor and looked at the big guy opposite him. He fired a rocket fist with anger. The flames on his fist surged, like a red-hot iron, burning a red mark in the white fog, and fell on the big guy's body like a cannonball. The fire exploded, a bright red. The violent fire waves exploded like fireworks, and most of the big guy's body was directly carbonized by the high-temperature flames. A piece of charred black, and a scream pierced through the sky. The sound was so sharp that everyone in the supermarket tightened their hearts. "You are still making trouble before you die," Richard shouted angrily, and threw out the demon ceiling slashing post. His arm turned into a stream of light and absorbed all the energy of the post, and then swung it out wildly. The fire turned into a blade. The flame power rose, and it slashed through. The big guy was instantly split in half by the flame blade, and then exploded all over the sky. The surrounding white fog was blown apart, and a deep burn mark appeared on the ground, but it was soon filled up by the surrounding white fog. "Kill the Bunavi monster, Karma plus 1233. Richard looked at the rising Karma, but he was not very excited. After all, nobody was dead and could not be resurrected. And the arm? Richard covered his trembling right arm. His face was a little ugly. It was indeed not unreasonable to use a weapon to launch a killing spell. With his current physique, he could not bear the huge energy in the killing spell. Now his whole arm seemed to be burned by a raging fire, and it hurt. It was hard to imagine that he, who could control fire like an arm, would be burned, and the feeling was so strong. After sensing the surroundings, there were no other monsters, so Richard took off his armor and returned to the warehouse. Seeing Richard's return, Leigh heaved a sigh of relief. David was excited and angry at the same time. Do you know that someone might die? He naturally heard the scream outside. It sounded like a monster's cry. When he thought that there was a monster outside the door, David became more excited and quickly closed the door. Is it solved? Leigh acted very calm, but the hands of this tough old man behind his back were clearly shaking. He couldn't refuse to admit that he was old. The scream just now almost made him die. Leigh had a strong urge at this moment. He wanted to take out the guy in the car to give him courage. But the car was parked far away, so he could only give up this unrealistic idea. The episode ended like this, and there was no more trouble in the middle. Leigh's presence made the supermarket orderly, but the depression and deep panic in everyone's hearts were not something he could control. When a sign appeared, it would be completely detonated. Time passed and night fell. The first bug appeared. The body is as big as a volleyball, with fine textures and bristles on the body, sharp spikes on the tail, and terrible mouthparts. Those who are afraid of insects will scream just by looking at it. One after another, insects fell on the glass doors in front of the supermarket, and the whole supermarket was boiling. A woman, muttering words from the Bible, looked at the crawling insects with an indescribable enthusiasm in her eyes. Has it started? Richard looked at the insects that were exactly the same as those in the predictive picture, and the woman who was also brainwashing everyone in the picture, and was basically sure that the ability that appeared in the fog was to predict the future. However, it was a problem that this ability could not be triggered actively. A scream, followed by a monster with 4 wings, flashed by and took away a bug. The next moment, more and more flying monsters appeared in the fog, and their target was those bugs. Obviously, in the Bunavi dimension, these monsters also have a food chain, and these bugs are the objects to be hunted. The glass began to shatter. Every time those flying monsters prey, it is an impact. Whether they grab with their claws or hold with their mouths, the glass will be cracked and cracked as they walk by. It is only a matter of time before it is completely broken. How to avoid this disaster? Although the signal in this town has been cut off, Richard still does not want to transform here. After all, the video taken by the mobile phone can still be saved even if it cannot be uploaded. But the bugs and flying monsters will definitely rush in later, and there will be heavy casualties at that time. Richard does not believe that these guys can fight against those non-Earth monsters, and they also have to consider the safety of Sky and Audie, and Leigh can also be counted. It seems that I can only go out again. Richard informed Sky and slipped out of the warehouse again. After killing a lot, his karma increased sharply, but Richard wanted the Emperor armor more. If he had this armor, even if he did not transform, the magnetic field emitted by himself would be enough. Can it scare these little bugs and birds away? In the induction, there was only one bug running around in the supermarket at this moment, causing a burst of ghosts and wolves howling. A stupid mop dipped in gasoline and ignited it, trying to kill the flying bug with fire, but turned around and tripped over the gasoline barrel, turning himself into a fireman. Richard was speechless for a while, and quickly helped him put out the flames, while slipping in through the broken window. Leigh took out a gun and tried to kill the bug. Just as he aimed, Richard pulled the trigger. I can use this bug, don't kill it first. Richard looked at Leigh and said, don't worry, there will be no casualties. Richard looked at the bug flying towards Sky and followed with a smile. Next to the shelf, Sky chopped it with a spatula, but didn't even touch the bug's hair. Instead, he kept backing up and tripped. Seeing the bug rushing over, Sky instinctively raised his arms to resist, and Richard couldn't help but sigh. The plan to train Sky failed, and the bug was useless. Richard was about to take action, but a black shadow flashed in his breath and the bug disappeared. "Walter?" Richard rushed over, but where was the bug in front of the shelf? Sky heard the noise and saw that it was Richard, and the bug was gone, so he immediately rushed over and gave him a big hug. Richard looked at Audie and saw that the little guy stretched his body, licked his cat's paw, glanced at him, and then curled up on the ground. Fog grass. This guy actually looked at me with contempt? Chapter 44, Where did you get this big treasure? The appearance of the monster made the supermarket panic. The guys who were originally indecisive were now mostly bewitched by the mysterious Mrs. Carmody. The more panicked people were, the more reasonable the words of Mrs. Carmody were. Eager to find their inner sustenance, they easily stood behind Mrs. Carmody, and even wanted to support her as the leader. Richard saw all the fanaticism in the eyes of these people. He was ready to leave. He had indeed awakened the skill of predicting the future, and there was no need to verify it again. Besides, David was very worried about his wife who was alone at home. It was just right to send him and little Billy home. Leigh also noticed that the atmosphere in the supermarket was weird. His identity as a sheriff no longer had much deterrent power. More people stood on Mrs. Carmody's side. He couldn't arrest Mrs. Carmody just because of what she said, right? Looking at the posture of these people, if he really dared to do this, he would be swarmed in the next moment. The police badge could not protect him at all, and it would even be torn to pieces. And then he would be the same. Leigh's face was ugly, and his fists creaked. "I hate women who can talk the most." After saying that, he looked at Richard. "What's your plan, expert?" "It's very simple. Leave here and go to David's house to pick up his wife, and then send you to a safe place. I will do something later." Richard, who looked calm, gave everyone inexplicable confidence. David held Billy, Sky held Audie, and together with Leigh and Richard, a group of 5 people set off. But obviously, the travel plan of the crowd did not go smoothly. "Where are you going?" Mrs. Carmody, with disheveled hair and a scarf, came out, holding a scripture in her hand, followed by a group of fanatical guys. "Want to leave here?" "No, I don't agree." Mrs. Carmody had a weird smile on her face. "This is not your supermarket, no one needs your consent." Leigh said in a deep voice, with veins on his forehead and his hand on the butt of the gun. He really wanted to shoot this old witch at this moment. "Oh, Mr. Sheriff, do you want to kill me with a gun?" Mrs. Carmody smiled, suddenly spread her hands and walked over, looking up at Leigh. "Come on, shoot me, and see if I will die. Get out of the way." Leigh roared, took out his gun and pointed it at Mrs. Carmody. "Poor Sheriff, you have fallen and been bewitched by the devil. Don't you still believe in my identity? I have proved time and again that I am God's messenger." Mrs. Carmody grabbed Leigh's gun barrel and pointed it at her forehead. "You can't kill me. Maybe I will bleed all over the ground, but God will resurrect me, and you, will all be judged by God." Leigh was shocked by the madness in Mrs. Carmody's eyes. "Lost children, God is great and merciful. He will forgive you ignorant children as long as you believe in Him." Mrs. Carmody turned her eyes and looked at everyone. "It's not too late now. Let us surrender to God, serve Him, wait for His miracles to come, and destroy the devil in the fog. Surrender! 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 Destroy the devil! Destroy the devil!" The crowd exploded, raising their hands and eyes with fanaticism, and their voices were as loud as an army. They are now the army. Mrs. Carmody's army. As long as she heard a negative answer, the army would rush forward and tear Richard and his party into pieces. Leigh's hand holding the gun was sweating. He didn't know what to do. If it was a drug dealer, he would not show mercy. If it was a criminal, he would not hesitate. But the woman in front of him and these brainwashed guys made him completely at a loss. "God's messenger? Just you?" Richard, who had put on a human skin mask at some point, walked in front of Mrs. Carmody, but his eyes were looking at everyone. Everyone wake up, even if God really exists, he will not send such a stupid messenger. I have a suggestion, let's get out of the way and live in peace, how about it? Richard smiled. Mrs. Carmody sneered and stepped back, and everyone stepped forward together. Sinners, they mocked our beliefs, values, and ways of life with ignorance and arrogance, mocked our piety and humility, and dared to blaspheme God. Brothers and sisters, we must pray for God's forgiveness, and their blood, the blood of that woman and little boy, is the best sacrifice. Mrs. Carmody pointed at Sky and Billy, and everyone drew knives, sticks, axes, and hammers and surrounded them. Lay's hand holding the gun trembled slightly. Seeing everyone approaching little by little, he finally made up his mind. But a hand was placed on his arm and pressed down. Your gun is not suitable for this place, but mine is different. Watch me. Richard smiled, and the next moment, the flame dragon armor was combined. The flame dragon armor, whose main color is red, made everyone stunned. Is this also magic? David was stunned. A decision suddenly popped up in his mind. If they could escape this disaster, Billy would learn magic. Become a magician when he grows up. Richard's body and mind flashed. And there was another person in his hand. Mrs. Carmody held Richard's hands tightly with both hands, kicking her feet in the air. David, what is coming next is not suitable for children. David reacted and quickly asked Billy to plug his ears, and he covered his eyes. Make way. Otherwise, this old witch will be your fate. Richard's blue goggles swept over the crowd, his voice was cold, and the flames on his hands burst out. Mrs. Carmody turned into a large ball of fire and screamed, and soon a smell of barbecue spread. Devil! Devil! Everyone dispersed. Burn the Zongzi fanatics to death, protect the sheriff, the painter, and the child, karma plus 500. Richard curled his lips. The karma should be mostly on the witch, but at most it is worth the price of a killer, it is indeed a cheap one. Throwing away a large piece of coke, Richard led his men away. In the thick fog, the sound of oo-at-at was endless. Richard rubbed his hands to make a fireball and threw it fiercely. A scream was heard in the distance, and a monster that looked like a spider was burned into a ball and twitched. Richard led the way, shooting left and right, and the spider monsters were blown away by the fireballs one by one, and the karma rose steadily. We're here. Richard opened the car door. Sky was holding Audai in the front seat, and Lay and David sat in the back seat. Wait, there's something in my car. Lay's eyes lit up. What car do you have? What's the license plate? Pickup, Wands 826. Although his perception was somewhat blocked in the fog, Richard still found Lay's pickup quickly and got out with him. Lay excitedly picked up a big treasure from the truck bed. A 39-year-old Vickers machine gun. Richard looked at this green big gun that looked like a Gatling gun and was a little surprised. Where did you get this big treasure? Chapter 45, Arrowhead Plan, Missile Laundering. Although Lay had prepared all the ammunition belts, he still had no chance to use his big baby, so he went to David Drayton's house. He and Billy were lucky not to lose their wife and mother, and Mrs. Drayton was hiding well in the basement. After the family reunited, Richard left Lay, Sky, and Audai here. The basement was big enough for several people to stay there, and with Lay's big baby there, Richard was not too worried. Before leaving, Richard glanced at Audai and touched its little head. Audai yawned and nudged into Sky's arms. Richard did not hesitate and headed for the base on the mountain. The closer to the top of the mountain, the more dense the monsters seemed to be. Episode. Richard saw many monsters he had never seen before. The karma he gained from killing one ranged from 50 to 200. It seemed that the bigger the monster, the more valuable it was. Richard killed and killed all the way, but the monsters were endless. If it were normal, Richard would think this was a good thing. After all, it was a place where he could infinitely brush his karma, but judging by the speed at which the thick fog spread, it might not be long before the surrounding towns would also fall, and countless people would suffer. So the source of the fog must be destroyed. In the base, there were broken bodies everywhere, including those of researchers and soldiers. Richard's perception was fully open. Wow, hundreds of life breaths were burning like flames. Those were all monsters. In the huge research center in the base. However, after a careful perception, Richard's face changed slightly. Not all monsters, there are also many people. Richard identified the direction and rushed over as fast as possible. The huge research center was wide open, with corpses all over the ground, and bloody drag marks everywhere. Obviously, these corpses were not here originally. Looking over, some of these corpses were still breathing, but looking at the spider-like things wrapped around them, plus the dense egg-like pustules on their bodies, Richard couldn't help shaking his head. These people have become the hatching nest of monsters, there is no hope. Richard sighed and pressed his hands on the ground. The next moment, the surging fire wave madly centered on him. Swarmed out. With a crackling sound, the eggs on those people all exploded, and the small spider monsters inside screamed and burned into a ball. The stench could be smelled far away even in the sea of fire. Fortunately, Richard had the method of holding his breath and completely ignored it. In the research center, a terrible scream suddenly came out, followed by an earthquake. A 3-story tall spider monster with a particularly large belly crawled out. On the tip of the abdomen, curled up balls were covered with mucus and connected into lines and scattered all over the ground. Those were spider monsters with curled legs. Then, a creepy crawling sound came, and hundreds of basin-sized spider monsters crawled out from the ceiling, walls, and ground. As the big spider monster with a hissing sound, these guys all lifted their tails, and spider silk spurted out from their tails. Richard dodged left and right, and the spider silk avoided them one after another, but the spider silk that fell to the ground corroded the floor one by one. Richard couldn't help but change color when he saw the green smoke rising. So poisonous? Richard rubbed his hands together, and a ball of fire appeared in his palm. Then he pushed forward, and a violent column of fire spurted straight out. Wherever it swept, all the spider monsters turned into black ash. Richard raised his hands, and the column of fire changed direction, and the big spider monster screamed immediately. The flames burned, and crackling sounds continued to be heard. The big spider monster retreated clumsily, but its 10 long legs were burned off first, and its huge body fell down with a bang, and finally turned into ashes like its companions. No, it should be like its descendants. In his perception, no spider monster ran away, but a strange room caught his attention. His perception could not enter it, as if it was blocked. Is that the source? In the fully enclosed laboratory, a middle-aged man huddled in a corner, holding a tablet with a surveillance camera. The scene just now was the scene of the giant spider monster being killed. The man was ecstatic. Is that man in armor from the military? Exoskeleton armor? Awesome! So I am saved? The man checked the surveillance camera again. There were no monsters around. He stood up and glanced outside the glass. The man breathed a sigh of relief and ran to the door of the laboratory, entered the password and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Richard was seen standing outside the door, with his fist raised high and flames surging on it. Don't fire! We are one of them. The man raised his hands high and the tablet fell. Richard looked around and looked at the sign in front of the man. Dr. Selvig? It was obvious that this man was a military experimenter, and he was probably one of the guys who had tinkered with the passage to Bunavi. As soon as he thought of this, Richard's expression suddenly turned cold, and the flames on his hands became more vigorous. Where is the entrance to the passage? Ah! Selvig was stunned, then reacted. Outside, outside. Richard carried Selvig outside and entered the fog again. Looking at the fog around him, Selvig was terrified. Where is it? The white fog on the roof of the research center, is it? Richard carried Selvig to the roof and saw a large ball of white fog that seemed to be real. The fog was spherical, with a diameter of at least 20 meters. The strange thing was that Richard could not feel it before. This is the thing they invited me to join the Arrow project, which was made. Selvig said tremblingly. Richard threw him to the roof. What's the matter with the Arrowhead project? The military found the door to another world and needed my help, so they invited me here. To be honest, I really appreciate their invitation. Selvig looked sarcastic, and it was obvious that the military's invitation was not so polite, but they found the wrong person completely. I study celestial bodies. I am more proficient in the study of the 9 kingdoms, such as Jotunheim and Vanaheim. You know them, right? I don't know. Richard said coldly, so you opened this thing and released a pair of monsters to destroy a town? No, no, no. Selvig shook his head. I stopped them, but they locked me in the laboratory and sent someone to guard me. Later, their Arrowhead project was obviously successful, so I kept hiding in the laboratory. Selvig looked innocent. Richard knew that what he said was true, but he still felt a little unhappy looking at him. Forget it, let's solve this channel first. Speaking of which, shouldn't the channel be something like the Golden Circle of the Wizards? Why is this a big ball? After some experiments, Richard found that the fog could not be destroyed by conventional means, so he could only try the flame fist. The flame fist was unfolded, and Richard passed through it. The next moment, the powerful fire seal began to devour the huge fog frantically. The seal fire and the white fog fought fiercely, and lightning flashed between the water and the fire, but fortunately the fog was at a disadvantage and was being continuously compressed by the flames. About 10 seconds later, the fog was finally shrunk into a ball and disappeared as the flames burned. Seal the entrance to the Bunavi dimension, rescue the trapped Eric Selvig, Karma plus 9,000. The prompt made Richard feel relieved. But then, a sense of crisis surged in his heart. The white fog was sealed as the source, and it quickly melted like light snow under direct sunlight. In the sky, several metal objects dragged long tail flames and accelerated towards the direction of the base. Shit! Richard hugged Selvig, and the next moment, flames shot up into the sky. Chapter 46, Guarding the Corpse. My name is Ancient One, Camartage. General Ross, who gave you the right to attack a small town with missiles? The heroic beauty stood in front of a middle-aged man and shouted angrily. It was Maria Hill. Watch your words. The middle-aged man was as imposing as Hill. I just did what I should do, destroying a base occupied by monsters. It's to destroy all evidence of the Arrow project, right? Watch your position. You are an American first, and then an agent of the Homeland Bureau. You can't even represent the Security Council. Ross growled, those politicians are quite lenient, why don't you change the name of your organization first? The two of them argued tit for tat, but their subordinates had already taken action. 2 hours later, Hill looked at Richard in armor and couldn't help complaining, why do things happen wherever you go? After complaining, Hill took out a cell phone-like object was handed to Richard. What kind of high-tech product is this? Richard flipped the phone back and forth. Can it be used as a gun? Or a stun gun? Richard still remembered the last cooperation. These guys were well equipped and had a high-tech look. No, it's just a cell phone. Hill had no expression. Our boss is very concerned about you, and he wants to know more about you. Is your boss a man or a woman? A man. Then don't get to know him. Richard waved his hand. So I give you this cell phone. You can call the only number in it to find us. We also hope to get your help at a critical moment. The battery is specially made and can be charged by solar energy. I hope you can turn it on 24 hours a day. Is there a positioning chip in it? Richard shook the phone. Hill hugged his shoulders and raised his eyebrows. Do you want me to open it for you right now and check it? Richard looked at Hill and felt sincerity from her. There should be no positioning device in it, so just accept it. Can you do me a favor? What? I want to leave a body behind. Hill's men withdrew, taking Selvig with them, while the military was doing something in the base. Richard, in armor, carrying half of Nobodi's body, sat at the foot of the mountain, looking at the town below, waiting silently. Will those mages come to collect Nobodi's body? Just as he was thinking this, the familiar golden halo slowly expanded beside him, and a man in a yellow robe and hood came out. You feel guilty, and think this is your fault. A female voice with a British accent came from under the hood. Richard looked up and saw the person put down his hood. Richard was not surprised that it was a woman, but he was surprised that she was bald. The woman had an outstanding appearance, but she shaved her head, which really puzzled him. You are his companion, I'm sorry. Richard looked at the half of Nobodi's body and sighed, your supreme mage sent him to assist me, but I am the supreme mage. The woman walked to Nobodi, I sent him here. The woman raised her finger and waved it, and Nobodi's body turned into butterflies flying all over the sky. Our work is very boring. Mages may die every day. Nobodi is not the first, nor the last. His affairs are not your fault. I have been entangled with a guy for too long. Richard was silent. How long have you been doing this job? A long time. The woman turned and looked over, longer than you think, longer than the light and shadow war lasted. Richard stood up. He knew one thing very well, there should be no armor in this world, and naturally there is no one who knows these armors and related situations, except himself. So how did this woman know about the light and shadow war that lasted for thousands of years between the light world and the dark world? Don't worry, I know Shen Shan. The woman smiled, my name is Gu Yi, and I've wanted to meet you for a long time, Richard. Gu Yi stretched out her hand. Richard was stunned for a moment, and then held her hand. Even through the armor, Richard felt it was smooth and soft. Pa! I'm a serious person. Richard quickly collected his thoughts and let go. Who are you? Me. Gu Yi smiled warmly, like Shen Shan, I am the guardian of the earth, but we are not guarding the same earth, and we are not facing the same enemies. We are in two different universes. Richard was shocked and couldn't help asking, why am I in this world? I don't know either, you have to find out for yourself. How about going to my place to relax? Richard always felt that this woman named Gu Yi wanted to lure him over and whip him. Thirsty. Richard cursed inwardly. Why do you always think about this? You are obviously practicing rocket boxing very seriously. Is your kidney energy so strong? Following Ancient One through the portal, Richard saw a whole new world. The Chinese-style buildings made Richard's eyes light up, and then there was the kind of shouting during martial arts practice, which made Richard feel very familiar. This is camouflage, that Ancient One said. Following Ancient One, in a martial arts arena, a group of men and women in wizard uniforms were neatly following slogans to perform some martial arts-like movements. With their movements, golden energy sparks in front of them unfolded, stretched into lines, turned into circles, and formed geometric patterns. Then everyone took another pose, stretched out the hand with the ring, and the other hand slowly turned in circles, and golden energy sparks began to rotate. The key to the secret door is to concentrate highly, visualize the destination, and make it appear in your mind. You must imagine every detail. The clearer the picture, the faster the secret door will appear. Don't limit yourself to the world in front of you. Use your imagination to imagine. In the crowd, a man with his hands behind his back walked back and forth to explain. It was Mordo. Just as Richard was about to say hello, Mordo was stunned, then turned around and left Richard with his back, and moved the stick in front of him. Richard's raised hand fell down awkwardly. Mage Mordo has a deep grudge against you. Ancient One smiled, gently fanning the folding fan in his hand. Hey, has Mordo's magic weapon been repaired? The living tribunal scepter is the basic weapon of mages. Mordo's was severely damaged and replaced with another one, and the magic power was re-injected. Ancient One said and continued to move forward. After a moment, he brought Richard to a room. Richard, at first glance, I saw the earth that was suspended in the air and outlined by energy. That is to monitor abnormal locations around the world. Ancient One walked straight to the table below the earth, and his eyes fell on a metal ornament that looked like an eye. Richard retracted his gaze and felt familiar when he saw the metal ornament. I remembered that it was the necklace on the chest of the wizard in Avengers 3. There is a green time stone in it. This is the Eye of Agamotto, the treasure guarded by the Supreme Sorcerer for generations. No matter what happens, this thing cannot fall into the hands of people or lives other than the Supreme Sorcerer. Ancient One's fingers stroked the Eye of Agamotto, and a flash of green light flashed. It seems that you know it. Ancient One's sight seemed to be able to penetrate the barrier of armor and fell on Richard's face. Do you want to know why I brought you here? No. Richard shook his head decisively. You are great and have lofty ideals. I am different. I am just a selfish guy. I think it's better for me to leave here. Ancient One still had a smile on his face. Okay, shall I take you away? No, I'll go by myself, just to relax. By the way, where is this? Somewhere at the foot of the Himalayas. Ancient One opened 3 fingers and turned them in a circle, and the secret door opened, Nepal, near Kathmandu. Richard looked at the scene on the other side of the secret door, and his mouth twitched slightly. Is it so far away? Chapter 47, System Space Unlock. You are so cool, you have to keep pretending even if you kneel down. Richard declined Ancient One's teleportation and walked out of Kamartaj. The moment he stepped out of Kamartaj, Richard looked at the surrounding mountains and the town at the foot of the mountain in the distance, and his cheeks twitched. How about asking Ancient One for help? Richard wavered a little and gave up the idea. How can a man say no? What about a woman? It's just in Nepal, at most he can take a plane. By the way, where is the airport? Richard is now looking forward to unlocking the Flame Dragon pony, so that he can ride it and fly back. But this is unrealistic, there is another way out. Use skills. All armor warriors can fly, and the Wind Eagle is known as the most capable flying armor in the Ming realm. As a new generation of Flame Dragon, I can't be too far behind, even if I can't beat the Wind Eagle. I can definitely fly, but the question is how to fly? Richard thought about it for a long time, jumping in various ways, but I just can't fly, and I don't even feel like I can stay in the air. Then there is only one other skill left, teleportation. This is a method of space movement. Since you can move more than 10 meters, dozens of meters, then tens of thousands of kilometers can theoretically be done. But this energy consumption. It is probably about the same as performing the Zen seal, it must be drained. Richard immediately envied the mages of Kamartaj. The secret energy of these guys is the mana, which is completely borrowed from other dimensions. It basically does not consume much to cast the secret door. The biggest consumption is just burning brain cells, unlike him burning physical strength and mental energy. Of course, both have their advantages and disadvantages, and Richard is just thinking about it. Can I cast the secret door? Richard recalled the secret of the secret door that Mordo just told him, which was almost exactly the same as when he teleported, so he closed his eyes and imagined David's home, while drawing a circle in front of him. But after a long while, there was nothing in front of him. How about borrowing from the motherland? Richard finally gave up this tempting idea. Don't ask why, just ask Marvel. In the end, is it still the most reliable to fly back? Richard decided to practice flying here. It happened that there was no one in the mountains, so he could have fun. Anyway, Sky and Ade were at David's home, and Lay was there, so nothing could happen. Richard jumped wantonly, but he just didn't know how to fly. Once again soaring into the sky, Richard looked into the distance, surrounded by clouds and mountains. This scene is definitely a beautiful scene on Earth. I think no one can see it except him. In his sight, a building caught Richard's attention. It's not the building complex of Camartage, but a small temple. Richard, who landed, immediately became interested and jumped over there. In the temple, the atmosphere was tense at the moment. A group of mercenaries surrounded the temple with guns, pointing their guns at a group of monks in red. The leader looked like a villain from the shape of his head. At this moment, he spread his arms and showed a hypocritical smile that belonged to villains. My monk brothers, in order to avoid blood splattering on the ground, how about handing over the scroll? Dream on. The scroll will never be handed over to someone like you. A group of monks held hands and formed a human wall, blocking the entrance of the temple, as if they were protecting something, and they had no intention of compromising in the face of the gun. The smile of the leader gradually disappeared. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink a forfeit. Go. A group of mercenaries pulled the trigger and fired without hesitation, but after a series of clicks, they were stunned. The monks were unharmed. In front of them, a guy in red armor flashed a teasing light on his blue goggles. The guy spread his hands, and dozens of deformed bullets fell to the ground like raindrops, crackling. Facing a group of unarmed people, you really have the guts to do it. Richard mocked, and suddenly stamped his feet. More than a dozen fire tornadoes rose into the sky, covering the mercenaries at a fixed point. A group of mercenaries struggled frantically in the flames, but could not break free of the fire tornadoes, and turned into charcoal in a moment. What else do you want to say? Richard turned off the fire and looked at the leader. The leader opened his mouth and was about to say something when he was engulfed by the flames. If you don't want to say it, then bye. Richard clapped his hands and turned to face the monks, but the monks all took a step back. At the entrance of the temple, a short-haired monk holding something in his hand just walked out. Seeing Richard and the charred corpse on the ground, he turned around and ran without saying a word, jumping off the cliff. Richard. Okay, if you are treated as a bad guy, then you are treated as a bad guy. Richard is not depressed because there are good things unlocked again. Protect the monks of Chongzhen Temple, eliminate evil mercenaries, Karma plus 999. Karma reaches 20,000, system space unlocked. Richard jumped excitedly and turned to another hilltop, leaving a group of confused monks. As soon as the thought came to mind, Richard felt a strange space. The space seemed infinite, and Richard's consciousness swam in it for a long time without touching the edge. However, if the system space opened by 20,000 karma is only a few cubic meters like in the novel, it would be too shabby. Richard tried to put things into the system space, but he had nothing else on him except the mobile phone given by Hill. As soon as he thought, the mobile phone disappeared and went directly into the system space. He thought again and took it out. In and out, in and out, Richard had a lot of fun, but his karma was reset to 0 again. I don't know how much it will be when it is unlocked next time. 25,000? 30,000? 50,000? In a certain base, Hill found a man with a high hairline. Coulson, I gave him the phone. Really? That's great. Coulson smiled and took out his mobile phone. After fiddling with it, a positioning interface suddenly appeared on the screen. Coulson pressed the button and waited with a smile. I thought you believed him, but you still installed a locator. Hill looked at Coulson with empty eyes. It's about 084. I can't take risks no matter how much I trust him. Coulson glanced at Hill. Besides, I just want to know his location and find a chance to communicate. The two chatted for a few words, but there was no response on the screen. Did you activate the positioning device? Of course. So where is the positioning? It appeared. Carlson said excitedly, but his face was a little wrong immediately. Near Nepal? You just came back an hour ago, and he ran to Nepal in an hour. Carlson took out a small notebook. It seems that he has an extraordinary movement speed. Disappeared. What? Hill pointed at the screen. Sure enough, the positioning disappeared, and only the map was left on the screen. Suddenly, the positioning red dot appeared, and then disappeared again, back and forth. Until finally, it disappeared completely and never appeared again. Is your phone broken? Hill shook his head. I still have a mission, I'm leaving first. Carlson looked at the phone, his forehead wrinkled. My newly bought fruit machine. Chapter 48, A Town in Heavy Rain. I can't be a hero emperor, so I work as a driver in American comics. Chapter 48, A Town in Heavy Rain. Singapore, Syndicate International Group Headquarters Building, a pure white room. Dr. Levanko, is the key point of the formula the DNA sequence? The adaptive mutation of bacterial division? The epistatic loop? Or the transfer RNA? A British-style suit man asked an old man who was tied tightly on a chair while trimming his nails with a delicate knife. Doctor, I admit that I was a bit rough when I caught you. But you should know that Boss Antoine will only be rougher than me, so just hand over the formula. You don't want to see your daughter being tortured, right? The man put down the knife casually, but the knife did not make a sound on the metal table. This kind of power control is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. The old man named Levanko's face suddenly changed when he heard about his daughter, but then he sneered, impossible, you can't catch her. Especially you, Brian, a defective product of a killer plan. The smile on Brian's face disappeared instantly. I take back what I said before. Brian grabbed the knife that he had just used to trim his nails, swiped a few knife flowers, and walked towards Levanko. Boss Antoine doesn't know what real brutality is, this is my specialty. Screams suddenly came from the room. 3 days later. The returning Richard took Sky away and said goodbye to David's family and lay. I thought you were dead. Sky whispered. How is it possible? Richard laughed. There was a silence in the car. Richard found that Sky was in a bad mood and was about to speak, but Sky took him a step ahead. I want to be a hero too. No, I want to be as strong as you. Sky looked at Richard. Richard stopped the car. Are you serious? Yeah. Sky nodded. I don't want to be protected by you all the time, I also want to protect you. Sky said, and suddenly waved his hand. Don't get me wrong, I don't like your type. What a coincidence, me too. Richard said, and saw that Sky's face was a little unnatural. But this is not important, what is important is that Sky wants to become stronger. What should he do? Teach fighting, teach firearms? This is one way, but there is a limit. No matter how strong you are only at the level of killers like Wick. Let alone encountering Thanos, even if a super beast appears, it is not a big deal. Alas, it seems to be reversed. Super beasts are considered semi-5-dimensional creatures, no matter how you say it, much more advanced than Thanos. But it doesn't matter either, because humans can't handle any of them anyway. It would be great if I could get Sky a set of armor. Richard's eyes lit up. What if he could exchange for another set of armor? Although Sky doesn't have a system, Richard doesn't know whether the summoner bloodline is given by the system, so he won't suffer any loss if he exchanges for another set. If Sky can't use it, he can use it himself. It's just karma. Let's train Sky's physical fitness first, teach her some basic fighting. To be safe, teach her firearms, and exchange for another set of armor when the karma is enough. Richard told Sky about his plan, and Sky was very excited, and almost rushed over to cause a car accident. Don't be so happy yet, my Mingja armor magic has many harsh conditions. Even if you practice hard, there is no guarantee that you can definitely practice it. and it can only be tested at the last moment. Richard poured cold water on Sky. Don't worry. Sky patted her chest. This lady is so talented, she will definitely be able to master the magic of Mingja armor. Sky's eyes were full of confidence. Richard was originally preparing to return to New York, but he encountered a rainstorm on the road. The rain curtain smashed the car windows white, and the visibility was extremely low. He could not drive at all. He could only take shelter in the nearest town. He found a town. But at this moment, the intersection was full of convoys heading out for evacuation. Is the rainstorm so heavy? Sky was a little surprised. He rolled down the car window to look at the sky, and was immediately hit back by heavy rain and strong wind. Richard entered the induction breathing method and immediately felt that his perception was affected. The wind and rain were too violent now, and the information he sensed was much rougher than normal. He needed to spend more energy to screen and judge. This kind of influence, I am afraid, will only disappear when he practices this breathing method deeply and integrates it into his own breathing without deliberately opening it. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and a more terrible storm was on the way. Richard combined the information he got from the wind and told him a worse news. There will be a hurricane here. And the town is almost in the eye of the storm. We are here to avoid the rain, this is too much. Evacuators in raincoats are directing vehicles to leave. Richard and Sky's car is so conspicuous in such a team that it can't be more conspicuous. An evacuee came over in a bright green raincoat. The wind and rain were so strong that he could only shout. Sorry, sir, ma'am, we can't let you pass. Please turn around and evacuate with the convoy. There will be a storm here soon. Thank you, we will leave immediately. Richard smiled. The staff nodded, turned around and left to continue to maintain order. Shall we go back? Sky asked, wiping his wet hair. Shall we? Richard was about to say go back, sensing the breath, there was a new situation. There's something wrong here. Oh, I see. Sky's eyes lit up, I forgot, you're a hero, this is your workplace. Sky was excited, there are people trapped here, right? Where are they? Richard nodded, not only are there people trapped, but there are also a lot of crocodiles. Richard looked at Sky, there are crocodiles in this town, all of them are large saltwater crocodiles, are you sure you want to go in with me? Saltwater crocodiles? It just so happens that I haven't seen crocodiles up close yet, hurry up. Hurry in while that guy isn't paying attention. Sky's eyes lit up. Richard smiled. What a bold girl, is she born with an adventurous factor? Speaking of which, why are there so many crocodiles in this place? Are there saltwater crocodiles in Pennsylvania? While thinking, the new Hummer rushed into the town with a bang, leaving several staff members crying and shouting. In the town, the road was full of water, directly submerging the tires, and the car with a low chassis was afraid that it would stall. The deeper we drove, the more water accumulated. Richard felt that he could probably row a wooden boat now. All the shops on both sides of the street were closed. He could not find anyone in his perception for the time being, but it was impossible for such a large town to be evacuated completely, right? As long as there were people, Richard could not leave. Hurricane Wendy seems to be passing through the entire state and continuing to spread inland. We strongly urge local residents to heed the warnings of law enforcement officers. Residents in the evacuation area, please evacuate immediately and do not wait and see. If you are trapped, we will not be able to rescue you. We hope that every parent in every town will think about this question: how can I ensure the safety of my family? The announcement was playing on the radio. The car continued to drive, and Richard's perception continued to spread. Gradually, he became familiar with this rough perception mode, and his efficiency increased immediately. Several figures appeared in his perception, in front of him. Richard drove forward, but the car stalled after a few steps. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon. Richard opened the skylight on the roof of the car and turned into a red shadow and flashed out. Chapter 49, Crocodile Crisis. This thing is so damn heavy. The heavier it is, the more money it has. Come on, we'll be there soon. Two guys in raincoats lifted the ATM from the gas station and put it on the boat. How do we open this thing? The two panted, looking at the ATM that was more than half a person tall, excited and worried. Who cares? Think about what we can do with this money. One of the guys in the blue raincoat laughed. Call your brother out, we should leave. As he said this, he got on the boat, but he saw his companion's face was stunned. Hey, are you so excited that you're stupid? The blue raincoat said, and found that his companion's eyes seemed not excited, but afraid. Taking advantage of the fire, isn't it fun? Richard was squatting in the boat in a suit of armor, and his expressionless helmet seemed to have a devilish smile. Whoa, water is so thirsty. Blue Raincoat was so scared that he flipped out of the boat and plunged into the water. Richard looked at the other guy again and made a lightning move. Snap! The guy was thrown directly into the gas station, knocking down a bunch of shelves and hitting the cash register hard. A young man who was holding a bag to put things in the shelf was stunned. Bang! Blue Raincoat was taken out by Richard and thrown into the store, smashing it. Then the young man saw a huge monster flying over. Looking closely, it was a crocodile. God, God! The young man was knocked into the water by the crocodile and thrashed around frantically. Richard shook his head and looked at the thing in his hand. Is this the crocodile's head? Tisk tisk! Flames burst out from his hand, and the heavy rain could not stop the raging fire. The fresh crocodile brain that he had just taken out was burnt in a moment and thrown into the water by him. Punish the thief who took advantage of the fire, Karma plus 29. Kill the man-eating crocodile, Karma plus 46. It's worse than a beast. Richard sighed and rushed towards the house opposite. In his perception, there is a man and a woman trapped here, and judging from their ages, they may be father and daughter. The key is here underground, where two big guys are lurking and waiting for an opportunity to move. A big dog of karma. Go for it. Richard rushed into the house and headed straight for the underground. The water flow around him was surging, which gave him a strange feeling. However, he was super strong, and the water flow resistance was almost non-existent for him. He found the first crocodile by paddling casually. The sound of the stirring water flow was clearly transmitted to the big guy. The nearly 3-meter-long body turned flexibly in the water, and rushed towards Richard with a flick of its tail. A man and a crocodile collided. Richard's 5 fingers were hot, and the hot fingers evaporated the water flow quickly, stirring up countless bubbles. He inserted it into the big guy's head like a hot knife cutting butter and cut it with a stroke, killing it on the spot. Without stopping, Richard rushed to the other crocodile and killed it in the same way. In his perception, the position of the middle-aged man had been flooded by water, and the air content was very low. Richard rushed all the way, breaking several load-bearing pillars, and when he picked up the man and punched him on the floor. A large piece of wood chips exploded, and Richard put the man aside and went to save the woman. Richard had just come out of the water when a screwdriver came towards him. Sister, I'm here to save you. Richard grabbed the screwdriver, picked up the woman and punched her. Amid screams, Richard saved another person and added to his karma. The water level was still rising, and there were more and more crocodiles. A stingy boat drove into the street. The bright green uniform was the evacuee who had blocked the road before. Madam! The boat stopped next to the Hummer, and the man climbed onto the roof to pull Sky out. Be careful! Sky shouted, scaring the man. With a splash, the man looked at the boat next to him, and his companion disappeared. A tail full of scales went into the water. In the distance, Richard had just found a large wooden bed to put the injured father and daughter on, and his face changed. These damn crocodiles, how many months have they not eaten? Richard cursed inwardly, punched the wall open, and rushed out with the father and daughter. The wooden bed cut through the water, and a wave of water stretched far behind it. The father and daughter almost fell down at such a high speed that they instinctively grabbed the edge of the bed. The wooden bed suddenly slowed down and slowly approached a Hummer. The confused father and daughter looked at each other, not knowing what happened at all. It seemed that someone saved them. "Hey, this way!" Sky waved at the two of them with half of his body exposed on the skylight, and threw a roll of rope over. The woman reacted and quickly grabbed the rope. Under the water, Richard broke the crocodile's upper and lower jaws in half with his hands, picked up the unlucky guy and evacuated the personnel, and Richard broke out of the water. "Get on the boat!" Richard shouted in a low voice, and Sky climbed out and jumped on without saying a word. "Hey, guys! Aren't you coming up to wait to feed the crocodiles?" Sky pointed to the dead crocodile floating on the water. Several people immediately got on the boat in a hurry. "Hold on tight!" Richard kicked his legs hard, and the boat rushed out like an arrow, and everyone fell down immediately. The rescued woman looked at Richard and couldn't help but imagine. Who is this person? After sending everyone to a safe place, Richard returned to the town. There were 3 thieves there, and an ominous aura was hovering in the town. He couldn't locate it specifically, but that evil and violent aura was undoubtedly a superpowered beast. It must be eliminated. In the gas station, the 3 thieves huddled together and huddled on the small cash register. The surrounding water surface was full of murderous intent in their eyes. One of them couldn't help but shout for help, and was immediately covered by his companion. "Stupid, do you want to die? It will be heard." The companion shouted, and looked around nervously. There was no movement on the water surface. "It's okay. But why does it feel so eerie?" The man couldn't help but look back, and then he heard a scream. Bang! A big hole was blown open in the gas station, and a long wave was cut on the water surface, and a lot of water splashed in the distance. Richard didn't even look at the little thief who was screaming with his arm bitten off behind him, and looked across cautiously. Crocodile man! He was particularly good at escaping among the mutants. He was the only one who had not endured the ultimate move of the armor hero. In the end, he was killed by his mutant companion, the Bullman. This guy is a mutant in the form of a crocodile man. He has the flexibility of a human and the characteristics and strength of a crocodile. In this environment where the rain is pouring and the ground is full of water, his strength is very strong. There will be some improvement. But no matter what, this guy must be sealed. Let him complete the work that Senior Feng Ying has not completed. Die, evil supernatural beast! Destroy you in the name of armor justice! Richard broke through the ceiling and landed on the roof of the gas station, carefully sensing the changes around him. But he suddenly found that the breath of the crocodile beast disappeared. How could it disappear? Could it be integrated with the surrounding water? This guy still has this ability to achieve unity of nature and man? Richard was a little scared. Chapter 50, Flame Dragon Warrior vs Crocodile Beast. Although the breath of the crocodile beast disappeared, the stirring water flow would not disappear. Richard sensed the surrounding water flow, and a figure rushed over quickly. He used his strength and punched down. The roof was blown open, and the violent force exploded in the water, and the water surface quickly turned red, but Richard was stunned. It's not a crocodile beast, but an ordinary bay crocodile? What about the crocodile beast? The roof exploded again, and a tail swept out like lightning, and Richard's calf was immediately entangled. The huge force hit him and made him lose balance instantly, and he was dragged into the water. Crocodile beast! What a cunning crocodile beast! This guy can actually use the crocodile to cover himself? What a clever little ghost! But where are you going to drag me? Richard kicked with one foot, and a torrent of water swung out, and the downward momentum was temporarily slowed. Then Richard bent down, pinched the crocodile beast's tail with both hands, and pulled it hard. Blood of indescribable color spread in the water. And a scream spread in the water. The crocodile beast broke its tail and rushed up, biting Richard's arm. After transforming into a superpower beast, the bite force was magnified many times, and Richard clearly felt the huge pressure on his arm. Good guy, how strong is this bite force? He has been practicing very hard, but it is still not strong enough, otherwise the armor will never feel abnormal because of the bite of a mere superpower beast. It seems that we need to keep working hard. While Richard was summarizing himself, he did not forget to fight back. A light flashed on his fist, like a red-hot iron hitting the crocodile beast's eye socket. With a bang, half of the crocodile beast's cheek was smashed, and its big mouth immediately loosened. Richard was about to take advantage of the victory to pursue, but he saw a black mist suddenly burst out in front of him, and then quickly converged, and the crocodile beast disappeared without a trace. Run away! Richard couldn't believe it. Is this the fate of the armored warrior or what? This crocodile beast escaped from the hands of the Wind Eagle man, and now it is the same under his hands? After sensing it, there were ordinary saltwater crocodiles all around, but in case the crocodile beast used that trick to confuse the vision this time, Richard decided to kill them all. Teleport. Richard teleported continuously, and saltwater crocodiles died tragically on the spot. The rainstorm was getting heavier and the water level was rising rapidly. Many houses were submerged with only the roofs left. However, Richard found that the saltwater crocodiles in the water seemed to be endless and there seemed to be more and more of them. In the distance, near the dam, saltwater crocodiles formed a circle in the water, as if guarding the emperor. Among these saltwater crocodiles, the crocodile beast was feasting on the body of its fellow species. As it ate, its broken tail began to slowly recover, and its deflated head began to swell. This guy actually has the ability to replenish what he eats. While Richard was killing the crocodile, this guy finally finished replenishing himself and his body recovered as before. With scarlet eyes, he looked far away, and the crocodile beast flicked its tail, and its body shot out like a sharp arrow, rushing towards the dam in front of it. A torrent exploded in the water, like a mine coming out of a barrel. The crocodile beast was the mine, crashing into the dam at a very fast speed. Just as it was about to hit the dam, its body suddenly spun in the water. With the added force of the spin and thrust, its tail whipped up hard, and then there was a loud bang on the water surface, and there was not a single crack on the dam. Of course, the bearing capacity should be given priority when designing any dam. After all, this thing blocks tens of billions of tons of water. It is said that some dams can even withstand the impact of a nuclear bomb explosion. But no matter what, even the weakest dam cannot be blown up by a crocodile whipping its tail, even if the crocodile is a superpowered beast. The crocodile beast roared, as if dissatisfied with its fruitless return, so it whipped wildly. While beating, the crocodile beast changed places, and after beating for a while, it found a crack with bubbles. The crocodile beast's eyes flashed red, and it swam away, then rushed towards the crack with crazy acceleration. The tail whipped wildly. The vibration spread, and the crack seemed to expand a little. If someone was monitoring the stress value of the dam at this time, they would definitely find the abnormality of the dam. Unfortunately, the initial vibration caused the unlucky man guarding the dam to fall and faint. At this moment, there was no one on the entire dam who could stop the disaster. After an unknown period of time, the dam suddenly made a sound, as if someone was breaking cookies, but the sound was magnified countless times. The clear sound of shattering became more and more deafening. The next moment, the dam collapsed with a loud bang, and the stored water seemed to be a prehistoric beast that had been released from the gate, roaring and rushing out. The terrifying whistling sound spread far away, and it could not be completely covered even in the rainstorm. The waves tens of meters high rushed out wildly, and everything along the way was destroyed, and the end of this road of destruction was the town in the distance. After killing the last saltwater crocodile in his perception, Richard's face sank. Did the crocodile beast really escape? It's lucky. Richard muttered and swam out of the town. But before he could swim for a few seconds, he heard a loud bang and turned around. Go to such a high wave. The flood broke the dam? Run! Richard accelerated without hesitation, and a high water line was cut on the water surface, rushing towards the outside of the town. However, the huge waves were faster. Richard watched the waves surge, making the already dark sky even gloomier, and then crashed down like a tidal wave. Can't be hit. Otherwise, this natural force will definitely knock him out. It's time to use that trick. Richard stopped, his upper body exposed to the water, and his hands clasped at his waist. The water wave-like ripples spread out from Richard as the center. The next moment, the air stopped flowing and the water stopped flowing wherever the waves passed. The waves tens of meters high just hung in the air as if they were cast into a fixed body spell. Zen Seal. A unique skill mastered by the armored warriors in Kai. This is a magical skill that can stop the flow of time within a certain range. And within this time-stopping range, only the caster and other armored warriors who are also immune to time-stopping can move freely. As soon as the Zen Seal was performed, Richard felt as if his whole body was sore all over, as if he had just woken up from a strenuous exercise the next day. This skill was still a little bit difficult for him now. But it was better than being hit by a huge wave. Who knew if he would faint after being hit? If he fainted and his armor came into contact, he would probably drown here. Taking advantage of the time stop, Richard was about to rush out of the range of the waves. He didn't dare to delay for a minute, after all, he could only stop for 2 seconds. Just a strange feeling came to his mind, and Richard looked up instinctively, and saw a grinning guy in the high waves was also frozen. It was the crocodile beast. This guy wanted to give him a sneak attack from the sky? Unforgivable. Richard made a decision instantly. No more running, give this guy a head-on blow. With his legs bent, a 10-meter high wave exploded on the water surface, and white water droplets just hovered in the air, which was so weird. Looking at Richard, he was now eye-to-eye with the crocodile beast in mid-air. The word fire flashed, and Richard punched through the waves. The crocodile beast's body exploded with fire, and its body was instantly gone. A crocodile-shaped outline was hollowed out in the wave, and a magic stone was suspended in it. Richard waved his hand, and the magic stone flew into the Kunkan belt. The next moment, the time stop ended, and he fell with the huge wave. Kamartaj, the sitting ancient one, suddenly opened his eyes. The long river of time finally stirred up a ripple.